Blood mist, a sea of blood. All he sees is blood. His dying comrade asked him to run. He was confident with the city with his head held high that no one could destroy the human race. After all, they would still survive and be saved. In the end, he was alone, only one. The demon flying under the blood-red moon turned to him, wondering if he was called the great god of the human race. After all, he also has no martial arts. Maybe hiding behind the garbage. He stood alone in front of the countless army of demons. Ember, the heavenly demon emperor, angrily looked directly at him and even said with a kind of sneer that he would never defeat him and called him the pill god. Our hero Qin Feng, a total zero in martial arts. Smiling and sweating, he said it was all for nothing. After all, Qin Feng, the pill god, had lived a good life for 100,000 years, and in all that time, he hadn't even delved into the very basic field of martial arts. And heading towards the monsters began to say that he has to help his comrades and continue to fight. Our furious hero brought 2 fingers to his teeth to perform a magical action. His eyes even glistened with rage. The young man struck a pose, thus showing that he was ready to fight. He was sparkling with orange and red flames. On our hero began to fly monsters from all sides. The guy defended himself as best he could, while shouting that he will stand his ground until the very end. There was a huge demon coming at the guy. It looked even more terrifying than all the others. But the young man wasn't distracted for a second. He was ready to fight all the demons he could. But a moment later, the young man was pierced through. He flew off with a hole in his chest. The young man had been stabbed through. Perhaps that was the end. In this life, he possessed a useless body, able to reach the pinnacle of alchemy, yet he was incapable of being ultimated. He truly was a good-for-nothing weakling. Blood was flowing from everything it could. By itself and his face was all bloody. If our hero had a chance to be reborn, he would definitely have mastered the martial arts to perfection. He would right the wrongs of this life against the heavens. A green pendant on a string fell from his neck. It was as if it was made of stone, and from the impact it crumbled and cracked. The boy jumped up in a cold sweat, all disheveled and frightened. He was in a spacious room completely cluttered with many things. Our hero sat in the middle of the bed and tried to understand what had happened. The guy had his whole body bandaged. Looking at all this, he was trying to figure out where he was. Everything was so unfamiliar. His attention was caught by a pendant that broke off the moment he was dropping dead. Therefore, he raised it in front of his eyes and stared at it carefully. Qin Feng held his shaggy head with both hands to calm down something. There were a lot of iris people running around in his head. These were his memories. Our hero revived. Already holding his head with one hand and sweating, the guy remembered a moment. The moment when Lin Xuan had made it so that he could no longer master martial arts. Exactly 100,000 years ago. Norka remembered bowing his head and sword at a bloody puddle in the pouring rain to Xuan, and they say he won the competition. But he didn't realize how his fiancée was trying to kill him. He stood in front of the girl, who after hearing this said that she had made a marriage contract with our hero 3 years ago, only to temporarily join his Qin family. She took our hero by his bloody face and lifted him to her and said that she had risen to the 3rd step. At first glance, Mila and even the beautiful girl with pink hair and amber-green eyes called our kneeling hero a bastard, then asked if it was true that he thought he was worthy of her. After hearing this, our hero's pupils dilated and tears sprang from his eyes. In our hero's past life, the martial arts were exhausted and he had no choice but to focus on alchemy. Our hero sat and meditated. While meditating, the guy began to sparkle with yellow light. Remembering the moment when he flew at the monsters, he realized that even though he had reached his peak in alchemy, it was still not enough. Looking at his bandaged fist, which was sparkling with yellow light, he realized that if he could practice martial arts, the tragedy of the main demon invading the Shenki continent in his past life would not have happened. If he fixed everything, the human race wouldn't perish. The boy scrutinized his pendant that was already hanging around his neck. After all, thanks to this jade pendant, he had a chance to start over. Our hero slowly began to put it on, deciding that he would first focus on becoming stronger. Whether it was alchemy or martial arts, he should absolutely tackle it and be sure to reach the top. In his mind, he was already facing an army of his enemies. At the moment when our hero was already fully dressed, a disturbed man entered his chamber. He turned to our hero and said that things were too bad. The boy asked him what was wrong. It was Chin San-chu, the commander of the Chin family's medical garden guards. He pointed into the distance and said that Lin Lan, the eldest son of the Lin family, had rushed into the medical garden and said that he wanted to see our hero. Our hero immediately realized that it was Lin Shuan's brother. He recalled a moment from his past life. Lin Lan had come to ask to manage the medical garden, and took the opportunity to humiliate the hero. Under his pressure, he had to agree. After that, he left the family in a hurry and laid low for 10 years. The Lin family is a nest of rats and snakes. Our hero fully plucked up his courage, ordered the commander to immediately take to the man. But the alarmed man tried in every way to dissuade the guy, even guided by the fact that young Mr. Lin Lan has a sharp and sarcastic tongue, so he asked him to deal with him himself. Kenhiro was determined, so she said that everything was fine and wanted to deal with him himself. At this time, somewhere in the medical garden, the impudent was waiting for our hero and shouted to hurry up. It was too eager to get his hands on the medical garden. Lin Lan looked like a huge ice floe. His long, icy hair and equally long, light-colored clothes and his pointed facial features emphasized it even more. He was a first-class alchemist. That's probably why he looked like such a narcissist. Seeing our hero, he said that if it wasn't for his sister, our hero would be lying in the ground somewhere by now. Qin Feng was no less determined and headed straight towards his interlocutor. After hearing this, the young man chuckled and then asked if the older brother was ashamed of covering up for his younger sister. Even suggested that he had sissy syndrome. The ice guy stopped waving his fan and was too surprised to hear. And our hero began to continue. He stood confidently and said that according to the marriage contract, the medical garden was supposed to go to them. But now that the prenup had been canceled, and by them, they had returned what they had given up. It's not pretty. And adding the cherry on the cake, our hero with a grin and sparkling eyes concluded his speech with the phrase that it's all wrong somehow. Lin Lan was furious, and it even looked like he was about to burst. At this time, all the guards around him were trying to hold back their laughter, and the ice cube didn't understand why our hero was so sarcastic. And then a little calmed down, tried to jab our hero saying that he is not as good as others. Plus, he got injured in the competition. And if it wasn't for his little sister not having mercy and making a prenup with him, and gaining air full of lungs with incredible pleasure, continued his phrase, saying that our hero would have been killed long ago, and then asked that after such a thing the young man would remain ungrateful to his sister. The young man began to wave his hand and grinned again, and then said that even there, the one managed to credit his little sister. After laughing at the uninvited guest, the young man waved his hand and said that the Chin family guards seemed to have something to do. And at this moment, the guards went straight for the ice. Lin Lan opened his fan again and thought that our hero had always been docile and calm. But why was he so hard to deal with this time? With a grin on his face, he asked the guy to stop and asked if he remembered that there was only 1 month left before the new alchemist competition. Yawning, the guy said that of course he remembered, but so what? The icy guy asked if he had the courage to make a bet. A guy full of excitement looking at our hero from behind his fan began to say the terms. If our hero can take the award of the year, he is ready to give him their family iron mine. But if our hero loses, the beautiful medical garden will be at his disposal, and asked if he agrees to such conditions. The manager of the garden standing next to our hero after hearing this chuckled and thought about how he dares to want a medical garden. After all, their young master is not a dullard. Anyone with a bit of brains will not agree to such a bet. But our hero, not hearing the thoughts of the man standing next to him, agreed and asked if they would sign a written agreement. The manager's surprise was not limited. He did not understand why he agreed. Full of excitement, Lin Lan agreed, but asked him not to regret what he had done in the future. The young men signed an agreement. It stated that in case of defeat, the medical garden would go to the Lin family, and in case of victory, our hero would be given the iron mine. The young man took the paper, and at the moment when he left, he didn't understand why he was so worried. But without giving the appearance, he smiled and told our hero that the medical garden is not something for which the foolish and wasteful young gentleman is responsible, and ordered him not to beg for mercy when the time came. The man standing next to our hero slapped his forehead and said that everything was over, but our hero, for some reason, stood very calm. The manager was almost dying of excitement. He said that the blood of the Qin family was over. Even though our hero is an adult lord, he is still a child. Hearing this, our hero asked about the child with such excitement that when the time comes, this bastard will be on his lap. He had the smile of a child 100,000 years old. Our hero was meditating. It was as if he had plunged into another world as he looked very peaceful. In an instant, blood spurted from his mouth. The guy started wiping the blood with a smile. Even sweat started to stand out. He thought about the fact that this was all good. Even though his strength had fallen to the level of Qi and Blood One, he still had prospects. But thanks to the refinement of his magic technique, he had solved the problem of Qi and Blood. A warrior has 6 realms. The realm of Qi and Blood One, the weakest. There's also the realm of the sealed environment, the main realm. Well, the name speaks for itself. The realm of emptiness, once there will be overcome by mortal longing. The realm of the false god, a realm of deception. The realm of the demigod, the darkest realm. Each realm is divided into 9 levels. In his past life, he had lost his refinement base because he was attacked by Lin Xuan. Since then, he was unable to practice martial arts. Fortunately, now he had saved his base refinement with the help of the technique and the god's transformation. Thanks to her, he had saved his foundation for martial arts development. Transfiguration of the gods is a special technique he discovered in his past life. The effect is to enhance perception with the 6 senses. This technique might seem mediocre, but the people who practiced the god transfiguration technique in his previous life had become popular figures. The guy was already firing something in his hand and smirking. Our hero sat in the lotus posture, completely immersed in thought. It was in his past life that he had discovered that this technique concealed an unknown power. Even though he couldn't practice martial arts in his past life, he still kept it in his mind. Who would have thought that it would be of use to him? At this instant, the manager ran up and shouted to announce that there was a disaster in the medical garden. Our hero bent over the herbs. Behind him stood the guards and the steward, who said that the news had come that the time of the medicine collection had been moved half a month earlier than planned, and the collector would arrive in 10 days. Our hero took a few stalks in his hand. The manager apologetically began to say that for some reason, all their herbs had wilted. Even if they create all the necessary conditions for growing herbs, they will not be able to hand everything over in time. Our hero became furious. He maneuvered his hands over the herbs as if trying to cure or transform them. The manager of the guards was confused as he watched the whole scene. The young man's eyes began to glow. He transformed and used all his 6 senses. All the withered grass began to glow with a green light. The boy realized that it was all weedy lian grass, but he didn't understand how it was hidden under all that thick vegetation. How could such a noxious weed appear in a medical garden? No wonder all the herb had wilted. The dry grass in his hand turned into living grass. Our hero speculated that it must have been Ling Lan who planted the liang there. Now it was clear why he dared to make a bet. He might have even managed to mess things up during his absence. Our hero suddenly smiled as he looked at the revitalized twig in his hand. After all, this was a wonderful gift from Lin Lan. 10 days later, Lin Lan was walking surrounded by people who were on their way to the Qin family, and among them was an herb picker. The insolent man began to wonder where our hero was and how come he didn't even come out to greet the herb picker. At this time, the manager of the guards leaned over the man and began to apologize, and then asked to wait a few minutes because our hero will arrive from a minute to a minute. At that moment, a happy hero with a straw hat and grass in his hand appeared and asked the manager who was making noise at such an early hour. Not even the roosters were awake yet, but they were here. Lin Lan grinned cheekily at the man who was sitting on the horse, making sure that the man saw that our hero did not kneel down in front of the herb picker to greet him. And he's trying to make a statement. That's clearly disrespectful. This is the herbalist of the main branch of the Qin family, Qin Yulan. The man angrily turned to our hero and gave him one chance to apologize, and ordered him to kneel down. The manager desperately asked our hero to do as asked, so as not to anger him even more. The man was already almost falling at the feet of this herb picker and asked the young gentleman to apologize and kneel, but our hero just stood and stared without uttering a sound. The man, almost crying, said that the last time they had angered the herbalist, their medical garden had been fined triple the amount. But our hero looked directly at the herb picker, and Lin Lan smilingly sent them away for a long time. Everyone was amazed by this action. And our hero, with a haughty smirk, turned to the herb picker and asked if he really thought he had any official authority. After all, he's just a spoiled chicken, and our hero has to get down on his knee. The herb gatherer is a formidable man, who looked even more frightening in his rage, and after hearing what he had heard, asked angrily, "What kind of attitude is this? Where did such arrogance come from?" and then asked if he had even prepared the medicinal herbs. The young man listened to all this and calmly said that he agreed that there are a lot of herbs, and all of them are ready for the man. He did not expect such an answer, so he got even more angry. But finding a loophole in the words of our hero, he laughed and asked who told him that this year is similar to previous years, and then asked if our hero does not know that this year the standard of receiving medicines was raised threefold, and now he has doubled it with his behavior. If he can't fulfill the standard at this time, bared his sword and said that our hero would lose his head. The boy stood very still and calm, and the manager was in a panic. Looking at the whole situation, he realized that they can hardly even double the norm. What triple norm can we talk about? And here it is also doubled. It's bad. Now they will not only lose Lin Lan Medical Garden, but also lose the life of our hero. At this time, Lin Lan recalled the moment when he had placated Qin Yulan in advance, arranging a luxurious vacation for him right in his residence. He then offered to split the medicinal garden in half if our hero lost the bet. The man agreed. Later, he hired a spy. He told the man that only our hero had been working in the medical garden all this time. What kind of effective tricks could a brat who doesn't know anything about herbs come up with? Our hero heard the terms of the herbalist with a smirk and then asked to follow him. Our hero actually led everyone present behind him. The manager was in a panic. Lin Lan was anticipating our hero's downfall. The herb gatherer was already in the mood for execution. Lin Lan walked past the wilted flowers and plants, waving his fan in front of him. He laughed as he was sure that our hero would be defeated. "I notice only dry herbs," the cheeky guy's status smirk asks. "Is this, and is the most famous medical herbs, because they are as rotten and wilted as our hero." The herb picker fundamentally wondered how to understand this, and perhaps he was trying to fool them, and then said that for the sake of the Qin family, for the main clan, and rid it of our hero, the scum. But the young man still smilingly put away his sword blade, saying that he expected this. After all, only trash sees trash, and the main treasure is not paid attention to. In front of the people was a plantation of green and healthy plants. He asked to look there, calling people blind assholes. There were red fruits on a twig, and on other branches, purple berries. All the people who came were confused. No one expected this from our hero. After seeing what he had seen, it couldn't fit in Lin Lan's mind. He didn't understand how this could happen. After all, he thought that Qin Feng didn't know anything about caring for medicinal herbs. And the herb gatherer didn't understand how our hero was able to take such good care of all these herbs. The lian herb he's planted everywhere. He can see it, it's still there. The color of the grass is quite good. All of it is first class. Its quality is above all standards. And he's also afraid there's 5 times what's needed. Even thought our hero was the devil. And the superintendent of the guards was delighted with his master. He guessed what he had been doing all these days, putting all his efforts into taking care of the medical garden. In an instant, our hero was bombarded by Lin Lan's anger. He flew the young man with questions. How is this even possible? How he, our hero, even dared to create such a thing? It was as if the guy didn't notice these questions. Lian grass is a creepy weed by nature. Planting it in medicinal plants would naturally cause them to wither. However, in this era, no one knows yet that if you plant the lion grass on the backside of the sun and give it some transformations, it will change its properties and accelerate the growth and quality of medicinal plants. Our hero, full of pride in himself, right in the face of his opponent, said that nothing, and he didn't care what, as our hero did what. Does it matter that the one lost in their dispute? It seems that the one himself had promised our hero an iron mine. The young man was furious. and then laughing hysterically said that he would not give anything, and what did our hero do to him in that case? And our hero, with a smirk, began to demonstrate their agreement, and then said that if he did not give the iron mine, he would go to prison for the rest of his life. Huh? What a pity. The guy was drenched in sweat at this time and realized that he had completely forgotten that he had signed the paper, but he didn't need to do that. Lin Lan, in despair, began to turn to the herbalist, and the one waving away began to say that he had nothing to do with his couple. He was just passing by. Blood spurted from the young man's mouth, and he sent everyone away. Our hero with his guards began to approach the iron mine and, turning to his comrades, asked to thank Brother Lan because it was he who gave them the iron mine. The men were delighted. As they walked along the mine, the manager of the guards began to say how amazing our hero was. After all, he got the whole iron mine, and then he apologized and said he didn't understand something, and asked why he would risk a precious medical garden for worthless iron ore. I even assumed there was some kind of plan. And our hero turned to the man with a slight smile and said that there was no plan, but that he had just overreacted a little. The manager was shocked by what he heard. Indeed, the ratio of iron ore to elixir is not worth estimating at all. But from his past life, our hero remembers that this iron mine is not simple. It contains a lot of valuable, mysterious iron ore. If used for its intended purpose, the mine is worth as much as a medical garden. At the moment when our hero came out of his thoughts, a worker ran up to him and said that something happened in the mine. The worker standing right in front of him, who was already in full earnest, said that the mine had suddenly collapsed. Dozens of miners were crushed to death. The man standing next to our hero was horrified. Outside the mine, people were scrambling to pick up rocks because their relatives were there. Our hero pondered what he had heard, while the manager of the guards wondered why the mine had been destroyed as soon as they had gotten it, and then suggested that God must have hated them. At this time, the families of the miners, full of despair, were looking for someone to vent all their emotions on and find the culprit. So at the sight of our hero, they began to say that it was all because of them. Everyone was about to go and beat up the boy, but the guards arrived just in time. One girl shouted our hero's name and said that as long as their iron mine belonged to the Lin family, they were always safe. But as soon as our hero's family came, everything went wrong. They angered the mountain god, and he unleashed a landslide on them. One man still came close to our hero, even took him by the collar, and full of rage and despair, ordered him to bring his son back. The young man stood there without moving or uttering a word. The manager of the guards, sweating with excitement, asked the young gentleman to leave. It was very dangerous there. But the young man was not going anywhere. He was furious. He realized that as soon as the mine came into his possession, there was a landslide. What a coincidence. Our hero walked over to the chest of rocks and began to induce a state of sensation internally. He began to glow. Our hero found himself inside the mine. It was full of people lying there. And with the help of his power, our hero heard the hearts of these people. The miners inside it, they're still alive. And from the tracks, it doesn't look like a full mine. Just a landslide at the entrance to the cave. Obviously a man-made explosion. Our hero's amber eyes glittered. He noticed that somewhere far away, Ling Lan was watching. He realized that he was the one standing there. After our hero won the bet, he blew up the mine. By killing the miners, he wants to incite public anger against the guy. He doesn't value human life. Our hero called for silence. He stood on a rock, and like a warlord, he began to speak. Specifically, he said that the miners inside were still alive. If they remove the rocks at the entrance, they can save everyone. Acting now is the best time to save them, so he suggested that everyone start. People thought it was all a joke. So the men tearfully asked that the mine had collapsed. How could anyone who was inside be alive? The woman called the young man names and didn't understand how he could lie to them in such a situation. At this time, Lin Lan saw that people did not believe him and cried with laughter. He was proud that he could think of such a thing. At this moment, people were flying at our hero. The manager of the guards asked the young gentleman to run away from there, and the guard picked up the manager's phrase and said that otherwise this angry crowd will definitely kill the guy. They tried to hold them back as best they could. Our hero looked at them and just kept silent. In an instant, he shouted that the Chin family would stop resisting and ordered his guards to drop their weapons. The manager, as well as the rest of the people, were shocked at the young master's order. Our hero turned to the people who were ready to listen to him and asked them if they were ready to surrender if their loved ones still had a chance to be saved. Our hero, raising his sword high, now looked exactly like a warlord. He swore on his life that he would save all the men. If they dig up the mine and find that the people are dead, they could do whatever they wanted to him, and that's when he jumped right down to the people. The guy was determined, so he asked them again if they would agree to this. The people were puzzled. For a while, they just looked at each other and tried to find the right words. The manager of the guards fell at the feet of our hero and began to embrace him, begging him to change his mind. At the same time, the young man was passing his sword to a man, and people were thinking whether they should trust our hero. People began to run to the entrance of the mine and remove stones from it. The guards took offense from behind and asked to help each other. Some began to say that they would work with a shovel, and someone said that they would move the stones. Our hero asked Sanchu to come back and do one thing for him. The young man began to wonder why the young master asked him to do it so quietly, even suggesting that he had lost his mind. At this time, Lin Lan was watching this picture and said with a sneer, "Let people dig. After all, they wouldn't be able to do anything anyway." And he thought to himself that he had long ago placed the swamp miasmas in the mine, and this is a terrible grass. The people inside won't be crushed to death, they will definitely die from the toxins. Chin Feng, such loud words in such an audience. He will not fulfill his promise, and he will be killed. 2 hours later, the girl climbed up the pile of rocks, enthusiastically said that they were finally gone. What they saw shocked the people. They tried to call their relatives. People began to grieve again. After all, everyone was dead. Everyone started sobbing and saying what a fraud our hero was, because everyone was dead, and then they started accusing our hero again. At that moment, Lin Lan came up and as if an instigator began to ask, "Didn't our hero say that they could do whatever they wanted with him?" Saying this phrase, a smile never left his face. People just squinted at him strangely. And now a crowd of people began to fly at our hero. They really intended to kill him. And behind this crowd stood a young man with his companion and said with a smile that our hero did not his promise, but swore on his life. So he must part with it. At that moment, our hero was leaving the cave and the guards were carrying people out. The snide boy looking at our hero laughed to himself, although he realized that our hero suspected him in the incident. But he has no proof. Even if he tries to dig up something, still nothing will come out. At this point, our hero ordered his assistant with a basket of fruit to approach him. The boy bulged his eyes and did not understand why he was so calm and noticeable that he did not even think about running away. The young man took a bite of the fruit and ordered Sanchu to shove the pre-chewed peel into people's mouths, but to do it quickly. The young man was very determined and angry. Sanchu immediately obeyed with a guilty look. He sat over the man's body and wished for the peel. He shoved it into the man's mouth. The snide boy thought that our hero had gone mad, and to vent his anger he was mocking the corpse. But then he started to incite the upset and angry people. But it was enough for them a couple of phrases, and they already flew at our hero with a crazy look. They really intended to kill our hero. Our hero was shoving chewed peels into people's mouths, and asked Sanchu to continue. But the guy sobbing thought that does not the young master realize that by such an action they increase the chances that they will be killed. And moreover, he had given this man his first kiss. At this moment, the man's eyes slowly began to open. The man began to touch his face, thinking that he had been sleeping for a very long time, and it seems he was having a very long and strange dream. Seeing the man wake up, Sanchu bounced up and tried to understand what had happened. Had the dead risen? A girl, an adult man, and a child ran up to the man in an instant. They all had tears in their eyes. They were the wife, father, and child of the man who had risen. Our hero, wiping the sweat from his face, wondered who said all the people were dead. He knew that marsh miasmas are extremely poisonous plants. But if the poisoned person took the medicine-cut skin of Tianluo fruit in time, the effects of poisoning could be easily gotten rid of. That's why he asked the manager to go to their family's manor and bring the fruit. It was just that in this era, he was the only one who knew about such medicines. The young man went up to the poisoned man and asked for forgiveness, and then asked him to tell him what he remembered before he lost consciousness. But the man was surprised by the fact that he had lost consciousness. Then the man put his fingers forward, and you could see him trying to remember. He remembered. Lin Lan, he had blown up the entrance to the cave and forcibly locked everyone inside. He was afraid that even so they would be able to escape, so he brought the swamp miasma there. He wanted to poison them. He wanted them dead. Slowly, people began to wake up and support the man's words. They all began to point at the snide boy. After all, it was all his fault. The guy stood there and did not understand how it was possible. Our hero, smiling snidely, asked if they really think that Lin Lan is behind all this. After all, the truth had come out. And then, looking directly at the guy who had fallen and was in despair, Qin Feng said that if someone was angry that their loved ones had almost died, they could express all their grievances to that person right now. And the kid was trying to figure out what these people were going to do to him. And still, it was all happening in the iron mines. Inside the mine, our hero was looking for something very carefully. It didn't make sense to him. There must surely be somewhere out there somewhere. Just why can't he find it? According to his memories from his past life, Lin Lan's mysterious iron ore should be hidden in one of the pieces of ordinary ore. As he was pondering, a man came up from behind and placed a hand on his shoulder. The man smilingly began to thank our hero for saving their lives. In an instant, everyone began to bow before our hero. They chorally said that they would never forget the virtue and humanity he had shown. The boy smilingly began to wave away. The young man said that everyone was tired and that's why he would give this mine a couple of days off, and after the rest, they would start work, and asked how they liked the idea. And he thought to himself that it seems that in his previous life, none of the townspeople recognized him. The men began to swear that from now on any of his orders would be fulfilled by them. The young man asked where Lin Lan was, and the man began to remember where he had gone after being exposed. He remembered the moment he had strangled the boy in his arms, but then he took his head. Our hero asked what was happening to him, and the man said that they surrounded the caustic kid, but he managed to escape, and then suggested that he didn't belong in town anymore. Our hero thought that Lin Lan must have hidden the marvelous ore in advance. If Qin Feng knew that he would escape, at least he would have asked him for information about its location. Our hero came out of the cave, and he was met by the manager of the guards and led a horse. Then, turning to the young gentleman, asked him if they had sorted out their affairs and it was time for them to go back. After the young man climbed on the horse, he turned to Sanchu and asked if he knew the moneylenders of Yunying City and whether they were not scary people. The boy laughed and said that he knew them. After all, the moneylenders in their city are terrifying, even to those who have not contacted them. If you borrow money from them and don't pay them back in time, you risk being disabled for life, and it's almost impossible to pay them back. The interest rate is too high. The guy was pouring sweat and began to say that only desperate fools would ask them to lend money. Sanchu laughingly asked why the young master was asking about them, and he assumed that he wanted to borrow money from them. The young man said with equal merriment that he wanted to borrow 500 gold pieces from them. The young man asked hysterically if our hero wanted to take him to the grave with him and asked him to say that he was joking, but the guy said he was serious. The young man, completely worried, began to ask why he only. Because a normal man can live a quiet life for 20 a year, and he borrowed as much as 500 gold pieces. Our hero began to feel his head and innocently wondering where he would take the money from to take such good care of the medical garden. The man in extreme nervousness said that was the end of it. The medical garden has 100 gold at best, so how would they repay the debt? The young man wondered. After all, he had originally thought that if he took all the iron ore, in addition to finding the Xuanfeng wonder ore, he would be able to repay the debt. But now that Lin Lan had run away, he hadn't found the miracle ore. So where to get the money? Our hero and his companion began to leave. Our hero calmly rode on a horse, and next to him walked a man who shouted that everything is over, and the only thing left was to sell the medical garden, and without it the whole family would perish. A girl noticed these two, but she didn't say anything. Our hero was still sitting on the horse and in an instant heard a strange form of his name. The guy was surprised. In front of him stood Qin Wanli, our hero's father and the guard of Yunyi City. This affable man wondered how many days they had not seen each other, and then said that he would see another person in front of him and did not recognize him. Later he asked if our hero was better, but the guy in response asked when he came back. Without thinking about the consequences, the manager of the guards wanted to tell him that our hero had borrowed money, but the guy arrived in time and closed his mouth and whispered and asked him to shut up. Our hero remembered that in his past life, his father had gone out of his way to take care of him, literally risked his health. In this life, he will never let his father worry about him again. The boy doesn't want his father to suffer again because of him. The man approached the young man and inquired about his body after all. After all, he doesn't have to worry about it now. The father spent a lot of money and bought our hero pills to harden his body and handed them to him. With these, our hero would definitely be able to establish his cultivation base. Qin waved away and told his father that his body was much better than before, and asked him not to worry about him. He concluded to himself that his father had been worried about his injury all this time. For the sake of those 2 pills, his father went out of his way to do so much work. But the man grabbed our hero by the arm, and more seriously asked him to stop, and then asked how his cultivation base had grown to the highest stage of qi and blood. But the young man smilingly asked his father to calm down, and when they returned home, he would tell him everything. The father and son were sitting at the dinner table. The man was interested in our hero, whether it was true that he had found a teacher who helped the boy, and what's more, he would teach him alchemy. The man seemed happy, so he wondered if his son would really become an alchemist, and the lad in turn said that the teacher had reported that he was the most talented student. Qin Wanli laughed out loud and began to say that he had always known that his son was a genius of the heavens, and no one would be able to ruin his son's future, and then inquired if his teacher lived and he was obliged to meet him. Our hero, scratching the back of his head, began to say that his teacher does not like outsiders, and he obviously doesn't want too many people to know about his existence. Then he said that he thought he would refuse to meet his father. The man hesitated and said that indeed experts of this level prefer a life of seclusion. It may be wrong to lie to his father, but he doesn't know any better excuse for his sudden knowledge of alchemy. He'd better make up a teacher so his father won't worry. The man had already told him it was time to leave. The man handed our hero a piece, asking him to keep it. He took it for our hero. If he gets into a difficult situation in the future, let him use it. It's the Qin family's battle warrant. The boy agreed, but he couldn't believe that his father had given him such an important item. Saying goodbye, the father told his son that even though they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but he really had to go on business. Their family would be left to our hero, but our hero really understood everything, so he said that everything was fine. The man stroked our hero's head. In the meantime, he was considering the present. He wondered why his father had given it away after all. The Qin family's battle warrant really mattered a lot. But to him, it was an honor. He would never, ever let his father down. A few days later, medical garden. Someone was calling for the young master. In the chambers of our hero entered the manager of the guards and excitedly shouted that someone had come and wanted to see our hero. And he in turn poured sweat, covered his ears, and in principle was very anxious. The guy did not understand why they came so soon. Qin ordered Sanshu to raise all the guards of the medical garden and bring them to alert. The man immediately accepted the order. Our hero raced toward the entrance. In his mind, he was thinking that this was the end. It had slipped his mind that the day had come to pay off his debts to the moneylenders. He'd originally wanted to withdraw money from his father, but he'd spent it all on body-hardening pills, and all the family's supplies were used up. There's someone banging on the door. After all, if the debt wasn't repaid, the loan sharks could take the house. All the guards and our hero were at the ready. The young man gave the order to open the door. As he lowered his head and closed his eyes, he realized he was ready to fight to the death. Managing guards began to address our hero, and he slowly and hesitantly opened his eyes. With our hero, someone fishy said hello. It was a blonde-haired, attractive girl. She introduced herself as Manhwa. She said she came to thank him for saving her life. But in our hero's mind, he couldn't imagine that it could be a loan shark. Didn't even realize if there could be such a fine collector. Our hero asked if she had not accidentally come to collect a long time. The girl timidly said that she was only a minor and the day before our hero had saved her life, and she came for her future husband. The young man coughed. At this time, the manager of the guards was smiling very much looking at the girl. After our hero coughed, he realized what he was talking about. He remembered. She was the only girl he had fed with the tunyalut fruit mouth to mouth. He hadn't paid attention then and had inadvertently taken advantage of her defenselessness. Our hero waved his guards to leave. They immediately obeyed. Our hero, still coughing, began to assume that the girl had come to them to pay for their kindness, and he thought to himself that she herself had said that she had come for that. And how is she going to pay for it? Our hero has huge ambitions, and he's not going to get married so early. And the girl said she really came to pay for saving a life. She can tell our hero where the marvelous ore is hidden, but the guy tried to understand how she knows it, because she was in that place unconscious, and how she knows that he is looking for the miraculous ore. The girl said that in fact she did not lose consciousness at that moment. And Houchin had taken a homemade detox pill and was more conscious than others. It was then that she heard about the location of the miraculous Linlan ore. Our hero enthusiastically grabbed the girl's hand that contained the pill. Then he said that labor would have to wait because the pill was more important. The guy tried to ask if this girl had prepared the detox pill without proper knowledge. At that moment, when the girl's hand was still in the hand of our hero, she frightened began to say that she really made it herself. After all, she'd learned it from books. Our hero kept trying to believe it, so he repeatedly asked her. He realized that this pill has a couple of flaws, but the fact that she prepared it without a teacher. This girl has the talent to become an alchemist. Our hero immediately asked her if she wanted to become an alchemist, but the girl said that her family was poor and she had to support her parents, so she'd have to work as an honest miner. The guy enthusiastically started offering to take care of her parents for him, and then he said he knew alchemy, so he could take her on as an apprentice. The girl just needs to promise to follow him. The girl stood more and more confused. The young man was already wiping his palms. After all, in every proposal, there was a benefit for him. The benefits of part-time work, part-time training, employees who would always do only his errands. In his mind, he would hire an apprentice to give him more time to practice martial arts. In short, a shameless liar. The girl heard this and was confused. For to her, these sentences had a completely different meaning and character. No, it sounded like that. From now on, they would be one family, perfecting the art of alchemy together, a sweet couple, or even a proposal of marriage. The young lady thought our hero wanted to take her as his wife, but nevertheless, she agreed to the guy's proposal and promised to follow him. And so they went somewhere. Our hero laughed and told the girl that she'd have to do a good job. He thought he had found a good labor force, and the girl thought she had found a good husband. A few days later, Fengming City. Sanchu drove our hero's horse and said that he didn't expect that they'd come up with the idea of selling iron ore in Fengming. He then asked how much he wanted to sell. Calmly began to say that he needed to sell so much that he could pay off the moneylenders in peace. So he asked not to go overboard with the quantity. With a thumbs up, he asked to sell for a certain amount. The guards and their manager were shocked, so Sanchu timidly asked, "Is it really necessary to sell for 1,000 gold?" Then he thought about it and said, "Even though it's a bit much, but they have collected enough ore. They just need to sell it off, to get out of debt, and why replenish the ore? If they can find some buyer who wants the ore badly enough, maybe they can get 1,000 gold." But the young man pointed to the paper and said that they needed to sell 10,000 gold pieces of ore. Our hero relied too much on Lin Lan's miraculous ore, although he had postponed the date of repayment of his debt to the moneylenders, but now he owed at least 10,000 gold. At the same time, he somehow looked very calm. The people were terrified it was too much. Their ore was worth 1,000 gold at most, so where would they get so much money? No one would be willing to buy marvelous ore for 10,000 gold. They are doomed. But our hero asked them not to worry, and then asked if there was anything in this world that couldn't be sold. Our hero was just asking them to believe him. He really was overconfident. Then, he and Anhauken worked hard for days on this batch of ore. They improved the quality beyond recognition. Why did he conclude that all the ore would be taken in a matter of seconds? But he and the girl were in too much of a hurry, so they didn't achieve the level of quality they were aiming for. Our hero had hoped that the ore would be gone in seconds, but it wasn't. After hearing the price, the potential customer said that he would not take this marvelous ore for 100 gold pieces because he would be sorry to give such a sum. Huixiangfan, the largest trading store in Fengming City. A man looking at some cobblestone began to say that all people know that the marvelous iron ore is crystal clear and shaped like a gemstone, and then inquired if this cobblestone looked like a gem. Our indignant hero began to accuse the man of being a dilettante and then began to assert that it was indeed a marvelous ore, and the man was not going to back down, so he asked our hero again if what he wanted to say was that he really knew better about ores than he did, and then said that if his pebbles turned out to be marvelous ore, he would bow down to him upside down. The boy took the merchant at his word, and he in turn demanded to be convinced that it was the real miraculous ore. At that moment, the shopkeeper, Treasurer Gar, appeared, a stern man. He demanded that this discussion cease. After all, the young men were here to trade. Then he asked what was the matter. The merchant took our hero's boulder and presented it to Koznazi and said that our hero wanted to sell them fake marvelous ore, and said that our hero says that if he doesn't buy anything from him, he will sell this ore to him. The man was surprised, and after a few moments the manager kicked our hero and his companion out of the door of the store, telling them to go away and they don't accept counterfeits. The guys just froze at the closed doors. The young man was furious. He flew into the store saying that how dare that man say that our hero's marvelous ore was fake. How furious he made the young man. Our hero's companion held his hand and tried to stop him, saying that he shouldn't do that. Treasurer Gao is an honorable man. He's backed by powerful men. They can't afford to provoke him. Our hero had a 40-centimeter knife in his hand, taken from the guard. The guy stopped and said that the one was really right. Treasurer Gao's power and might is not inferior to their Qin family. The companion, wiping his face sweat, was surprised at how energetic the young master was. The boy put his sword in the scabbard and realized that it was because of this treasurer they had to leave the city and go to another. But he was afraid that during this journey he would again default on his debt. At this time, the chamberlain was listening attentively to the merchant with an important look. If he encounters such deceivers again, he must throw them out at once. Quarrels and disputes with such people will only spoil the reputation of their store. The man bowed and said that he had learned his lesson. Looking at the cobblestone, the owner asked why he put the coal on the counter. It was dirty. Then he realized that it was our hero's miraculous ore. Taking this boulder in his hand, the man asked the seller if there was an ore mine nearby. The man smilingly began to say that yes, there is, but it is the most ordinary iron ore. A piece of iron, in other words. And this charlatan, or rather our hero, wanted to sell it for 10,000 gold pieces, but he's got the wrong guy. He's no fool, so he didn't fall for it. The owner praised him, but the iron ore in the owner's hand began to crack, and in an instant a soft blue light poured from the cracks. The owner tried to shut himself off from such a bright light. He didn't understand what was wrong. The seller, looking at the owner with this bright light, asked snidely if our hero had put a flashlight there. The man went on to say that in so many years of working in the trade, among all the ores he had seen, this was the first time he had heard of the glow of the marvelous ore. It was the charlatan who thought they would fall for it. But the owner smacked the man in the face with all his might. He said he was a jerk and had offended a very important man. The big man dragged the poor merchant by the leg, saying that everything is over. Because of him, our hero offended them. And ordered to prepare the money, they are going to apologize to this important gentleman and hope it's not too late. Our hero and his companion walked somewhere among the rocks. Sanchu asked our hero if he was sure he had met a powerful alchemist and not another Chardon. He just couldn't believe that even after the help of a high-level sastron, they were kicked out in disgrace. One of the guards suggested that because the price was so high, he had a feeling that even if they went through a dozen of these large stores, they still wouldn't sell for the right amount. Another suggested that when they arrived in another city, they should lower the price a little. After hearing all this, our hero said that he thought that the point is that these people are ignorant ignoramuses. He processed the ore too well, and they did not even realize it. In an instant, the young men noticed that they were being chased by the very merchant who had asked them to wait, and then shouted that they were ready to buy back all their marvelous ore. Our hero wondered if they were really ready to buy back all the ore, and if it was really true that they had 10,000 gold. The man bowing at the feet of our hero said that of course they have, and he buys it all. There was a misunderstanding between them, for which he apologizes very much, even brought money. Our hero, with a kind of smirk, said that he really knows about goods. The manager of the guards and the guards themselves were delighted. Someone was actually willing to buy all the ore. They were very lucky, and asked the young lord to agree to such an offer. With a smirk, he said he wasn't ready to sell it to them and apologized. The guards were horrified at what they heard. They did not understand how such a thing was possible. Our hero said that he really wants to sell them all the ore, even right now. But still he is concerned about one question. The man began to ask what makes our hero refuse. Our hero said that this owner's buddy has embarrassed his subordinates a bit. They have a grudge against him, so for their sake he's not willing to sell. And even if he did, they wouldn't let him. The guards, meanwhile, were puzzled. Horrified, actually. After all, our hero accused them of not wanting to sell the labor himself, although it was the first time there was a demand for it. They were very eager to sell the ore, and they were not offended by anyone. The owner walked up to his subordinate and took him by the ear, and the jeer was saying that it was all his fault. He had made the owner and his subordinates angry, so ordered to apologize to them properly. But the man crying began to say that he tried to sell them a fake and asked why he should apologize. The owner angrily began to wonder if what he still dares to call our hero and his goods are fake, and then said that he was blind and a bad salesman. Ordinary miraculous ore is crystal clear and shines like a precious stone. That's because ordinary miracle ore has a lot of useless crystals in it, and they are extremely difficult to remove. It's an illusion that miracle ore is like a gemstone, but in fact, the purer the miraculous ore is, the darker the color. And once you stimulate it with your aura, it will begin to emit light. The higher the quality of the miraculous ore, the stronger it glows. And then he dared to say that it was the best ore he had ever seen in his life. This lecture shocked absolutely everyone present. Our hero's subordinates came to the conclusion that this is a black and strange ore, very rare. This ore is a magnificent level of refinement on which our hero has made an effort. The shopkeeper even suggested that behind our hero is an inscrutable and powerful alchemist. The unfathomable alchemist is our hero. Realize that everyone has now realized that the ore is of the highest quality. Obviously, he and Anhauchen used the method he had been refining for 100,000 years. Since the merchant had realized the value of this ore, he would ask for more. Turning to Treasurer Gao, our hero said that there was no need to apologize. After all, the yokemate was working hard for the good of the entire store. He was so sure he was right that he said, "Yes, if your pebbles turn out to be marvelous Ruta, I will bow to you upside down." And still seated in the saddle, the lad said he might even have said something like that. The owner was shocked by what he heard, and the salesman was even more frightened. And for good reason, because the owner had already clenched his fists to hit the man, but he understood and started to run away. The man hit his subordinate again with all his might, calling him an asshole, and said that if he promised to bow upside down, he should be held accountable for his words. The man went into the standard upside-down bowing pose. He was crying and could not understand why he had been treated so unfairly. At this time, the merchant asked our hero not to be angry at his subordinate. He did not want to break wood, so he offered to buy ore for 30,000 gold pieces. Our hero, waving his hands, began to say that it did not matter that he would be at a slight disadvantage, but would agree in any case, mainly because he, Treasurer Gao, had kept his expensive reputation. The man thanked our hero for his leniency and hoped for further cooperation. The guards were thrilled to finally be rid of the ore, but they did not understand how the young gentleman would be left with 30,000 gold pieces. Some thought that this was the way to become rich. Holding the money in his hands, our hero, with a satisfied face, said that they were rich, because not only the debt would be paid off, but there would be more left over. So they all decided to go shopping, as if they were cool. Then, that there are more things to buy for his martial arts perfection, and he can finally spend money recklessly. Night had fallen on the city, and the full moon illuminated everything around. Lin Lan begged his father to help him. He was humiliated and was on his knees in front of him. Qin Feng had brutalized him, and now he needed help. Now he wanted justice. The guy with long blue hair did not stop crying. There seemed to be absolutely nothing manly left in him. He was telling his father that his son had been humiliated, and his father should avenge it. The boy's father was furious, and his menacing grin reflected this moment. He absolutely did not understand how some passerby dared to frame his son. The son kept crying and begging his father to make it all right. Right now, this scoundrel was in Fengming, and only his father could help him get justice. The man in the black cloak was furious. He pointed his finger at the guy and said, "No father would sit idly by when his son was framed. That asshole will not survive tomorrow," said the father, and promised that to his son. The boy wiped the fake blood from his face, gloating, and realized that he had very cleverly framed his opponent, and now he would be the main witness to his death. Night had also fallen on the Qin family's main estate, but one of the windows was bustling with life. It was our protagonist who was meditating and thinking that the pills his father had given him were quite good. Thanks to them and the reading of the gods, he could rise to the 5th level of the Qi and blood realm. Energy began to fill his body, and he realized that the 5th level of the Qi and blood realm was just around the corner. He gradually grew stronger and realized that he would definitely be able to change the sad fate of his previous life. As in an instant, some sharp sound was able to distract him from his deep thoughts. Thanks to his divine sense, our hero realized that there was some movement outside the house. As if through a thermal imager, he saw 2 silhouettes that were sneaking towards him. He smiled broadly, and fixing his suit said that he didn't invite anyone today. But since they dared to invade his personal space, he would fight them and see how much his strength would increase. The 2 men stood outside the house and thought about their next plan of action. One of them was already looking out the window to see where our hero was. The other was saying that he would distract his attention, and then the other guy would rush in and kill him. They were ready to attack and put their weapons forward, but suddenly something happened that scared them. Our hero opened the door with all his might. His rivals were very much frightened and surprised at the same time. It seemed that their plan was not destined to come true. At the same time, our hero smiled broadly and told his rivals that apparently he was the man they were looking for today. The stealthy killers began to ask him how he did it, to which our hero answered them that he had learned of their arrival before they came in. The men looked at him angrily through their masks and were ready to destroy him at any cost. He scratched the back of his head and told them that even though they were killers, they didn't stand a chance. In fact, he went out to practice on them. The men were very taken aback. The man in the blue armband looked at our hero prejudicially and said that he was just a scum at the 5th level of the Qi and blood stage, and he would definitely not be able to practice on them. But the second masked man told our hero that they had never killed another person before, but this was the first time the prey had come to them with open arms. Our hero told them that everything happens the first time, and in general he is going to fight for the first time in his life. Since in his previous life he had given all his attention and energy to alchemy, he had not had to fight anyone for 100,000 years. It was time for him to try out the results of his work. The ninja men were very much surprised at such boldness of the boy. Was this really the first time he would fight now? The man in the blue cloak expressed his desire to kill this boy. The masked man didn't really resist. He just wanted to let the upstart know that he was mistaken. The man drew his sword and started swinging it in different directions, apparently to intimidate our hero even more. But that didn't faze the boy. He got even more excited and filled with the desire to destroy the offender. It's just a fight, and in the study of martial arts, sooner or later face it. He must accumulate as much combat experience as possible in order to fight better. The man's arms were bare and one could see his muscles. Behind him, some creature appeared as if created from a stream of pure energy. It warned our hero that he was at level 8. He had killed at least 80 people. His brother was surprised that the boy would use his powerful skills to deal with this weak boy. But the man was undeterred, for he must do his best and not take his opponent lightly. Our hero stood, and on his face there was not an ounce of fear. He was ready for any outcome of this fight. The men realized that our hero wouldn't get away with it. After all, he's only level 5. And our guy was very happy that finally his first battle in 100,000 years was happening. He advanced his fist to meet his opponent, and something was about to happen. And what happened was that his opponent was on the ground with no chance of getting up. The man slammed into the stone floor, and his partner tried to understand how this could have happened. Our hero tried to act surprised. And then he began to joke and said that he just hit the man, and the man himself was weak and not involved in the death, but the man was in a panic. Now the hero squinted a little and apologized, saying that he didn't feel the charm from the long and exhausting fight and offered to fight again. The assassin squinted his eyes even more. He tried to understand what our hero was talking about. The killer clearly wanted to attack our hero, even called him a jerk and said all that he thought, and our hero offered revenge in the form of a fight. But the guy decided that it's never too late to avenge his brother and ran away after saying goodbye. Our hero tore off the kush, then thought that with the construction of the foundation can be finished, especially he did not expect that the reading of the gods will make his own power so powerful. And then he thought, why not follow that assassin and find out who sent those 2 assholes to kill him? At this time, in the Lord Mansion of Fengming City, the young man came down from the wall and remembered that the assassin had run there and disappeared, and the person who ordered the assassination should be there. In an instant, the young man turned around in surprise and noticed that someone was standing next to him. There was a man reaching out to our guy with an arrow through his chest and an arrow in his back, asking for help. But barely had time to finish his sentence, the guy dropped dead, but there was only one thing unclear: whether the customer gets rid of his people himself. At that time, people were coming with torches and shouting that a thief had got into the house and he should be caught immediately. All these people were around our hero, who did not understand what was happening. Our hero was surrounded by, unfortunately, all these people were masters of 8th level ki and blood. Behind our hero was already the worst enemy, who did not stop gloating and threatening. The guy with a gloating smile asked Qin Feng, did he come there because he failed to finish him? But our hero only smirked. He did not understand why he did not immediately guess that this bastard had sent those assassins. I concluded to myself that Lin Lan wanted him dead. The two stood in the middle of the formed circle. Lin Lan pretended not to understand what our hero was talking about, said that she knew that the guy came there, directly to the mansion of the lord of the city to kill him, and the guy really noted to himself, where is? A map of Fengming City formed in our hero's mind, and he thought that the ruler of the city was supported by his family, and Lin Lan dared to use his family and the lord's mansion, so he wondered, does he want to use the power of the city lord to plot against him? At this moment, someone pulled out a cold weapon from the body of the young man who was asking for our hero's help. It was a stern-looking man who asked our hero if he had called him. This is the lord of Fengming City. He wiped the weapon with a handkerchief and turned to Lin Lan and asked him to be careful if he wanted to kill someone, because if he screws up, no one is going to wipe up after him. The guy smiled guiltily and said to his father that I was a little over the top. Our hero was very surprised, so he asked if the man was not on the side of his family. The man laughed and asked where this information came from because it's been so many years and his family is still so serious about small favors that they once did him. And then the two thugs were ordered to get rid of our hero, whom they bent almost to the earth. And leaning over to our hero, he said that his former fiancée had not only advanced greatly in the development of martial arts, but also was going to become the concubine of the third prince, and her plans to displace the family of our hero, deprive it of power, and raise the Lin family in its place, making it one of the 5 strongest families. And pointing his finger at the young man, he gloated unbelievably, and said that the Lin family had a great future, and no one cared about the Qin family, which was also going through hard times. The young man was beyond furious. At this time, behind his father's back, Lin Lan could not stop laughing, but still managed to ask the man what he intended to do to our hero. The man asked not to worry, said that he would use a legitimate reason not to interfere in the affairs of the Qin family, and still get rid of our hero. At night in the city lord's mansion in the stone dungeon, the guy tried to meditate, realizing that he was careless this time, especially not expecting the city lord to side with the Lin family. But in an instant, a noise broke up and the guy tried to realize what it was. And it was a happy Sanchu, who somehow climbed through the stone wall. He was happy to see the young lord. Our hero tried to understand what was going on there, but the young man said that he could not come, especially the hotel was taken under arrest. A moment later, the guy was already rushing to our hero, trying to change how on the gentleman was able to do such a stupid thing, but the young man could not understand what the problem. The guy leaned to the young man's ear and said that the people in the mansion of the city lord are discussing the formation of Lin Shuan's scissor third prince, and that because of this news, our hero fell into hatred and killed 2 members of the royal family, so the guy will be executed in the morning. Qin Feng thought about it and realized that they were all good excuses for his death, but in fact was ready to be exiled or something like that. Well did not expect that the lord of the city actually used the royal family to kill him and just to serve the Lin family. Right now, the Ye family was the family that was the strongest. Even if they said that they wanted to execute him on their behalf, it would be the same, because the top Qin family would only have to be angry, but nothing to say in opposition. Sanchu was already panicking. He suggested that the young master run away through the hole he had just dug. Well, instead of running away, the young man nestled against the wall and said that no one from the royal family he did not kill, and is not guilty, so he is not going to run down the hole, tried to convey to our hero that they have no time to think about such things. And the young man proudly grinned and said that he is a member of the Qin family, cannot just go away, he must get out of this situation with dignity. In a moment, the guards heard some sound and decided to go look into the camera of our hero, who was already pushing the guy back into the dug hole. But the young man did not want to run away without the young master. But the guards looked into the cell of our hero, did not notice anything suspicious. Even Nara was thrown on the straw. And our hero reflected on the fact that it was quite unexpected to learn that his family would put so much effort to bail out such an unfeeling, ungrateful man. Especially Lin Lan recognized him as his father, so there is nothing else to do. The guy shoving something through the window said that nowhere to put it on him to use extreme measures. He then threw that something somewhere in the distance. A few moments later, our hero's last name lit up in the sky in fiery letters. In an instant, the prison was in an uproar. Our hero sat seemingly completely unmoving. He could hear the indignation of the guards. And right in front of him was an incredible struggle. A second later, in front of our hero, knights bowed their heads and swords. This is the main guard group of the Qin family, who were trying to understand what happened. Our hero said with a smirk, "Just someone who relies on his daddy too much." The true martial arts masters bowed their heads to our hero. Early in the morning, on the way to the execution site, our hero's men cheered each other up as best they could. The head of the guards said that the young lord had figured it all out and had escaped from the prison on his own, and the guards immediately supported all this. The boys were approaching the crowd, and the head guard was trying to convince himself that there was no way his young master could be dead. But at the beginning of the crowd, one of the boys pointed his finger up and shouted that someone had already been hanged in the morning. The morning began not with coffee, but with a gallows. Our hero's subordinates immediately burst into tears because they could not believe their eyes and did not understand how this could happen. They all fell to their knees and cried. They were ashamed in front of the guy for not being with him in the last moments of his life. At the same moment, our hero appeared scratching the back of his head. He was glad that Sanchu had finally appeared in front of him, but did not understand why he was crying. The guy asked if the assistant had brought breakfast, and he could not answer at all from surprise. And in an instant, the guy and the guard swooped down on our hero with hugs. They were happy that our hero was alive, but did not understand how it happened. Qin Feng tried to get rid of the hovering people. He was embarrassed, because there were people around, but replied that Lin Lan wanted to kill him with the help of his godfather, but he could not, pointing his finger upwards, and he also informed that after all, godfather was not as good as his. Therefore, Lin Lan had now lost his godfather. It was a city lord who could no longer be saved at all. Sanchu was a bit at a loss. He didn't understand how the young lord managed to do this alone. The lad pointed to the thing his father had given him and asked his assistant if he knew what it was. The young man immediately realized that it was a Qin family martial order. The Qin family's battle order is equivalent to the treasure of military might. The Qin family's main guard group only need to see the sign of the battle order, and then they will arrive and obey the sender's order unconditionally. But still, the aide couldn't understand what was next and what order our hero had given. The young man sniggered and couldn't understand how they still didn't understand, so he reported that Lin Lan and the others dared to kill him. Clearly, our hero wouldn't just leave everything to chance. So in the end, everyone was mercilessly killed. And after a while, it was the turn of the city's lord. The masters destroyed the city lord's mansion and made his body experience several circles of hell. But it was a pity that our hero's father had worked so hard for so many years and only received one battle order, because now that it was used up, he was left with only one empty shell, although the death of the lord brought him so much pleasure. Sanchu could not calm down, so he asked what happened to Lin Lan. Our hero smirked and offered to go after him. This kid was being smeared with food and poked with fingers. People didn't like him either. He begged the people to stop, but it was as if they had gone crazy and were not even going to stop. After admitting his defeat, the young man cried and raised his hands, admitting that he had falsely accused Qin Feng. He was to blame for all the troubles. Our acquaintances came up to him, and they were very much amused by what was happening. How much this poor fellow had received from the people. Apparently, they did not like him very much. The young gentleman was offered to get rid of the traitor. Well, our hero only waved his hand. He was too merciful today. And this man has a lot of power. And if the young gentleman kills his rival, he will not get away with it. He will be caught and punished. Our hero's comrade thought it was a big mistake not to kill the bastard. You should do anything to him as long as he doesn't die because he deserves it. The young gentleman was very much impressed by the fact that his subordinates sometimes seemed to be more cruel than himself. At certain moments, the boys turned into devils who did not know such words as regret and fear. The poor guy was still in the wall. He had no idea what was going to happen to him. Although the best solution was to just leave, because our hero had to prepare a new plan. The guys were leaving and he was still shackled and humiliated. In this state, he sat up until the night, and it seemed that no one wanted to save him. As soon as the full moon rose in the sky, help came from where it was not expected. It seemed as if his head was about to be chopped off, along with his bulging eyes. The axe was already a few centimeters away from his face, and it seemed that the fate of the offender was sealed. Master Lin was freed from the shackles of contempt and humiliation. He had come to be rescued. Men began to lift him from the earth, notifying him that it was their own, and he need not worry. Master Lin's sister is engaged to the Royal Highness the Third Prince, and now Master Lin must go to the capital. The man realized that now he finally had helpers and could take revenge on that nasty Qin Feng. Now Master Lin can take revenge on his assailant. After all, the prince must help him destroy Qin Feng's family. Well, the man who sent the prince was not very happy with this solution to the problem. But the master did not retreat. He continued to assure the people who came after him that in the future he will ask the emperor to give his servants half of the iron ore mined in the country. Thinking of the amount of money that could be made, the servants realized that this was their chance. They can get promoted, earn money, and get a lot of respect. Excellent martial artist went to meet our hero, and now I wonder how he'll survive. In the Qin family's medical garden, there was a sepulchral silence. The young master was lying on the bed in the arms of a young beauty. His body and hands were bound for some unknown reason. His buddy was holding him as if on a leash, as if something was about to happen and our hero would snap out of it. The girl was already sound asleep. Our hero opened his eyes to remember what happened 2 hours ago. Our hero was customizing a doll that looked just like him, and he was telling his friends that he wanted to go to the Misty Forest. But everyone started to warn him that there are a lot of dangers in the Misty Forest. The Misty Forest is full of poisonous gas, and there are countless poisonous insects and beasts. The medicine garden at that time belonged to the Mist Forest, and in order to take a tiny part of the Mist Forest, the family sacrificed hundreds of warriors. To make a long story short, people should not go to the Misty Forest at all, so they tied up the young master so that he wouldn't escape into the forest. Yes, it's nice to be in the arms of a beautiful girl, but it's not nice to have someone decide for you what you should do. Our hero's thoughts were interrupted by a strange sound. In the middle of the night, someone was walking in their yard. The Lord felt a divine sensation, and his eyes lit up with a bright yellow color. It was the same 2 great warriors who were tasked with destroying our hero. They had dealt with the guards and were ready to receive the bounty on our hero's head. After the guards were no longer dangerous to them, they headed towards the Lord's house. Our hero, realizing that his house had been invaded by the masters of the hardening stage, realized that he was now in huge trouble, for not one of his guards would be able to resist them. He got out of the shackles and was ready to leave, because if they fight here, all the people in the medical garden will be involved, and he can't put them in danger. The warriors of the hardening stage saw our hero and were already heading towards him. They were determined because money was the most important motivation for them right now. Behind Ma acts, and in a couple of seconds our hero will be without a head. And indeed it happened. The young lord's head flew into the air like a soccer ball. One of the warriors reached out his hand to the trophy to take it because that way he could prove what he had done. But something surprised him very much. It wasn't a real head, it was a wooden puppet. Those dumb-headed guys stood there staring at the wooden statue, realizing the fact that the hero had escaped, leaving them fooled. Our hero was very happy that he was able to trick two masters in the hardened stage of an ordinary puppet, but he needed magic fruit to escape them. When the men noticed that their target was slipping right out of their hands, they became enraged, and our hero seemed to flirt with them. He took his trusty steed and decided that the best way would be to just ride away. Yes, indeed, that's the only way to save his friends. After all, angry hunters will destroy all in their path, our hero will leave, they will have to catch up with him. And so it happened. Money-hungry guys rushed on the heels of our hero, and he only threw dust in their eyes. It was an unusual dust. It was magic pink dust. After all, the hunters didn't realize that it was pointless to rush after an alchemist who was 100,000 years old. They fell behind him and fell to the ground, closing their eyes in pain. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to continue hunting anytime soon. Yes, our hero was a genius because the fruit pollen of the fruit would deprive them of their sight for a while, and during this time he would be able to escape. But it wasn't that simple because our hero once again felt the feeling of divine sensation. And thanks to the magic technique, he can see at night as if it were daytime, so he can ride his horse more safely. The magic pollen didn't work as well as it should have. His pursuers were waiting for him in the tree. In an instant, they rushed at him with all their best weapons. With a doomed look, our hero stared off into the distance, but we know he's not going to die now. There's been an explosion of unknown force in the woods that tells us something unusual. Once again, the warriors had failed utterly. Our hero was unharmed. But only they themselves did not know it, because the pollen of the fruit still acted on their eyes. They naively thought that they had killed our hero, but unfortunately, they did not know that it was his horse. Our hero realized something, in particular, that if the hunters thought they had caught up with him, they had not mistaken him for a horse. So they're hunter-killers who hunt by scent, and they have their own animal spirits. The guy was able to pull off the dummy trick, not because the hunters are stupid, because they're hunting his scent, and he was able to do the same with the horse. They're back on our hero's trail, and if two hunters smell the scent, the prey has very little chance of escaping. The guy began to tear his clothes, as this is one of the ways to hide from the pursuit, because in this case the hunters will be confused with his scent. The hunters realized how our hero wanted to hide from them, but this way caused them only laughter, even if they are blind. Even if our hero is throwing clothes with his scent, he still has only one way to escape from them, and they know it. What our hero saw before him didn't make him very happy. It was the misty forest, a forbidden place for the living. A forest that was both frightening and enticing with its violet glow. Our hero realized that he had taken a wrong turn, and now he had one chance to save himself. The hunters were getting closer and closer to him every second. They realized that the guy couldn't jump off the cliff because as soon as he did, the poisonous gas would kill him. As the fruit wore off, the hunters regained their sight. They assured the lad who would kill him quickly, so he shouldn't jump into the forest and die painfully. Only the lad was not agreeable to this kind of death. He crushed the fruit and jumped into the unknown, into the forest that could kill him. As he flew down, the young man once again shouted that he would never give up and would not die a dog's death. But the pursuers froze on the rock. They did not understand why our hero chose such a death. The young man flew into the misty forest. One of the killers suggested that our hero thinks that he is some kind of protagonist of the story and will survive if he jumps off the cliff, and the other confirmed such assumptions, because the poisonous fog will immediately kill the guy. And after that, the villains laughed loudly. It was funny that a young gentleman from the strongest family would die from some fog. And the young man could not stop admiring. He was sorry that he had not come there sooner. The boy with interest began to study everything. There were medicinal plants aged 1,000 years and looked fresh, poisonous difficult flowers also aged several thousand years, and a lot of spiritual herbs. But the guy himself realized that these two bastards thought that he was dead. Well, let it be, because it was him in the forest, really deadly. The guy beforehand drank the juice of the Tianluo fruit. It is the easiest way to protect himself from the fog. And now this forest is not only safe for him, even saved his life. The effect of the fruit may not last long, but there are so many high-quality spiritual herbs out there, so you have to prepare a defense from what you have on hand. You're a genius alchemist like our hero. It's a simple matter. This kind of spiritual herb is only worthy of our hero, so it's time to get started. 2 hours later, the guy was still shamanizing something, but in an instant he heard a certain rustle. It was a red raccoon dog that is very hard to catch. It seems that the effect of the pill that the guy had prepared to scare away the animals was so strong that it made this animal faint. Our hero had been thinking for a very long time about how to deal with those two bastards, but he still hadn't come up with anything. But now there was a point. Early the next morning, the poisonous fog at the edge of the swamp cleared, and those two were already heading into the forest. They wanted to find the dead body of our hero. In one chapter, one of the two men noticed a guy. It was even assumed that he had been tormented by the local miasmas before his death. So one of the men decided to take the head as proof. But at the same moment, our hero jumped up and pointed the thing in the direction of the villains. They were naturally very surprised and did not immediately realize that our hero is not dead. Our hero jumped back some distance. One of the assassins came to the conclusion that the guy is very weak because of poisoning, and the other decided that because of the poisonous fog, the young man in the extreme dumbed down, see short-distance attacks stealthily. Qinfeng crossed his arms and smiled as he thought about whether he could really make a mistake, because he was at the stage of qi and blood, and it was difficult for him to injure his opponents. But as professional hunters, they should know something about swamp poisons. Therefore, one asked, smiling excitedly, what would happen if the blood of the red raccoon dog collided with the miasma tree in the sunlight? One laughed loudly, saying that it was too obvious. A new poisonous mist would be produced. And the other continued, saying that if such a thing were to appear, 10 breaths would be enough to make even practitioners of the stake stage to die. But the red raccoon dog is agile and cunning enough to be almost impossible to catch. Meanwhile, our hero at this time, still smiling gloatingly, started the countdown. These two hunters noticed this behavior of our hero, noticed the fog that appeared out of nowhere, and were very frightened. And almost immediately the two realized what was going on. One still managed to guess and put the puzzle together, so he shared this guess with his partner, saying that our hero smeared the blood of a red raccoon dog on the darts, and the tree of miasmas has already started to produce poisonous fog, and they unknowingly started to inhale the fog. Meanwhile, our hero continued to talk, for unfortunately for the boys, last night he had accidentally picked up a red raccoon dog, and yes, the target of the dart shooting was not the killers, but the tree of miasmas. A couple minutes ago, while the boy was playing dead, the only thing to do was to risk pretending to let the two men get close, shoot, and then create a distraction so they wouldn't realize what he'd done. These two killers wouldn't stop giving up. They were going to take our hero with them. And the guy looked very peaceful. He even had a little fun on one side, because the guys noticed what was happening only now. But he opened his eyes wide and said it was too late. And just at that moment, one of the men's mouths spurted blood. The scoundrels did not have enough to reach our hero a couple of steps, as they collapsed dead. Our hero, already looking at these corpses, it seemed even sighed with regret. After all, if these people were ordinary people, the poisonous fog would not have acted so quickly. But for the two of them, hunters, specializing in a keen sense of smell, the deadly effect of the fog came almost instantly. At one point, an incredible number of red eyes appeared behind our guy. They were raccoon dogs, and the guy apologized to the kid for taking a little blood without his permission. And as a good apology, he gave him 2 killers to tear apart, while he thought about the fact that not only had he dealt with potential enemies, but he had also picked up a lot of useful spiritual herbs. At this time in the medical garden, our hero's closest aide couldn't believe what some gentleman was telling him, namely that our hero was dead. This was the guy who had freed Lin Lan, therefore. He threw our hero's item as proof. It was the young master's horse saddle. There was blood on it. The scoundrel Lin Lan tried to hold back his smile, but still said that they found this saddle next to a pool of blood in the forest, and almost a relative confirmed the words, said that the young master was seriously wounded and fled to the misty forest. Sanchu mumbled something like the young master had said the day before that he was going to the misty forest, and the girl collapsed to her knees and almost cried. Lin Lan was jubilant, but still held back. He could not calm down, so he said that he admired Qin Feng, because not everyone can dare to enter the misty forest alone. Sanchu was furious when he heard that Lin Lan was going to discuss the nuances, and since our hero is dead in his opinion, so the iron mine is returned to him, and the medical garden is simply transferred to him. And he immediately sent the royal guard at the boy and the girl. They poked at them with their weapons. Amir Zayevich continued to speak, said that from now on he would take care of all Qin Feng's property. The guy could not understand how this scoundrel had lured the royal troops to his side, because now he was impossible to resist. But in an instant, Lin Lan was incredibly surprised to hear a familiar voice that said that he would take care of his property and no one has the right to meddle in his affairs. It was our hero himself, who could not calm down. He was amused by the fact that Mirzaev and the royal guard is already asking for help. His friends were surprised at his appearance. The girl immediately rushed into the arms of the guy, who could not contain her emotions and asked where he was such a long time. The young man replied that everything was fine and just decided to take a walk in the misty forest. Lin Lan would be incredibly furious. He did not understand how our hero went to the misty forest and did not die there. And the guy smiled even wider and said that he had just walked in the misty forest, but he also acted surprised why he had to die there. The young man was clear that these two assassins were sent by Lin Lan, who was incredibly surprised. Almost immediately, our hero was approached by a member of the royal family, who asked if our hero knew which family he represented, and then informed him that they had come to discuss the ownership of the iron mine. Sanchu was a little confused, realizing that this eunuch represented the royal family of Yi. The young lord could not put anything in opposition to him. He would only have to obey, for he would have to deal with the royal family. But the young lad informed with a wide smile that he didn't care who anyone there represented. The guy portrayed an unpleasant, gloating smile and informed that he was in too bad a mood today. He had dared to be pissed off and almost killed. Even if someone standing in front of him was from the Qin family, you would still kill. Our hero leaned on Lin Lan's shoulder and turned to the eunuch and asked if he knew that a few days ago the lord of the city was hanged, and he belonged to the Qin family. He thought it would be better to go along with the Lin family, since it joined the royal family and supported the idea of killing our hero. It seemed that our hero's capillaries were about to burst, but he kept talking. That night, the young man activated the Qin family's military order. The lord's mansion in the city was completely destroyed. It was our hero's order. And last night, he was walking in the misty forest, and there were two men who appeared out of the blue and wanted to kill him. And looking at the frightened faces of these two men, Qin Feng finally said that he used another Qin family military order. The masters cut them into pieces and fed them to the wild animals. And coming almost close to the eunuch, threatened him that if he dared to provoke him again, then the guy will launch a military order on him. And then, as if nothing happened, asked what they wanted to discuss with him. The eunuch could barely restrain himself not to scream. He did not understand how the assassins he had sent up were dead, and why the puzzle had been put together in his head, because without this military order, the guy would not have been able to get out of the forest. Our hero still continued to poke this order of the cheek of the man, who realized that he had already felt on his own skin how terrible the military order of the Qin family order. More, he does not want to go through such a thing. Then nervously swallowed. A moment later, the eunuch began to smile sweetly and bowed, saying that he really represents the royal family, yeah, and came to our hero with a simple visit. Lin Lan took the example and also began to bow. All the people standing in front of our hero wished him and his family incredible prosperity. Later, our hero said that the medical garden was a mess, so he apologized for not taking them there, and the men also began to apologize for leaving. Sanchu couldn't hold back his laughter as he watched people rushing out of the courtyard thinking our hero was crazy. After this guy turned to our hero with a question whether this order can be used several times, although earlier he said that you can only once. Looking at this thing said that this is just a shell casing and it was left from the same military order, and all this was just a bluff. The girl asked her teacher where he went at night and then added that she was very worried. The boy repeated what he had said earlier. Sanchu asked not to lie to them, because the misty forest is a forbidden place, and especially the guy is not at the level of strength to get there and get out alive, especially where is this harvest of spiritual countries, which our hero is always talking about. The young man smiled and pointed back to some form of appearance, saying that he had gathered so many medicinal herbs that he had to dress up the horse that had already arrived with them. The poor animal was already collapsing from helplessness. There was an incredible amount of herbs, all of low quality, and the people were happy that the young master had not deceived them and had actually traveled to the misty forest alone. Yawning, the young lord said that she was very tired and wanted to go rest and asked to unload all these herbs. There were more herbs than their medicinal garden produces in a year of active work. Sanchu was impressed, for he never seems to be able to understand the young master's methods, and the girl never ceased to admire our hero. A few days after the incident in the misty forest, Lin Lan was taken to the capital for the wedding of his sister and the third prince, and I received an order from the third prince and placed the family guards in the city to stand at the ready. In the carriage, the scoundrel reasoned that he tried too much to get rid of our hero, all in vain. At this time, the young man sat and reasoned that despite the fact that the city is controlled by the Qin family, the royal family begins to interfere in their bodies and place troops in it. Apparently, the family began to fear him. The other justification for the placement of troops, the guy cannot find another excuse. Yes, and sit still too cannot. The boy asked the chief of guards to double the guards' monthly wages from now on. The boy even began to stammer and asked where such generosity came from. The young man, smiling gloatingly, ordered to form a squad, and then they would go to clear the misty forest. The head of the guard could not believe his ears. Because it was impossible to get out of there alive, the young man asked him not to worry, because first you need to gather good guys in one squad, and the details will be known later. According to the memories of our hero, now is the age when he will begin to actively clean up such wastelands, so our hero needs to start now to train his subordinates to defend the wastelands, so he can build his own professional army and increase control over the city. The next day, one of the guys in the squad asked the young lord if he wanted to supply them with medicine and send them to clean up the wasteland in the misty forest, and some of them thought it was a joke. But our hero was more serious than ever, so he answered that to form a team to clean up the wasteland, it would be necessary to be selected, and after being trained, the squad would receive triple wages. Hearing the amount, people were not so indignant, asked who will train them, and assumed that it will be Sanchu. Our hero thought about it, because the formation of the squad is quite a responsible task. Therefore, the young man decided that he would be responsible for them personally. People were puzzled and began to whisper a little. They all turned around and left, because they believed that the guy is unlikely to defeat them, will be able to, yes, and also wants to teach something. But the young man did not understand this behavior. Qin Feng tried to shout to stop the man, and standing nearby, Sanchu thought about the fact that the young master has a damaged body, and his foundation cultivation is the weakest among the guards of the medical garden. Yes, and moreover, he is some too unconvincing, still wants to teach them something. But our hero did not despair. He ordered his close aide to go with him, because they need to buy weapons for the squad, in short, to prepare material for mopping up the wasteland. The order was accepted. Sanchu followed his master and thought about how lucky he was to escape the misty forest alive, but wondered if he really thought he was a genius. Now the action was taking place in a restaurant, and they were discussing a forgery of the Qin family's military order. The man bowed to the other and said, "According to the investigation, our hero only had one martial order and used it while he was in Fengming," and the man sitting down finished the sentence by saying that, in other words, the young man had tricked them. After saying that, he became incredibly angry and threw everything on the floor with a single swing. The bowl with its contents immediately shattered. The medicinal herb gatherer of the Qin family's main branches said with incredible anger that the man had spilled tea on his feet, but the man didn't seem to care at all. And the medicinal herb gatherer, asking to forget about our hero, saying that because of him, he had lost his authority and was no longer relied on. So waving his fists, he was already heading towards the man, hoping for a developed T on his boots. The man sitting at the table stopped the punch with one hand. The man once again inquired, "From what family is the herb picker?" And then I wondered if our hero had somehow messed him up too. And then the man burst. He replied that because of him, he almost lost everything. The guy received a lot of attention in the Qin family, and because he harvested too much fruit Tianluo, our hero has to this man with a sworn enemy. The man immediately smiled and said that the herb gatherer, they are in the same position. Then smilingly said that he also wanted to kill our hero and offered to join him. During the conversation, this man from the royal family realized that our hero's teacher is an alchemist, and after learning this, everything started to make sense. The herb gatherer said that everything is correct and asked what the alchemist needs most, thus answering her question said that the alchemist always needs spiritual herbs, and to destroy our hero, they must first destroy his medical garden. Answered that their family represents the royal family, and if one of their family destroys from our hero, it can handle the war between the royal family and the family and Qin. Well, the collector did not get away. He was obsessed with the idea of destroying the medicinal garden and asked if he knew anything about the boiling blood pill. The boiling blood pill attracts ferocious beasts, and recently it was the Iron Bull migration season, so they wouldn't say a word if the medical garden was leveled by the Iron Bulls. So leaning closer noticed that these pills are expensive, and the royal family has money, but the man knows where to buy them. He did not have time to finish, as the representatives of the royal family immediately agreed. He was ready to spend as much money as he wanted to kill our hero. At this time, our hero decided to use a portion of the fruit to prepare 20 body-hardening pills. Ordinary alchemists often have to refine them several times because preparing body-hardening pills is a very complicated process. But for our hero, the pill god, it would be easy, because in his time he had mixed hundreds of spiritual herbs. Not to mention how easy it was for him to process spiritual materials. A short while later, he had already prepared 24 pills, and they were of the highest quality. Normally, the probability of success would not exceed 2%, but thanks to his skills, he was able to handle everything 100%. The quality of a pill is rated from 1 to 10, and then thought that the quality of the pills he had prepared was 9. It had been so many tens of thousands of years since he had prepared such cheap pills. If one were to put such high-quality periods on the market, there would be many questions for him. But if one wanted to sell the pill, one would have to find a way to lower their quality. Our hero's body was already undergoing divine advancement. He had advanced to the 6th level of the sea and blood stage. It was a tremendous power. The body-tempering pill combined with the divine advancement had an excellent effect. Now one must take a period to calm the body. This way the guy could set the combat power to a new level and get rid of the possibility of damaging the body, because continuous advancement in a short period of time was too dangerous. Therefore, the guy immediately seized another pill in his mouth. Well, in order to become the first people to start exploring the wastelands, they must fight not for life, but for death. At this time, the girl stood outside the room where our hero was and thought, has the young man overcome his cultivation foundation? Her gaze, one would think that she was in despair, but she recalled hearing Brother Sanchu say that it had been over a month since our hero's defeat at the top of the mountain, and that defeat had traumatized him greatly, and then wondered, had he begun to work hard to regain everything he had lost? And then it seemed she took all her strength in her fist and firmly decided that she wanted to help the young master immediately. She would not let anyone bother him. At this time, outside the medical garden in the forest, someone shouted an alarm and that ferocious beasts were approaching. It was worth immediately preparing for battle. The girl froze in incomprehension. But waking up from the shock, she could not understand where they could come from. She was more worried that the young master had not yet completed the breakthrough. At this time, the spears were breaking like twigs. People couldn't stand up to this iron bull at all because his defenses are too strong. An iron bull with incredible strength, speed, and power crushed everything in its path. But then, out of nowhere, an arrow came flying. directly aimed at the Iron Bull. What they saw shocked people. It was a girl who fired one arrow after another. The guards were happy and realized that it was not for nothing that the young master had bought a crossbow recently, but the other guard didn't seem to be happy about it. Because the Iron Bull became even more furious and began to crush even more, so the people made him even angrier. At this time, the herb picker was watching what was happening and laughing. The man was happy that they were so lucky, because it was an Iron Bull barbarian, which even a master of the staked stage would be difficult to cope with. And the man from the royal family, and in general openly living death to our hero. The Iron Bull was rushing straight at the girl. But she wasn't going to stop, so she kept releasing arrows from the crossbow. But they only bounced off the monster. The guards were very afraid for the young lady, so they shouted at her to run away. She was not going to retreat, for she intended to help the young gentleman and certainly would not let the letter pass her by. And herself, while attacking, she thought about the fact that even if she died in battle, she still would not retreat. The girl crushed her sword against the iron head of the bull. And these splinters cut into her body. Naturally, the girl was badly wounded and bounced back. The young lady lay helplessly at the hoof of the monster. And the men couldn't wait for the moment when they would finally find our hero. The bull's horns were already right at the young lady's pretty face. But the girl opened her eyes when someone asked where the creature came from, and it was our hero. The guards were astonished at what they saw, and they were surprised that our hero grabbed the girl and flew across the sky. The guy was very angry, because the man who infringed on the lives of his subordinates deserves death. When he got down to the roof, the caring guy asked Houchin if she was all right. The girl was fine. So letting her go to her feet and looking at the ferocious iron monster, he asked her to leave everything to him. The girl said was about to cry again. She claimed that the young man would not be able to handle him. After all, the bull's strength is at the 3rd level of the scrambled stage, half a step away from the 7th level of the sea and blood stage, so he definitely could not be defeated. Qin Feng smilingly asked not to be afraid. After all, it's not the realms of strength. He dared to rampage in his realm, so should he let it go unpunished? The men who wanted to kill our hero could not stand still and smiled. One of the men noticed that our hero had sent the chief guard with his subordinates for some shopping, so he has a shortage of guards, which is another advantage. At that moment, the young man jumped off the roof right in front of the horns of the Iron Bull. The guards were already shrieking in terror, for the beast had taken the young lord by surprise. They asked him not to go towards them. And the men kept on stabbing our hero to death. At this time, the young man wondered why everyone was panicking and couldn't understand if the bull had such a thick skin. But not a second later, the guy went to his opponent to tear him apart. A few swings and the blood rushed out. It all happened incredibly fast. The young man left his weapon in the back of the Iron Bull. The men were incredibly angry. They thought such a virginity impossible. They did not understand how the guy broke through the armor of the Iron Bull. And the guards did not stop asking questions. How could the young master use martial arts of such a level, whether he was just hardening his body or thanks to pills? The girl covered her mouth in delight and astonishment. She didn't understand. What kind of lord I have who is only at the key and blood stage could do such a thing? The guy understood that normally martial artists could only use weapons combined with QE at the hairpin stage, but the guy, with the help of divine providence, broke through the barrier and reached the 7th level. In his previous life, he was familiar with the best martial arts skills but couldn't use them. But in this life, the opposite is true. Our hero had finally fully learned everything and could put it into practice. However, the Iron Bull did not want to experience everything at all. On the contrary, the young man was eager to experience the martial arts ray of light. The animal was amazed at the speed and agility of the guy. The guards also couldn't watch their young master getting so close, so they tried to stop him with shouts. In an instant, the bull was on the prowl. The blonde-haired girl was already in a panic. A second later, this Iron Bull collapsed on the stone slab and trampled everything. At this moment, people around behaved differently. Someone was rejoicing, someone was crying, someone was just in panic. And our hero at that moment wondered if someone had died. After all, thanks to the moonlight martial arts, the guy's ability is that he dodges even a minor blow. In addition, this technique helps him to analyze the opponent and detect his weak points. So the young man relies on this technique, and immediately decided to finish off his opponent, or rather to finish him off. And at this point, absolutely everyone was surprised, especially those who bought out the Iron Bull because Qin Feng is more destructive than the bull itself. After the blow, the guards rushed to our hero, who did not understand what happened, because the guy is on the 3rd level of the ordering stage, and began to ask the young man how he did it. Only the girl rejoiced at the success of the young master, who was already right on top. At the moment when our hero sitting on the bull saw that he was approached by the guards, he asked, "Well, are we there anyone so far that he does not have the skills to properly train them?" And then, smiling cheerfully, said that he was giving the last chance to enroll in his team of hunters, because then it would be too late. And that hour, people began to raise their hands. They all wanted to enroll in our hero, because they thought that with the guidance of the young master, they could break through to the hardening stage. This flattered our hero a little, so he asked with an incredible smile to calm down everyone. So she said that first you need to bring the bull in the warehouse, because he may still be useful to them. And he himself rejoiced in his heart that finally solved the problem with a group of hunters. But in fact, he did not understand how the Iron Bull invented right into his medical garden, and why. And what does not give him peace is that around the medical garden there is a smell of some pill. Then he sniffed and realized that it was a pill of boiling blood. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and then came to the conclusion that this Iron Bull was pissed off by someone with this pill. And with the help of his divine sense, it was not difficult for our hero to see some 2 people on the cliff. He noticed those 2 rascals arguing, blaming each other. They blamed each other for a bad idea, and then realized that now they not only lost the pill all bloody, but also gave away the precious Iron Bull. The herb picker really hair in front of his companion, saying that the idea was excellent, but they didn't kill him just because of the bad pill he bought. So this pointless argument went on. They argued so much that they did not notice that they were right at the edge of the cliff. And in an instant their guards came to their senses, for the 2 men were nowhere to be found. They fell down with incredible speed. And noticing this, our hero became much more cheerful because these bastards at least some use. A few days later, all the guards and the Qin family joined the hunting party. They wanted to know what spiritual herbs the young master would give them. In the form of an Iron Bull as a serious opponent, the guy must have spent a lot of energy on him, but recovered from this battle in just a few days. The guy smilingly replied that it was true. He was taking the medicine prepared by his alchemist teacher to tighten the wounds and restore energy, and if interested, he would share it, because under his supervision, the guards would only improve. And then he added that Anhauchen's performance at a critical time for their family was praiseworthy, so they would reward her with a special armor made of Iron Bull skin. The girl was very surprised, but our hero added that if their squad will have the same outstanding people, he will reward them according to their deeds, so he tried to motivate people. The moment our hero handed over the armor to the young lady, everyone around was admiring. And then he continued by saying that, in addition, every guard who had guarded the medical garden the day before would receive a body-hardening pill from him personally. People began to thank him. But that wasn't all. He smiled and said that in the next half a month he would choose the most worthy, and those who would prove themselves to be the best would join the hunter's squad, because their goal was to clear the misty forest. As a presentation, each member of the squad would be given 2 pills of blood and a bonus. Then he asked them to remember that he was Qin Feng, and he should encourage his subordinates in this way. The young man relied on them a lot. At this time, in a tavern in Yunying City, people were discussing some rumors at the entrance. One to another said that our hero was gathering a team and going to the misty forest, while others did not believe it. And at one point, people even started placing bets. They bet everything they had because they believed it was impossible to return from the misty forest without losing personnel. But in an instant, one man shouted frantically, saying that today only their family was betting, namely that no one would survive. As he walked into the room, all the people squinted at him, but he kept saying, or rather asking, "Does anyone really think it's possible to return from the misty forest?" and then mentioned something about the royal family. People were naturally frightened and surprised, so they asked the man several times, which made him angry. He intended to brazenly take away the money. People wept at the injustice. But the man, rubbing his ear, thought that the blood-boiling pill was too expensive. He even had to resort to such methods to get the money back. and then decided that to make sure of his victory right in the forest, he should organize a secret attack on our hero's squad, and this time the guy should definitely die. Half a month later, our hero's closest friend reported that they had gathered a squad of hunters. There was even a young lady in the front ranks. They had been selected for half a month. 12 guards at the key and blood stage. They had shown their abilities and were recognized as the elite. They would become members of the squad. Each armed with a full set of throwing knives and crossbows, everything was ready. This could not but please our hero, so he asked to remember that this is the first time they get into the misty forest and their expedition promises to be difficult. But he believes that after the training, each of the people will show themselves at their best. And so finally people started to move out. So in conclusion, our hero said that they are all working to achieve the result they need. In the misty forest, our hero walked first and informed his charges that the first danger in this forest and the main one is the poisonous miasmas. But the miasmas and the poisonous fog are no longer a danger to them, for the pill which he gave to his wards guarantees that for 2 hours they will receive no harm from the miasmas. The second danger, poisonous insects and beasts, they hide in the fog. If you encounter them, you cannot panic. Otherwise, everyone will die. So the guy gave the order to split into 3 groups, each consisting of 4 people. All of them will move in different directions. Our hero will lead the main, move forward. Members of his team should not lag behind, but go behind. The guy with the leftover crossbow was thinking that relying on the magical sense amplification technique is enough to detect the possible danger lurking in the fog. If everyone follows the established rules, they won't lose a single person. In an instant, our hero's charges began to discuss how accurately described everything their young master, as if it was not the first time there, and the second began to wonder if our hero, unlucky to survive, and he himself tried. But the guys wanted to show off. They wanted to move forward to expand the young master's horizons, so they will cover a large territory. So they will let the master know that they are not a finger, and even in the foggy forest they can rely on them. The boys really intended to break half of our hero's rules. They wanted to sneak up quietly and get their prey. After all, then the young master will give them more rewards. We in this chapter is not directly above their heads crawled some insect. Noticing something wrong, one of the guards turned around and was very surprised. There was a monster flying at him. At that moment, our hero was trying to understand what was going on. Guards, when they realized that in front of them, Steel Centipede decided to run away. They actually rushed off without waiting for anyone. In an instant, one of the guards decided to laugh at his comrades that this poisonous insect could be shot to death. The other realized that the guardian who was mocking everyone was very strong and could be relied on, and he said that he had already been in the misty forest, long before the young master and he had more experience. At this time, a few more centipedes crawled up to the men. And then our hero shouted for the humans to look around. He said that the corpse of centipedes make noise, that is, attract other insects, and around them already reigned a whole army of these monsters, because the killing of one centipede will attract their brethren. The man, who had been in the poisonous misty forest before, was not the same as before. Our hero shouted, or rather ordered the men to hold the line. They were trying to do something, and some of them had their crossbows jammed, some of them were just afraid of the number. Those steel centipedes were everywhere, and they looked pretty scary. One of the guys turned to the brave one trying to find out what was happening to him, because the guy had been there before, and now he was in a stupor. A moment later, the man humbly said that everything was over, but he didn't want to die, so he could handle 1 centipede, 2 at most, but they wouldn't survive among so many. And at that moment, the centipedes flew into the man's arms, and he was really sure that they would all fall there. The other guards tried to fight off the centipedes flying at them with all their might. Our hero saw what was happening and called everyone idiots and ordered them to stand behind him. The guy decided to use the martial arts of moonlight. The guards, some of them were crying, because these monsters kept coming and coming. Meanwhile, the young man was coping as best he could. The men were confused. But still some monsters managed to bite the young man, namely at the moment when the guy was saving his charges. The guards were amazed by such an action of the young master, because he literally covered them with his body to protect. They actually had tears in their eyes already. The closest friends of our hero, or rather a girl and a guy, rushed to help. Our hero angrily looked at them and ordered them in no way to stay away. After all, with these monsters no one cannot cope. And at that moment in his hand appeared a sharp weapon, which he killed the iron bull. The guy began to swing with incredible speed, cutting the creatures in two. The young man looked like he was about to die. He had to deal with these things alone. They were everywhere and even behind him. The girl was terrified watching this picture. But our hero did not stop at anything. You could see the green blood jumping in all directions. Steel centipedes were flying in all directions. Our hero could not contain his emotions, and so he periodically screamed. The girl was really very excited and surprised. After all, our hero single-handedly interrupted all. The guards, when they realized that the danger had passed, collapsed to their knees and began to rejoice. And the supposedly brave one began to weep and thank for life. At that moment, someone ran up to this guy, took him by the collar, and started yelling at him. It was our hero, who was covered in blood and incredibly angry. He was furious that this man did not do what was commanded. After all, the rash action almost led to the death of the entire team. If our hero had not interrupted everyone, especially everyone was sitting and shaking like puppies, which means that all the training was in vain. Men did not stop crying and tried to say something. But something began to happen to the young man, and he bent down to cough. At the same moment, his comrades ran up to him to help him. But it was at that moment that the group of hunters realized how stupid they had been, for they had let the young master down and almost killed them all. The girl took Qin Feng under her arm, who could barely stand, but did not stop saying that he was fine. It was all that one centipede had hit and poisoned him, so it was worth taking a few periods to detoxify. The young man's face was devoid of life. He realized that his vitality had been severely undermined, and he really could die, especially since this was their first expedition to clear the wasteland and had already encountered such problems at the beginning, so it was likely to end here. At this moment, absolutely all the ugly ones kneeled in front of the guy, asking him not to punish them. After all, those who put their team members in danger, according to the rules, will voluntarily leave the team. Our hero was sitting on a rock trying to catch his breath, and at the same time the guys were leaving. Because they had almost killed half of the people and they had no right to stay there, they decided to punish themselves. But almost immediately they were followed by a bag and the question, where are they going? The girl was still helping the young man to stand up. He said that he knew that the insolent man had made a decision to join the team, putting his life in danger, and since his parents are sick, they urgently need money for treatment. So if he leaves now, he will let his parents down. In the pouch were green restorative pills. The men were trying to understand what was going on and why their lord had done such a thing. At this point, our hero managed to break free from the girl's embrace. And afterwards he said that even heroes make mistakes. But if they are ready to change, success will not wait. And besides, if they are going to get out on their own, they will surely die. So it is necessary to first restore their strength and rest, and the conversation about punishment will come a little later. The men were very surprised, after all. The young master almost died because of them, and he was still willing to stay with them. Qin Feng did not stop walking ahead and talking. The guy agreed with his wards, and then kindly asked to find a safe place to set up camp. And if the guys behave well and follow the rules, he will lead them out of the forest alive. Everyone immediately accepted the order. 3 days later, our heroes were still in the woods. The young man was very focused. The elixir his body was now in contact with was too low level. Otherwise, one can't explain the fact that his body had been recovering from the centipede venom for 3 whole days. Now the only thing left to do was to use the divine technique to speed up detoxification. But until the intoxication was done, he would definitely not be able to fight. The young man hoped that he would not die in this forest. But in an instant he awoke from his meditation. Near the cave, someone shouted that poisonous insects were approaching. And at that moment our hero jumped out like a scalded man. In front of the cave, where our hero and his subordinates were located, there was an incredible number of spiders. More precisely, bloody spiders, which were countless. The young man ordered everyone to run away and deal with the spiders himself, although he thought that his team does not have the proper combat experience, and here immediately bloody spiders. So even if he now has insufficient combat power, he still must not you to fight in full force to protect everyone. It seems no one was going to retreat. The man ordered everyone to take a defensive formation. It was necessary to protect the entrance to the cave at the cost of life. He further ordered not to let the spiders get to the young master who had not yet completed detoxification. The young man was shocked, for he was already facing a wall of his own subordinates who had dropped like puppies at the first fight. The men immediately began to use sacks. More precisely, they threw these sacks at the spiders. Qin Feng was very surprised by what he saw and basically what was happening. He didn't understand how his squad knew that they had to use the beast-repellent pill and how they had organized a protective structure right away. The man who had originally shown himself to be the most cowardly now took command. He ordered them to go back and clear the center. They all wanted to trap the spiders. At this point, our hero put his hand on the man's shoulder and informed him that blood spiders can't jump. They can do something completely different. They are weaving a web at the perfect level. The men have done everything they can, so now they need to run away immediately. Such an order even amused the man a little. He didn't understand what the young master was saying. They all lured the spiders into the pit just so they could shoot webs. And looking at these spiders, he asked the young master if he remembered their training, for the spider silk of blood spiders is an excellent material for extinguishing forest fires. And then inquired of our astonished hero if it was not a reason to have a campfire feast if spiders shoot webs and crawl about. There were more questions than answers in our hero's mind. The guy assumed that his squad knew everything. In an instant, something incredibly huge began to crawl out of the flames. The young man again ordered everyone to run away, because in front of them was the Queen of Spiders. She has such a strong skin that the fire does not harm her. It will be difficult to cope with her, even the master of the stabbed stage, and a group of hunters even more so. As the men loaded their crossbows, they said they knew absolutely everything. And when they flew into battle, they said that if they killed the small spiders, then they can finish off the big spider. Moreover, what about the fact that the Queen of Spiders is not afraid of flames, because it does not mean that they need to stop. Spot Hero taught them that even when a warrior gets into a desperate situation, he has the right to run away from the battlefield, even if the enemy is stronger. One must make a decision at once, get rid of fear and fight not for life, but to the death. These guys really seemed eager to die. They all pointed their weapons at the same enemy. They attacked that huge spider as hard as they could. Green blood spurted out of its head in all directions. On one of the men, when the blood hit and he tried to wipe it off, he turned to the young lord saying that in all the time they had been holed up in the camp and he was recovering, the boys had reanalyzed all the information he had taught them. So while he is ready to rely on them, the squad is ready to give their lives for our hero, to become a pillar worthy of his support, and asked him not to carry this burden alone. The men want the young man to be able to hide behind their backs as well. The young man stood there and didn't know at all what to answer. He only realized that his boys had grown up and even destroyed the queen. And then, scratching his forehead, he smiled and said that he had somehow underestimated all of them. So now they can continue the main goal of their expedition. The closest friend assumed that he was talking about going home. But the guy shouted and said that the squad was progressing very fast, and so going home was out of the question. Now they should move forward and take as many spiritual herbs with them as possible. Otherwise, their expedition would be pointless. The next day, in the safe zone outside the misty forest, everyone waited for the Qin family's hunting party to return soon. The people prayed that no one would survive, for the eunuch had forced them all to make an unwanted bet that if they lost, the people of the city would be impoverished. And the eunuch sat and rejoiced that he had made everyone bet that our hero would win a complete victory, although he was sure that no one from the squad had survived. The man did not believe that the boy, who did not even grow hair on his chest, will take out the whole team without losses. Yes, even if he, God forbid, will succeed, he will be the first to realize it in history. The man prayed for the death of our hero, because it will allow him to make a fortune. And in an instant, someone noticed something moving toward them from the misty forest. If they did, it would be clear that someone from the squad was dead, so they wouldn't have to lose money. It was just a bird flying. The eunuch was also a little disappointed. People were in despair as the day was coming to an end and no one had come out. Everyone thought that our hero and his squad were dead. The eunuch was delighted, for what he wanted had come true. So at that very moment, the eunuch's guard began to demand money. After all, no one survived. People tried to pity him by saying that they had a family, and they had to support it somehow. But the eunuch didn't care about these families, he just wanted money. Then he said that he represented the royal authority, and that's saying a lot. But in an instant, the eunuch turned around after he heard that someone had sent a bird up there to go up. Why? There are so many people there. It turns out just jerks from the royal family blackmailed the people of his city. It was our hero who had a pigeon perched on his shoulder, and he reported that he thought the whole town had rallied to block their exit, so he didn't dare go out all day. And then he leaned over to the eunuch, showing that he was safe and sound. Not only was he alive, but all the personnel had returned alive, and they had a huge catch. The people rejoiced, for no one had died and they would still have the money, but the eunuch's eyes were flying out of his orbits. The angry man snorted something about it being just luck and decided to leave. But our hero headed straight for him, and at the moment when he was almost at the eunuch's nose, asked him if he had lost the wager with the people of Yunyi and did not pay. The man was slightly agitated but shouted that he represented the royalty, so he would not give anything back, and then asked what our hero would do to him in such a case. But he only smiled and said that he couldn't do anything, but he would put a notice everywhere that he, the royalty, owed money to the people of Yunyi City, and if the royal family saw it, he would be dead. And then he wondered what would happen to the eunuch. The man was very excited as he realized that our hero was right. A quarter of an hour later, and already lying things in one pile. It stood half-naked eunuch with his guards and shouted that he had no money left, because he had to pawn his clothes, weapons, and armor of his guards, and just to pay off the debt, he gave everything he had. Our hero asked him to wait and give him time to count everything, and then replied that a little bit is not enough, but if he gives his underwear, it will be enough. The man has already a word to shout. In this case, our hero decided to go to the royal family to make a request for help. A minute later, the eunuchs early were already completely naked. They ran away, closing their eyes, and the man representing the royal family shouted that forever remember this shame. But people, it was very fun, and so no one paid attention to it. A little time later, our hero was approached by people with gratitude, because he stood up for the people, tried to joke that they all flatter him, because he did so in his own interests. And then, smiling even more, he said that in the future he will come more often with his team into the forest and will count on the people's help and support. Here, for example, if asked to produce more equipment and trade resources, of course, in terms of price, he will never offend those present. The people were indeed happy and agreed, for the young man had helped them so much that in this situation, that in the iron ore situation, they would make every effort to be helpful to him. 3 days later, the eunuch and his guards, half naked, were sitting by the fire covered with some pieces of clothing, talking about how our hero had come out of the forest and how they were now living on the street. In an instant, someone appeared behind their backs. This certain someone reported that according to the royal intelligence, our hero's squad came out of the misty forest without a single poisoned. He must be relying on the help of the mysterious alchemist. The eunuch asked this certain someone how he got the royal intelligence lannies and who he was in general. This is Ye Wen, the royal alchemist. He said that he is a first-class alchemist. He was sent there by Lin Lan and Lin Shuan straight to the capital, and he is the one who will help the eunuch kill Qin Feng. At that moment, something heavy fell on the stone tiles. It was his first mate who provided the 1,000-pound hammer he had been asking for. Last night, all the craftsmen in the city had made it for our hero overnight, so the quality must be excellent. Our hero grasped his hand, saying that he didn't expect it to be made so quickly, so he decided to try it out. A moment later, and our hero had already lifted this heavy weapon off the ground. But something happened to his back, and he grimaced in pain. The hammer rumbled back into place, and the guy grabbed his back. His assistant asked if the hammer was so heavy and offered to remake it. But what was the surprise of an Houchen and our hero's closest friend when they heard that the guy's hammer was fine, and even ordered to prepare for the second trip to the Misty Forest, and thought that he had recently mastered a new skill, but still not fully, so if faced with strong opponents will have to deal with them with a hammer. The next day, in the Misty Forest near the swamp, the boys were glad that they had found one more suitable place. There are mud cobras in the swamp, and if they catch them, they can sell them for a good price. Our hero kept wondering why his divine sensation was telling him something was coming. He thought it was very strange. In an instant, he rushed out of his seat, ordering his companions to find a safe place and take a break while he took a walk and checked something out. A short while later, the guy did find what he was worried about. It was an alchemist and a eunuch who were traveling on horseback. The first-class alchemist told the eunuch that he had prepared an advanced detoxification pill for him, so they would definitely make this forest a grave for our hero. Our hero watched these two from the tree. He assumed that the eunuch hired the alchemist to kill them all in the forest. And then he thought that even if he and his team would be out of his skin, the royal cavalry is much stronger than his hunting team, and he can't escape right now. They took the route they came. In other words, we need to think of a way. In an instant, one of the guards reported that the tracks were getting fresher and more distinct, which meant that they would soon definitely come upon our heroes. This encouraged the eunuch, so he decided to move faster. He wanted to take the boys by surprise and kill them. The horses were moving at an incredible speed. But in an instant, something surprised and frightened the eunuch and the horse. All of them fell into a precipice where there was a swamp. A moment later, they all fell into the swamp. They were very angry, and the eunuch did not understand how they could have fallen into the swamp. And a second later, our hero's hammer swept over their heads. Almost immediately, the representative of the royal family noticed a guy standing on the rock and asked what he was doing there. And the guy smiled and asked why he could not calm down to kill at all, because he himself had long ago realized that he would be pursued in the forest, so he ordered the hunting team to make false tracks and hide in a safe place. And at that moment, the hammer of our hero began to knock down the guards one by one, and the eunuch just spread his hands watching the situation. And then the hammer flew straight at the eunuch. At that moment, a first-class alchemist appeared and threw the hammer back. After that, turning to our hero, he said that the eunuch was a representative of his royal family, so no one would dare to lay a finger on him. Our hero found it amusing, so he asked the alchemist why he didn't do alchemy and asked what the hammer tasted like to him. The man was wary and even furrowed his brow. In that instant, he seemed to vanish into thin air, and I was frightened. Almost immediately, the alchemist tossed our hero into the air with his knee. The young man tried to understand how the man had done such a thing, how he had been able to get so close to him so quickly. The young man tried to throw his hammer at his opponent and save himself that way. But the man immediately stopped that weapon. During the battle, he introduced himself and said that he was a master alchemist of the royal family, master of the mysterious stage martial arts. Qin Feng was very surprised and a bit startled when he found out that he was fighting a second stage master. Ye Wen turned to our hero and said that he had heard rumors that he was a disciple of the alchemist. Because of this, he had his head blown off and was doing whatever he wanted in the city, and the royal family had specifically instructed him to kill our hero if he thought too much of himself. The young man, writhing in pain, had no idea that the man was hiding his power. At that moment, the man came at our hero, wondering if he was a warrior relying on his strength. What was the young man's surprise when the alchemist was behind him and said that he relies on speed? The man circled around our hero, striking him an incredible number of blows. The man made sure that our hero is well aware that speed warriors, an avowed gully, relying on strength. And at one point, he knocked the hammer out of the guy's hands, and everyone wondered if the young man was going to fight him. At that moment, the man climbed out of the swamp and laughed. He was glad that finally at least someone was able to curb our hero. It is all the more to knock out the hammer. Trying to understand how such a speedy type like his opponent was able to knock away his 1,000-pound hammer with a single blow, the man replied that his speedy type body movement technique was based on strong legs. The man actually began to strike with his legs, saying that compared to people relying on strength, they did perform, but their leg strength was much stronger than theirs. The young man was not going to back down either, so he tried to defend himself as best he could. The moment the young man slid back, realized that body technique was what he was relying on, his opponent, and it depended on the strength of his legs. The alchemist chuckled slightly, for he had not expected our hero to be in such good physical shape, even though he was on stage and blood, but he was holding up quite well against him. He brushed the blood off the corner of his mouth and asked him to underestimate him. After all, he is the man who single-handedly killed the furious Iron Bull, and the alchemist's speed is not enough to kill him. The man laughed and threw a pill into his mouth. The man was angered when our hero doubted that it was difficult for the alchemist to strengthen himself, while watching and marveling at the fact that this type can also create a residual image. The alchemist in flight shouted that our hero recently could hardly follow him, and after he ate the enhancement pill, he reached a speed twice as fast as the previous one, and then asked how our hero was going to deal with him. At this time, the eunuch rejoiced, for our hero, in his opinion, could do nothing at all against such an opponent. There was indeed a man flying over our hero trying to pick his moment. But in an instant, the young man seemed to concentrate and went into himself. The alchemist was very surprised and did not understand what our hero was doing. The boy used the same method as his opponent, that is, kicking. The alchemist had several teeth popped out at once. Blood was pouring from everywhere. The man was trying to understand how this happened. The eunuch was trying to understand what had just happened. The man looked very pitiful. At this time, the alchemist was also trying to understand how it happened. How did our hero hit him after all? He was at the double peak of his speed, and assumed that his type was a force type. Our hero laughed lightly. After all, he didn't say that he was a power-type warrior. He thought to himself that he had only used the sledgehammer, because he had only recently learned the agility technique that he had actively used in his past life. The ghost dance. This technique of the body of the great god in his past life, after successful practice, who has learned the technique, can travel thousands of miles in an instant, since our hero has just learned it. To use the full speed is not still able to, so our hero used a heavy hammer to reduce his speed. Otherwise, he would be lost in space. But while fighting this alchemist, our hero accidentally learned the power technique. It turns out that he had been training incorrectly before, always using his lower back to apply force. But now everything is clear, and he can finally use the ghost dance in battle. Our hero had received too many blows from his opponent, so now it was his turn to take them. Then he smiled and said that this was not the end. What the man had eaten was a low-quality pill, and he had taken some bright pill. Our hero intended now to show what the pill of the 100,000-year-old alchemist was. The men's eyes popped out of their orbits. They did not understand how such a thing could be, how there could be 3 residual images in front of him. The guy began to use the Moonlight Martial Arts Divine Sense Devil Strike. The guy was beating his opponent incredibly fast and with incredible strength. The eunuch was amazed that the master was dead. After that, our hero, rubbing his hands together, said that it was the turn of the eunuch, who begged not to kill him. Then he fell on his knees and sobbing said that the third prince sent him. He did not want to kill our hero. He was innocent and asked for forgiveness. The guy smiled and said that he understood everything and realized that the eunuch was not guilty of anything. But a second later, the master jumped up and snapped the eunuch's neck with his foot and said that he had better tell his story to the Lord of the Dead. Eventually, the 2 men lay dead, and our hero decided to drown their bodies in the swamp, and now no one would interfere with his trek into the forest. But after a while, the news about the disappearance of the eunuch and the others reached the capital. The royal family was furious and immediately sent new people to the cities to find the real killer of their wards. As soon as the killer is found, the royal family will execute his entire lineage. Our hero, along with his squad, stood in a spacious room surrounded by people. It was a court, and by all appearances the judge pounded on the table. This is the royal commissioner. He reported that our heroes were in the misty forest at the same time as I, grandson, with his subordinate, so ordered to confess whether they killed them there, and if they tell the truth, promise to apply not harsh punishment. Our hero smilingly asked my lord what he was talking about. Our hero burst into tears, saying that every sortie in the misty forest causes him and the entire team only fear, and especially how could he, in such a state of fear, dare to kill someone from the elite squad of the family. At the same instant, our hero's men picked up on this dialogue, saying that they didn't fail too much, and when they first entered the misty forest, they were attacked by an army of centipedes. Then the knights, also weeping, asked if the Melor knew how much damage those centipedes had done to them at all. They had barely gotten away from their attack and almost died. The girl collapsed on her knees, saying that after all this they met the bloody spiders. Taking a breath after their brutal and unexpected attack, the queen of the spiders appeared and she almost ate them. They ate to defend themselves, especially how they in such a state could drink the eunuch and his team. Our hero showed his beauty to my lord and said that if he didn't believe them, he still had the bite marks of a centipede on his ass. So he decided to demonstrate. The man asked our hero to stop. The commissioner was no longer delighted because our hero said that only in this way can make them believe in their innocence, and he himself wondered if the news is wrong, especially how a group of these ragamuffins could kill or this family, and suggested that this information is someone's bad joke. So, let the royal family wanted to find the killer, but the commissioner really did not believe that the royal or there could kill a bunch of weaklings, so successfully let our hero go. The man sitting on the throne happily informed everyone that he got away with it all, especially his people, did everything strictly according to instructions, and our hero hastened to admit that over time, all present there have grown and helped a lot. So if any of the people reach the 9th stage of ki and blood, then he will reward Pill's hardened body. In addition, those who successfully make a breakthrough will receive a bonus of 20 gold coins. The people were grateful to the young master and wished for prosperity. As his subordinates left, he thought to himself that even though the tempered body pill was a rare and valuable item, but he didn't spare anything for his subordinates, and indeed, he had gathered a lot of high-level spiritual herbs through these 2 wasteland sweeps. At night in the Chin family's medicinal garden, our hero can finally start refining tiger bone and bear tendon and all for pill preparation. Even though they are third-rate ingredients, but it is difficult to make a pill from them, so they are quite rare. If sold, our hero will be immediately recognized. When Lin Xuan and the third prince get the news that the guy can prepare this kind of pills, it will be too late for him. At this point, it is not difficult for them to suppress him, so it is better to use them exclusively for their own purposes, that is, pills. The guy put the soul-returning herb into the furnace and awakened the soul of the Iron Bull. At this instant, flames erupted across the room from the furnace. The guy was satisfied, for the spirit of the Iron Bull was still active. The stronger the residual energy of the soul, the higher the frequency of the refined pill. The whole body of the monster was under the control of our hero, and he wondered if the soul could escape. The young man decided to use the soul capture skill, and in that instant it really did seem like the Iron Bull was being placed into the furnace, but the pill processing mode had actually begun, as well as the formation of the shell. The guy was glad that the Iron Bull soul was still intact, refined, and tiger bone successfully formed, and then popped it into his mouth, because warriors absorb the souls of ferocious beasts, which is of great benefit to cultivation. With the technique and the transfiguration of the gods, she not only washed the marrow and cut the bone, but also quenched the divine creature. The guy was undergoing the transfiguration of the gods. But the pain brought by this pill is capable of destroying the consciousness of people weak in spirit. In the process of its absorption cannot be distracted by anything. Our hero's clothes were torn. The tiger bone pill can only be used by warriors of the sealed stage. It is extremely risky for those in the chi and blood stage to take it. As soon as the pill enters the body, the meridians begin to be seriously damaged. Fortunately, our hero has 100,000 years of knowledge of alchemy that has greatly reduced the damage. Our hero must endure this suffering. The room where he was doing all this was glowing from every crevice. The guy was at the 8th level of the ki and blood stage. Our hero had broken through. But it wasn't enough. The guy didn't understand how such a single pill could do so little good. Its power was still in our hero. He hadn't fully absorbed the pill. More was needed. So the boy made the decision to interrupt again. In an instant, an incredibly strong wave came from this room. Our hero opened his mouth a little and was surprised. It all worked. Our hero was at the peak of chi and blood. This was the 9th level of the stage. It felt very different from the 9th level he had reached 100,000 years ago with a corrupted cultivation foundation. All of this was fine, because now the strength of his punch reached 770 kilograms. Now our hero would not yield even to a master of the stabbed stage 2. At this moment, a girl approached him, wondering if he had improved his pill. At this moment, he covered the girl's mouth with his hand. He said quietly that no one must hear of his success in alchemy, or else he would be in trouble, arrested and executed, and asked the girl if she would like that. And Hauken assumed that if the main branch of the family found out that he had become a third-rank alchemist, they would definitely take him and the entire branch of the family to the capital, and wouldn't that be a good sign? And he also wondered what could be so good about returning to the capital. After all, he doesn't want to stop the main force doctor under their main branch of the family. If he returns to the capital, the girl won't be able to stay by his side. He can't allow that either. The girl imagined that the young master confessed to her, but in fact our hero just wants the girl to stay by his side and help him with alchemy, and the girl decided that in this case it is definitely impossible. If she spreads this information, she will never see the young master again. The guy thought about Lin Xuan to arrange an engagement banquet in the capital. In his past life, she had made him so unhappy, so he must take revenge to keep you away. Qin Family Medical Garden, someone said that it has come to his attention that someone has done a lot of important things in the past few days. It was his father who spoke to our hero. He said that even if this is all true, he asked in the city, we should wait at least until Lin Xuan and the prince are married, and maybe by then not forget about our hero. Then the man said that, of course, everything would be fine if the royal family did not target the guy because then they could be sent to the barren lands. The lad was very surprised, for his father really wants him to stay out of the spotlight and live a nice, quiet life in the city. And at that moment he crossed his arms and said that soon Pro-Grandma will be 90 years old and he wants to go congratulate her straight to Paige. The boy became very serious. He needed his father's permission. The man replied that as a father, he knows that our hero is very attentive and caring to his ancestors, but if he goes to the capital, he is afraid he will be a target for the third prince, which is what he should avoid. The young man replied that he is a warrior and can stand up for himself anyway. He is a worthy fighter. So why should he be afraid of Lin Xuan and her family? Why should he hide behind them? He then smiled and continued his speech. Even the hero decided to show his strength. He said that he was no longer a weakling. Our hero slammed his fist into his father's palm. The man was pleasantly surprised, for our hero had completely restored the foundation of cultivation. The young man agreed, and added that it was not only in self-cultivation that he had grown. It was the martial arts field in the Qin family. The guy said that he had helped 5 guards of the medical garden break through to the 10th level of the Qi and blood stage. And the weakest among the guards is at the 5th level with tradition and blood, and in addition all of them have martial arts battle experience. The man was surprised when he heard that there were 5 9 levels in front of him. After all, when he left, Sanchu was the strongest among the guards and seemed to be at the 5th level, and the guy coughing again said that it was all thanks to him. At this moment, his father took him by the shoulders and asked, did he exchange all the fruits from the medical garden for self-cultivation pills and let a huge disaster happen in this way? Because this is the main treasure of their medical garden, and it will take them years to recover everything. The young man was a little shocked. Then he wondered what his father was talking about, and where did he get the idea that all the fruit? The young man had long ago given the main clan the necessary amount of fruit. Now they still have a lot left. Even if you sell the rest, you can get at least 100,000 gold for everything. The man looked at all of this with his mouth open. He was wondering how the guy had increased the amount of fruit several times after handing over Danny. The guy only laughed when he saw his father trying to pinch himself that I would make sure that he was awake, because it had never occurred to him that the medical garden could be so transformed. Putting his hand on our hero's shoulder, he said that if our hero wanted to go to the capital, his father would not stop him, but asked him to remember the advice. If in the capital that it happens, it is necessary to stay cool. If he can avoid problems, it is necessary to avoid. But he will always stay in Yunyi City, so he cannot help. Our hero said in gratitude that he will always follow his father's advice. Lin Xuan's engagement ceremony is still a month away before the protagonist leaves. Qin Wanli will train the hunting team with the necessary skills. Qin Feng taught Hao Chun the technique of preparing the pills before leaving to provide the means for the necessary squad. Half a month later, the boy and Qin Sansku went on a trip to the capital under the pretext of visiting his great-grandmother, but it was all for the sake of taking revenge on Lin Xuan. 6 days later, the team was still on the road. Then the hero's faithful companion said they had arrived at a rest stop organized by the main clan, and notes that according to the description, the inn should be very comfortable. They arrive in a city where demons are killed, and upon entering it, Qin Feng remembers that 100 years ago this place faced a powerful devil. The royal family sent thousands of warriors to kill him. From here came the name. After the evil was killed, everything here was filled with sadness, and people believed it was because of the dense yin energy coming from the many dead. So they gradually left, and as a result, only a few refugees dare to live here now. Thanks to memories from his past life, he knows that none of this is the cause of the large number of deaths. It's a sign that a dead demon is about to make an appearance. And even if he knows about it, he remains helpless, because no one believes that a monster that died 100 years ago will cause trouble to the human world again. Qin Feng, together with Sanskew, find among the whole city the ancestral hall of the Qin family who died in this city, and then the faithful companion asks the young master why the main clan has arranged a rest stop here, to which the protagonist replies that perhaps they want us to pay homage to their ancestors. The boy was afraid to go inside because something unclean might appear here, but as soon as he stepped on a haystack, a bony hand appeared and grabbed him by the leg and lifted him up, making him scream with all his might. Qin Feng tried to help his friend by trying to cut the rope, but even his weapon failed, causing Sanskew to become hysterical, choking on his tears, begging to be saved. A noise was heard from outside that said, "Who were those rats who dared to invade the hall by the ancestor of our Qin family?" And after they revealed themselves, it was an unknown clan walking around in masks. The main character tried to calm down the people who threatened to kill them, assuring them that they were just like them and explaining the whole situation so they would understand. The masked clan suddenly changed, becoming more hostile and pulling out their weapons. The leader pronounces that the people they hate the most are the members of the Qin family. To say that the protagonist was shocked is saying nothing, but the head continues, telling us that 30 years ago his family and Yi became enemies to make up for the damage of the second settlement, the former having expelled them, the hated ones, from their clan and sacrificed them. That's why they are so welcoming, and also the ringleader compliments that the cowardly Qin forced them to survive in a demon-killing city, and pointing his finger at the protagonist, he pronounces that he now dares to shamelessly come and show respect. Guy recalls that this group of strangers eventually formed a force and repeatedly committed acts of revenge against the main family, but he still asks what those want from him. The masked man answers whether he dares to fight a duel with them, then the loser will be punished either by disability or representing his family and surrender, for they want the world to know that the Qin ancestors are a group of weaklings who bully the weak and fear the strong. After clarifying that if he wins, his men will be freed, he agrees, to which Sanskew, who was hanging upside down, notes that his self-cultivation has just recovered. Then Qin Feng tells him not to worry, for looking at their weak appearance, he will be able to defeat them. Stepping forward, the protagonist smugly pronounces that they're all pale and gaunt, so he'll let them hit him first, and only those who can do damage are worthy of being his opponents. Suddenly the clan was silent for a moment, and then broke into loud laughter, noting that this was wonderful, for he could not have wished for more. Sanskew asks the young master what kind of nonsense he's talking about, to which Qin Feng says with the same confidence that he has, that it's fine. He can't believe that someone can beat him. Unfortunately, the protagonist notices at the last moment an approaching fist that takes him by surprise, and not having time to dodge, he takes the entire blow on himself, flying off in the other direction. The head of the masks only mocked the guy more, noting that the people from their clan were truly shallow for thinking that they couldn't overpower them. After all, they had mastered the fourfold body purification, which was a natural divine power. A worried Sanskew asks the young lord if he's okay, to which he replies not to worry, because he still has a plan to defeat him. The big man grinned that the guy could still smile, and swinging his powerful fist for another attack, he uttered that hopefully he could laugh as the battle ended. Qin Feng shortened from the blow just in time. Jumping up, taking a few stones in his hand, the hero began to throw them one after another at his opponent. On the face of the fighter again appeared a caustic smirk, who notes that these blows do not even hurt or itch. He tried as much as possible to humiliate his enemy, but he only smiled harder. The protagonist said nothing. He launched attacks over and over again with stone pellets and shortened himself from his opponent's formidable blows. The fight-experienced man says that it's all not bad for a cowardly clown who doesn't dare to fight. As expected, the Qin family is full of cowards who don't dare to fight, To which Qin Feng replies, smiling, that it's all unimportant. Holding another pebble in his hand, the guy asks that his attacks really didn't cause him any feelings. The young lord compliments that he must now feel, and at the same instant his opponent's body is pierced by 1,000 bolts of lightning, causing him to fall to his knees, unable to move. The fighter was in shock. He didn't understand why he suddenly felt weak and numb all over his body. The masked clan men couldn't believe it either, noting that it was simply impossible, as the guy couldn't beat their best warrior. The protagonist confidently approaches his opponent, trembling with weakness, asking if he can still fight or just finally admits defeat. At the same second, the big guy began to lift up, though it was not easy, but he said that even if he died, he would never surrender to him. Such a cocky idiot. Standing up on 2 legs, the fighter is about to deliver a powerful punch again, to which Qin Feng remarks that he shouldn't waste any more energy, as his energy isn't even enough to hit him anymore. The man still delivers his hate-filled attack and tells the guy to feel his punch, which showed the result of his arrogance. Suddenly, the fighter notices that the hero's legs have been grabbed by his father's bony hands. Upon reflection, he asks the chief to release Qin Feng. After all, he never committed unjust and dishonorable deeds for the sake of victory. The head of the masks began to swear already at the most powerful warrior, saying that what kind of justice he wanted towards the members of the inner clan, and he complimented by saying that the protagonist was an alchemist, so a fair fight would not be seen anyway, and he used the stones to disturb the main points of his body. Hearing that the protagonist is secretly undermining his self-cultivation, the fighter turns to his opponent in shock, clarifying to him if this is really the case, to which Qin Feng agrees, smiling achidically and telling him to continue, for he hasn't given up yet. The guy's reply enraged the big guy, who clenched his fists tighter for a punch. He's going to attack and says it's a duel between 2 men, and he dared to resort to such sneaky tactics. The protagonist once again shortens himself in time by jumping up, calculating the right moment when no one expected it, and the bony arms that held his legs are rattled by his opponent with his fist. After getting free, Qin Feng grabs the fighter's arm and does a somersault, causing the man to fall to the ground, and he in turn kicks him to the ground, saying that his strength alone is not enough to win. From such a strong impact, the ground around cracked and split into many shards. The battle seemed to be over. While all the masked people were in shock, Sanskew was the only one who rejoiced at the young lord's victory. Noting that he had used his own power against him, the guy didn't groove repeated that the main character was awesome. Qin Feng once again approaches his opponent, trembling from lack of strength, asking if he could still fight, or if he still surrendered, or if he should block his improvement. The last phrase the guy said this with a creepy smirk on his face, tossing his pebbles in his hand. The man uttered out of his last strength, shouting that let him do what he wanted. He didn't care. He would never surrender to them, the filthy members of the inner clan. Throwing out the stones, the protagonist, with a radiant smile, said that he would then admit defeat, thus shocking everyone. The big guy became furious and started shouting that what is he even talking about after all? He should know that he represents an entire family, and if he admits losing, it means that the Qin family has given up. Spreading his hands apart, the guy calmly says that there is no such thing. It's not right after all. It's just a matter between them anyway. It's over. Turning away from his opponent, he leaves to help his men, namely Sanskew, who is about to have a brain hemorrhage. The other masked clan members began to help the man up, asking about his old wounds. That's when he realized he felt no pain in his body, and all his internal injuries were healed. The martial artist also realized that Qin Feng didn't use the stones to hinder his improvement, but instead he cured his past injury during the battle, for they caused his strength to be unbalanced, and he even taught him how to use his skills in battle. After realizing all this, the experienced man shouted out to the protagonist that he had not considered him as a worthy opponent from the very beginning of the duel. He could have defeated him, but for some reason he gave up. He was worried that they were trying to humiliate him by doing so. After passing by his former rival, the young lord pronounced that they were all part of the Qin family, and thus they should not fight each other to the death as enemies. Entering the temple, Qin Feng sat down on his knees and began to pray to his ancestors, vowing that the younger generation would do their best to make up for the wrongs of the people who had been banished, and one day they would rewrite the family genealogy and restore the status. Then there would be no more outsiders. Everyone watched the guy in shock. Then the big guy remembered that his foster father had told him that the Qin family always looked down on them as outsiders. But now he feels differently. He was wrong about them. Lowering his head down, the fighter utters that he has lost, and now they can leave. They will no longer be disturbed. His words shocked the leader of the masks. The foster father strikes the big man with a wooden club, shouting that no one gave him permission to surrender. Now he must attack and kill the hero for him. But the man replies to him that, as agreed, he will not fight him anymore. The duel is over. The head beat him again and again and tried to change his mind, forcing him to continue the fight while the other members of the clan asked him to stop, for his older brother's internal injuries were due to having been beaten like this before. No one was going to help the fighter. Then Qin Feng stepped in for him, grabbing his baton, stopping the blows on his back. Coming very close to the leader of the masks, the protagonist said in his ear that the secretary who had sent him here was Qin Dahai, to which the leader became worried, obviously hiding something, repeating that he didn't know what he was talking about. Then the guy continued, saying that although the foster father of this group claimed to be an outsider, he had seen him before in the main clan, and if he was not mistaken, he was the one who had brought them to this city on purpose, and if he had such a weapon, he must be related to the Yi family. The ringleader panickedly denied everything, but Qin Feng continued, saying that if he still wanted to argue, would he dare to confront the Qin and Yi families with him, and if he was innocent, they would meet again. As he is about to remove the mask, he utters that he didn't expect to find a sharp-eyed and observant little devil like him. It turns out it was indeed the Qin clan secretary. Showing his true colors, Dahai confesses that he is going to become a member of the Yi family. After all, she is the strongest. While Qin was the weakest, he has been training outsiders to hate for so many years and has gained trust. Everyone watched in shock as the former foster father continued his story, shouting that the Yi family had decided to give him a chance on the condition that they would eliminate Qin Feng and present him as a gift at the engagement banquet. The one who was most disappointed was Fan Jiang, who couldn't believe that he had been cheated all these years. Qin Dahai said that everyone should be grateful to the Yi family, and now that Qin Feng had revealed his identity, anyone willing to follow him to enjoy prosperity in the future needed to kill a hero for him. The other members of the masked clan began to doubt their former foster father's words, for they too had been deceived. But in the end, they accepted that they would follow the ringleader further and lunged at the young master to destroy. An agitated Sanskew asked Qin Feng to flee, to which he replies to him that some people are ungrateful, but there are others who are willing to sacrifice themselves for justice, so there is no need to worry. Suddenly, the big guy started to rise, and his eyes burned with rage, and the protagonist clarifies that the lion is awake. Throwing himself into the fight, the fighter swung his fist and shouted that everyone knew the truth, but they were still willing to be the dogs of an outsider. They didn't deserve to be members of the Qin family. In an instant, he scatters all the attackers in different directions with a single blow of his own. Sanskew couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't understand why Fang Tian was helping them. Meanwhile, Qin Feng only smiled, realizing that the plan was going ahead. Dahai appears on the battlefield in a rage, and shouting asks why he is disobeying. He compliments that he is his adoptive father, and he needs to hurry up and give the hero to him. But he doesn't even have time to finish speaking before Fang Tian punches the man in the face. With utter hatred, the fighter sends the traitor flying with a punch and shouted that the blood of the Qin family's victims flowed in his body. He would never kneel down, and he would not be anyone's dog. The protagonist notes that actually when he found out that this group of people were outsiders, in his earlier memories he remembered that among them was a man named Feng Jiang, who had an unusual talent and great power, and if he could get him to favor him, it would be a great help to him, so he sprang into action and used his ability to find him. With a wild look, the man turns to see Qin Feng along with Sanskew. He approached them, looking down from above so that the young master's faithful man became worried, preening the guy, asking what he wanted. Taking their luggage, the man slung it on his shoulder, saying with a smile on his face that because of them, he had nowhere to eat right now, and from now on he reluctantly had to socialize with them. By following them, he would at least get something to eat. The protagonist extends his hand to the fighter, saying that if he follows Brother Feng, he will be fine. However, he may stay hungry and skip 9 meals. Feng Jiang shakes his hand in response, replying that it's still better to starve with him than to be someone's dog. But suddenly a noise was heard around. The Yi family's troops began to surround them. Lin Lang walked forward and said with a smug smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but they had learned that Qin Feng had come to the city and fought against the outsiders, but ultimately couldn't win and met his tragic end. The protagonist realized that Qin Dahai was ruled by him, and so it was all planned from the beginning. The guy looked distraught. He was clearly happy about everything that was happening, so he shouted that now Qin Feng couldn't do anything. In Shadow Cloud City, he still had some influence, but now he had come to the capital where his sister had become the bride of the 3rd prince of the Yi family, and now his influence wasn't what it used to be. Feng Jiang was completely shocked at what he saw. He said he could handle 1 or 2 more, but with so many, he was afraid he couldn't. The troops began to attack the heroes from different directions, and then the young gentleman uttered that he was sorry that the fighter had only joined them and had to face all of this, to which the man replied that it didn't matter. Even if he died today, it would at least be with dignity. To boost the morale of his team, Qin Feng shouted that the people of the Qin family would rather die in battle than live in mediocrity, so he urged them to fight their way out, for there was still a chance to win. Feng Jian liked the guy's words very much, saying that he owed him a great debt of gratitude, and he would do everything in his power to help. Sanskew also noted that it was well said, and he was no longer afraid, though you couldn't tell it from his face. And standing shoulder to shoulder, they all shouted their current slogan together and prepared to fight. Suddenly, clapping is heard, and a strange man they had seen in the city before appears. He laughingly says that a good man would rather die in battle than live. Lin Lang ordered to kill the old man while no one can see. The guards immediately obeyed the order and began to attack him, but suddenly an unknown man with a single touch sends the fighter flying straight to his master. Lin Lang was furious at such a thing. He managed to get injured. He again ordered the army to protect him and kill the man. Experienced warriors in a bunch began to attack the old man, but he one-hand movement throws them aside. They could not even touch him. Everyone was shocked at what was happening. Qin Feng and his team stood in a daze, trying to understand how the strange, unknown person managed to lift all the soldiers into the air with a single swing. Suddenly, the old man started laughing loudly, saying that his Qin family could not be a slave of another family. He started pulling the cloth off his staff, revealing his true form. Shouting, "Let's go back to the crazy youth," the man released the Qin family seal from the former simple stick that summoned thousands of warriors. Now the unknown man looked different. He no longer looked like a drunk, as Lin put it. In his hand, he held a battle banner. In the same instant, thousands of warriors in red appeared and bowed before their master, awaiting orders. Lin Lang fell to the ground in horror as his fighters ran away in fear. He couldn't understand how such a thing could happen here after all. They were now in the capital. The protagonist pointed out that only those who had performed great military feats for the Qin family could possess the battle banner, because once it was raised, the entire family would enter a state of preparation for war, and the banner-bearer could give the order to start the battle at any moment. There were only a few family members who had it, but he couldn't figure out who the old man was. The army of warriors that bowed to the man said they were at his disposal and called him a great master. It didn't take long for everyone's reaction. Qin Feng notes that it's no wonder then that he was able to defeat those experts so easily. Even though they are strong, the scales are split when facing a great master, since no one was able to reach the first stage of the pyramid of strength, which was divine. It means that this old man's stage is the strongest. This means that Yu Lao is the greatest power of the legendary Qin family. His fame would be extremely respected even in the 5 great families. The lad wondered why such a legend had appeared now, when he had been thought to have been missing for over 30 years. And then the old man said, as if reading the hero's mind, that he remembered when he was young, the Qin family had begun to decline, and at that time there was constant fighting between his family and the others. He says that 30 years ago he was bullied by the Yi family, and when they intensified, he couldn't stand it and led his military unit to fight back. It was the Yi family who first caused trouble, but the Qin family was afraid of retribution from the royal family. He was the reason why his team was tried, and seeing such a weak, shameful concession, he thought his family was hopeless, and although he wasn't punished, he did it himself, secluding himself in this city. Pointing his finger at the protagonist, the Grand Master uttered that today he saw hope in this young man from the Qin family, causing him to be surprised. Yu Lao menacingly declared that the lion was waking up. It was his time, and today he raised the battle banner to announce his return to the Qin clan, not to start a fierce war. Walking up to Qin Feng, the old man continued, saying that everyone should know something important. The Qin family should be united instead of pleasing outsiders and killing each other. He had once been disappointed by the leadership of his family, but now that someone like him was in it, he decided to assert himself again. The Grand Master, with a smile on his face, holds out a battle banner to the protagonist, telling him that perhaps he will leave it to him to lead the family, and that the standard-bearer has changed, warning the Qin family forces to expect orders from their new master. Thousands of warriors bowed in front of the guy and shouted that they would act on Qin Feng's prize. Concerned Lin Lang was worried for his life, fearing that the entire army was about to tear him to pieces. Then Sanskew and Fengjiang began to ask the young master what he was going to do to him. The protagonist thinks that the master decided to hand over the command of the troops to me, so he handed him the battle banner, but he doubted that he has the right to do so. Then Yu Lao also asks how he will deal with those who want to harm him, waiting for the answer. The guy thanks the man for trusting him, but he thinks that using an entire army to fight a bunch of trash is pretty pathetic. Lin Lang, expecting that he would be released now, began to bow to Qin Feng, saying that he was very merciful, but in fact, the young master had his own plan. He has a more murderous and heartbreaking way, and he is not going to kill him because of the fact that a war might break out. In his mansion, the third prince irritably asked about the history of the Qin family's battle banner. He was beaming that it might scare his guests. Lin Xuan appears and asks Ye Fan not to be angry because there might be something serious going on outside. She hopes it won't inconvenience His Majesty in any way, and she would like to postpone the engagement banquet. Pulling the girl to himself, the third prince said that no matter how it was, the celebration should be celebrated in a big way, and he will make it the envy of the whole city, to which his bride replies that she is not interested in fame and fortune. The main thing is that he was near. It will be enough for her. A guard appears and says that the Qin family's army has arrived and surrounded the mansion, causing both of them to be horrified. Ye Fang is furious out of the gate, shouting that they are scoundrels. The great Ji dynasty is under his family's control. He asks where the Qin family army came from. Are they planning a rebellion? Sitting on the horses, everyone flaunted a sly smirk on their faces. Then Qin Feng utters that he had come specially to attend the third prince's engagement banquet and congratulate him. Lin Xuan wondered how he got here. After all, she had asked her big brother to go and eliminate him, and her Fang uttered hatefully that they didn't invite them, so let them get out. Telling him not to be in such a hurry, for he has not come empty-handed, he asks the warriors to carry him in, and they throw him undressed and bound on the floor of Lin Lang, which was a gift they cannot refuse. The protagonist compliments that Lin Xuan's older brother threatened people by committing obscene acts in the city where demons were being killed. He was captured by the people of the city, and just as he was about to be put in a cage, they happened to pass by and rescued him. The villagers are still agitated because of the pig's loss of chastity. If he is not allowed to attend the banquet, then they will have no choice but to send him back. The invited guests began to whisper, calling it a moral decay that was alarming. Then the third prince's fiancée couldn't stand it and shouted that it was all nonsense after all. She had clearly asked Lin Lang to go and kill. Without letting her finish, Qin Feng asks the girl who she slept to eliminate, catching her off guard. Then Lin Xuan is horrified and asks the groom to let them attend the banquet to prevent the situation from escalating. Since the girl said so, Ye Fan allowed the heroes to enter, which they did, leaving behind muddy footprints, which His Majesty was outraged by, for it lowered the standards of their celebration. Noting with a sly smile on his face that Miss Lin is the center of attention on this long-awaited day, He must, of course, impress her and create unforgettable memories of the engagement banquet. The celebration began, and everyone was asked to take their seats. The third prince began his speech, introducing his bride to the guests, saying that she was the one he loved most in the world. Not only was she chosen by the moon-shaking immortal palace at a young age, but she is willing to be the woman behind my back despite being so honored and sworn to be only his for the rest of her life. All this guy said with such a smile that it seemed like nothing could go somehow not his plan. While all the guests were happy for their master that he was marrying such a good, pure, and kind young girl, Sanskew was burning with rage, noting that all Lin Xuan wanted was to be Ye Fan's wife. The protagonist asks the guy not to be like that, because anger makes them lose their sobriety, but when asked if he wants to just let her go, Qin Feng replies with a smirk that instead of fighting, they will fight. Standing up from his seat, the guy asks for his warmest congratulations, causing the bride to be shocked, but Ye Fan pronounces that it's okay. Let him speak, because he would like to hear how good his girlfriend is. The young master's eyes shone with cunning, and an even bigger smile stretched on his face. Then he says that, in fact, Zhuan's simplicity and kindness goes far beyond his imagination, and he asks to listen to him carefully. He pronounces that when the Lin family was weak and broken, the girl grew up with the Qin family. It was he and her father who supported her and helped her grow up. She even made a marriage contract with him to pay him back, to which all the guests began to look at each other in shock because Miss Lin said she was only marrying the third prince. The guys even decided to show a small skit so that the audience could clearly understand about the story, where Sanskew played the role of Qin Feng and Fan Jiang was Lin Xuan. Continuing his story, the main character says that the girl was so good back then that the third prince fell in love with her. It was great, and she didn't want to give him any trouble, so she left him. But in fact, she wanted to kill the young master, and she took the initiative to seal his martial skills, which eventually broke the engagement, and he left him. Finishing his story, the guy utters that Yuan's condition eventually improved, and he's just someone who helped her become like this, so he can't interfere in her life. The guests immediately picked up on this and started calling the bride a fraud and ungrateful. Then the girl realized that it was Qin Feng's cunning plan to pretend to praise her, but in reality he was laughing at her and turning everyone against her. The third prince began to defend his woman, calling it all a farce and a lie, because he doesn't know her, she's not that kind of person. Launching a plate at Ye Fan, which he safely catches, the protagonist utters that maybe, but he knows one thing for sure: he will be the one responsible for the consequences of using it. Furious, the third prince orders the guards to go and arrest Qin Feng, because insulting is already a big deal. The fighters obeyed the order and rushed at the protagonist, who pulled out a battle banner, placing it on the table, calling it jokingly a toothpick, and that it was the big one that he liked to brush his teeth with. The guards saw this and rushed to the floor, bowing their heads to the guy, causing all the guests to be horrified, not believing their eyes. Ye Fang didn't understand how the Qin family's battle banner could be so far away. Then one of his subordinates approached him and whispered in his ear that they had investigated and found out that the new banner bearer was Qin Feng, which His Highness couldn't believe because he was still too young. The guard also complimented that they should not do anything reckless, because one of the people sitting next to the protagonist is one of the 10 masters of the Qin family, causing the bride and groom to be horrified with fear. And then, Yu Lao, as if reading their thoughts, said, interjecting to the third prince that he had just ordered. Ye Fan's face changed in a second. Now he looked kindly, saying that he just wanted to offer them a drink to enjoy the meal. The martial artist also adds that they investigated Lin Lan and his molestation of pigs, and it turned out to be Qin Feng's slander, to which the third prince said that it didn't matter anymore. Now he had the battle banner, and the great master was on his side, who would dare touch them now. Lin Xuan realizes that from today, her family would be famous in the capital, but now that a commotion has been raised, the Lin family has become an object of ridicule for the entire city. She promises that she will not let him get away with it. The team began to rejoice that they had succeeded in pissing people off and their plan had come to fruition. Sanskew notes that the young lord is very quick-witted, to which he replies that he would not be proud even if he praised him. But suddenly, there is an army in red, which with force takes away from the main character's battle flag and grabbing him by the shoulder. They put his hands behind his back, pinning him to the ground until the guy did not realize what was happening. The guys also didn't understand who dared to arrest the Chin family's flag bearer, and then the head of the Chin family, John, approaches, who pronounces that under the orders of the family's Elders Association, they are here to retrieve the battle banner and bring the criminal Chin Feng to the law enforcement hall to hold him accountable for his actions. The whole team was in shock. Everyone did not understand how to act in this situation, because such a turn they did not expect, but to influence the decision and go against the whole army, they cannot. In the law enforcement hall, the protagonist is brought before the Chin family court, and one of the elders said that the guy used a battle banner to cause a huge commotion at the Ye family engagement banquet, which almost led to a war between the families. He asks the culprit if he will plead guilty. To the word said, Chin Feng replies that the Ye family was the first to attack him in the demon-killing city, so he counterattacked, and since the battle between the families did not start, he cannot call him a military intruder. The hooded elder notes that the boy, as he called him, has a very sharp tongue, but let him not think that he will get away with it just because there is no evidence against him, and also complimenting. He said that he should know that they are not the ones who will judge him. It will be the grandmother who will do it. Everyone in the hall began to look over and whisper. Even Chin Feng himself was surprised by this turn, not realizing what to expect from this. Sanskew wondered in horror that this woman was the most powerful in the Chin family, and anyone who fell under her power would be finished, even if they were innocent. Yulan started shouting from the top of the podium, who was clearly happy about this turn of events. He said that he never thought he would see the guy in a situation like this. He notes that the guy would be imprisoned. That's the difference between the two. The man also adds that he was the first to inform the court about his use of the battle banner. People reported that the grandmother came, and she pronounced while asking the protagonist that some people say that he used the banner to go to Ye family and make trouble. She also points out that, in addition, he broke the family laws and arbitrarily contacted outsiders who were exiled long ago. She asks the culprit if he will confess his actions. Getting serious, Chin Feng, sitting on his lap, says that he admits everything. He did it. Then Lu Fanghua started to slowly walk down the stairs to the guy. Coming close to him and looking down at him with a cold stare, she asks the protagonist to give her a reason not to act this way, to which he sneers. Then Chin Feng utters that the Ye family has always underestimated them, and also he has always been so disgusted by the laws made by this family to expel the foreigner. And standing in front of the woman, he compliments that the laws of the Ye family are pedantic and despicable, so he thinks it's time for a change. The elders in the hall were furious. They started shouting that it was a rebellion and raising his staff up. Lu Fanghua asks the guy, these are his true reasons. Sanskew, watching with Fang Jiang, was very worried about his young master. He hesitates, noting that Chin Feng is confused. Unlike all the masters here, the grandmother has the level of a great master. At this time, Yulan couldn't stop gloating, hoping that the protagonist would now be convicted and imprisoned. He shouted laughingly for the guy to count his crimes, calling him a traitor, and his name would be expunged from the family. Lu Fanghua breaks the chains on the criminal's hands with her staff, and with a smile on her face, says that as expected from her fearless grandson, noting that it was very well said, making not only the guy surprised, but everyone sitting in the audience. The only one who was most displeased with this turn was Yulan, who began shouting again, addressing the Grand Master that he had committed too many crimes, and for that he should be expelled from the family. To which the grandmother looks at him with an angry look full of rage and says that the family desperately needs someone like Chin Feng. They need someone as brave to break the unjust laws. She also adds that she talked to Mr. Yu, and then she understood the main character's train of thought. He told her that he treats all people equally without discrimination. And besides, foreigners are good people too, but no one has been to see them to get to know them better. The elders sat in shock, unable to believe that the old man who had returned was already talking about their former criminal. And at this time, Lu Fanghua remarks, asking if the 5 Great Families Wasteland Development Tournament is just around the corner, and completing her words, she utters that the guy will go and participate in it. The Judicial Council was even more horrified at what they heard, noting that not only was he not punished, but he was also rewarded. Then the man who hated the young master began to shout that the number of seats was limited, and they were already all taken. He asked why Qin Feng had gotten everything he wanted. After all, it was against the law. The grandmother lowers her head, thinking about the man's words, remembering that the people for the tournament have already been gathered. But after pondering for a while, she says that then the main character will take Qin Yulan's place. Qin Yulan became furious. This was too unfair. The man did not understand why the grandmother gave his place to our hero. The woman reasoned that Qin Yulan was a snitch and she hated infighting. Qin Feng bowed to his grandmother in gratitude, and at the same time thought that the Wasteland Mastering Tournament was the best way to improve the family, and if he performed well, he would achieve great success for the main family. In an instant, the woman announced that she would create a new youth team and select a group of young people with experience in land development. And turning to the boy, proudly informed that he would be their leader, which the young man was very surprised. The friends of our hero were jubilant with happiness because the young master got a prestigious place. The grandmother at this time favorably told our hero that the level of leadership he would eventually be able to achieve depended on his hard work. The lad assured the lady that he would not disappoint her. The young man knew that if he could become a leader, he could build great relationships and gain power, and in the future he would have a lot in common with the main family. After some time, our hero arrived at the library. It's been a long time since he was away from his main family, so the guy is going to learn some new techniques that will help him in the future. Although there are many techniques from past lives stored in memory, there is no harm in learning and mastering new techniques. Our hero stopped his search when he saw the book Blood Monster Knife, because learning how to fight ferocious monsters is very useful, and the turtle's breathing technique can block me, but only 2 books he found were not enough. Suddenly someone called out to our hero. It was the outraged Qin Yulan. The guy was going to fight our hero. Qin Feng did not take a break from his book to inform him that the one did not deserve to be his opponent, and as for his seat, his grandmother had given it to our hero. Therefore, if a guy wants to fight, it is necessary to go to Grandma's house. In an instant, something strange and terrible began to happen to the guy. His muscles began to grow like on yeast. At the moment, the guy told our hero that he should have inquired about the training he had done for 3 years to participate in the tournament. Our hero was acting too nonchalant. He just didn't care about what was going on. The guy had a mountain of muscle in front of him that said his secret technique was to crush 800 pounds at one time, and that was almost impossible to handle. Qin Yulan's minions admired their comrade. They were happy to see his secret technique again, after all. This strength was equivalent to that of a legendary warrior. Qin Yulan demanded a battle from our hero. The guy did not wait for consent, flew at our hero, because he was going to prove that he could destroy the guy with one move. But in the moment, this brave man got punched in the face, and after that flew to the other end of the room. This guy seemed to our hero annoying, and also interfered with the reading of the book. When the minions saw Yulan lying on the floor, they were horrified. Qin Feng was a little pissed off after all. Searching for books was stressful, so he asked him not to bother him anymore or he would make Qin Yulan fall asleep forever. The comrades who had been on the sidelines all this time came to a kind of horror. They were furious at the strength of our hero. They decided that since there were more of them, they would certainly defeat our hero, so they first ordered not to be proud that the guy had defeated Yulan. Our hero is quite patient, so at first she began to ask questions on distracting topics, such as how well those people sleep. Yulan listening, everything happening to the fact that the education of those boys will not go to the wind. They support him in a difficult moment. But in fact, the boys had already fallen to their knees and swore allegiance to our hero. Qin Yulan was very disappointed and frightened. The boy tried to find out what they were saying and how dare they betray him, but the young men instantly forgot him, because the position of elder brother belongs to the strongest, and that is Qin Feng. The boy was hurt that his comrades had so quickly disowned him. Our hero at this time made an innocent look and said that they could be his younger brothers, but if they could help him find books on martial arts techniques, and in fact he thought their boyfriends were ungrateful and didn't understand how they could put up with the fact that he was their older brother. After what our hero said, the boys immediately started looking for books. Qin Feng understood the benefit of the situation. With so many people helping him in finding books on martial techniques, it could save him a lot of time. At one point, the guy was distracted from reading the book by hearing that 5 great families would be holding an auction. The guys were happy to inform our hero that in a few days, the 5 great families would be holding a resource exchange auction and would offer their prices at the auction, and, in another sense, this auction to demonstrate their power. And then despair, because their family has nothing to show for it, so most likely they will have to watch other families' show of force. This information puzzled our hero because the Chin family is almost equal to the other families, but it is less important than the others. Seeing that the family has been so weak all this time, the new generation feels disappointed, and if the new generation loses confidence, the family will not develop. Therefore, the guy decided to cheer up his younger brothers by saying that actually, the Chin family had always hidden their strength. Therefore, in the upcoming auction, everyone would see the strength of the Chin family, and he himself realized that the auction would definitely include some rare pills. This year, he should be given the opportunity to take care of the family like a 100,000-year-old alchemist would take care of the family. After a while, our hero was walking around Chinjia district and thinking about the fact that even though there was no alchemist in the family before, they still didn't skimp on alchemist expenses. And this alchemy room presented to him, but it was completely destroyed. When the young man saw the ruins, he was very upset because not even the oven was intact. The boy's sadness was distracted by someone's phrase of greeting. It was a young lady who informed the guy that she gathers herbs in this place and is in charge of helping him create pills, so asked for directions. The guy seemed a little embarrassed, so he faintly said hello, but he remembered that the Chin family had distributed the alchemy rooms according to the strength of the herb gatherers, and looking at this room, it could be deduced that this girl was the weakest. While the guy was thinking, a beam supporting the roof almost fell on his head. But looking at the collected herbs, the guy realized that the girl had carefully classified the treba according to their healing properties, and if she was inexperienced, she wouldn't have evaluated them so accurately. And watching her deft actions couldn't stop the question of why they made her work in the worst office, and maybe there was something hidden. As long as our hero has an iron furnace to make pills, he won't mix in anything that doesn't concern him, only deciding to inquire about the girl's name. This flower girl, Hua Ju, is an herb picker from the Chin family. When the boy heard the girl's name, everything fell out of his hands, and then instantly assumed that the girl was old man Hua's granddaughter, and it was a correct guess. The guy took the girl by the shoulders and then introduced himself, after which she informed him that her grandfather was a hero, gathering herbs for the Chin family for many years, and how could they be assigned to such a simple lodge? At that moment, the girl burst into tears because her grandfather had told her a lot about our hero. Afterward, she took our hero to show her grandfather. Without waiting for an invitation to enter, the boy entered the room and immediately inquired about the old man's well-being. After all, Grandpa Hua at that time was the best herb gatherer in the Chin family. A great herbalist can gather many high-quality herbs for his whole family. He was the one who introduced the guy to herbs as a kid, and he was our hero's mentor. Without him, the guy wouldn't be the man he is today. Grandfather saw our hero on the doorstep and asked why he had come back. The young man didn't pay attention to the questions. He wanted to know who had hurt the man. Without waiting for a reply, the granddaughter said that Qin Yulan did it. After learning that the guy had become an alchemist, he remembered that her grandfather had taught him everything, so he came and beat up the man. He also took advantage of his brother's authority and gave them the worst room for alchemy, and also the girl has no money for her grandfather's treatment. The man said that Mr. Feng's family had been transferred to the city and they were already in an unenviable position, so there was no need for him to cause trouble. In an instant, our hero was overcome with sadness because it happened to his grandfather because of him. The boy gathered all his emotions into a fist, because without the guidance of this grandfather, he would not have reached where he is today. So he will avenge his mentor. At this time, the Qin family's largest alchemy room. Qin Yulan relentlessly complained about our hero. The guy demanded justice for himself. The man Yulan complained to assured that he had just recently allocated the worst room to alchemist Qin Feng, and this was his first step to take revenge. This was Qin Guang, the general manager of Jiadan District's herb gathering department. He was intent on making our hero rearrange himself. In an instant, Qin Yulan was very frightened when he heard someone burst into the room. It was the incredibly pissed-off Qin Feng walking along with his terrified assistant. The guy seeing our hero decided to greet him and tell him that he was going to come to him to settle a score, but he didn't expect the guy to come to him. After that, our hero delighted his opponent with another punch to the face. Yulan's teeth flew out a few more from that blow. The general manager saw his brother flying over and was very frightened. Qin Feng was of the opinion that a real man didn't fight helpless people, and he had hurt Grandpa Hua. The general manager was very afraid of our hero's further actions. The guy intended to challenge them to an herbal competition against Huazhou, and if she won the competition, they would take this room. And if she loses, you, our hero, will be completely at their disposal. Qin Yulan could not rest. He wanted our hero dead, but his brother still agreed to our hero's proposal. The girl was very frightened. She was sure she couldn't do it after all. Her grandfather had gathered herbs in the past, and she had only watched him and trained. The guy assured her that she could do anything, while he wondered how he could trap them if he didn't use himself as bait. Here it was time for the traditional herb-gathering competition. People needed to go to the barren mountain for 2 hours, and the one who gathers the highest level of herbs will win. The general manager introduced our hero to the very best herb pickers. And on our hero's side was a girl who was trained by Grandpa Hua. The guy had a lot of confidence in her. And now the general manager has already announced the start of the competition. And at that very second, all his charges rushed the place. Only our hero's candidate remained in place. The girl was very nervous, as she was not at all sure of herself. She was late from the start. After a while of pointless walking through the woods, she still found something interesting. The lady found a rank 2 spiritual herb. If she takes it, she might even be able to win. But her opponent snatched the grass from the girl's hand so quickly that she didn't even have time to object. She tried to say something to the guy, but it was in vain. Here our hero appeared and tried to calm Huazhou down. After all, she had learned from Grandpa Hua that second-rate spiritual herb didn't matter. Qin Yulan couldn't understand how a girl could be stronger than dozens of people. Our hero's opponents were really surprised that the guy bet on a girl. They thought he was a very foolish dreamer because she was lagging behind everywhere. Everyone in the circle did not stop to collect the healing herb. And in a flash, the young lady realized that there was nothing left there. Qin Feng's opponents were joking about the lady. They pointed at the remains of the fragrance stick and the fact that her master was going to die a sure death. With despair, the girl collapsed, for she thought that it was already over and they had lost. And moreover, she had involved Qin Feng. But then our hero whispered that there was still a chance. The girl was very surprised, and through her tears she tried to see if she was imagining it all. The young man advised to use Grandpa Hua's method. It was necessary to search with the heart, and after that he tried to cheer her up because it was impossible to fail in this competition. And it worked for Huazhou. She straight up got up and headed out to do the impossible. Her attention was caught by something on a very steep cliff. There's still a chance to win because there are spiritual herbs to collect, and she found them. While she was overcoming the obstacles, all of her hands were already abrasions. But no matter what, the young lady had no intention of giving up. Looking at the desperate actions of the girl, the wards of our hero's rival laughed because she had already risked her life, and all this was impossible, because they collected everything that could be collected. At the moment when the girl had already reached the necessary grass, in her head echoed the words said by our hero. Reaching for the healing herb, the girl clearly realized that it was her last hope for victory. After a while, an inspection revealed that what Huazhou had brought was nothing more than a bunch of ordinary weeds. The manager, very carefully looking at the herbs brought by the girl with a smile on his face, said that she had lost, and she was really the worst herb collector. When she heard that, she almost cried, the people around her laughing at her failure. Qin Yulan, when he heard about our hero's defeat, already started to tell the guy that he would not hurt him too much if he admitted his defeat. And in an instant, a torch appeared in the guy's hands. He was amused that everyone thought he had lost. The guy threw the flame onto the herb table, and everyone was momentarily taken aback. After a few moments, the general manager did catch on to what was going on and assumed that our hero was trying to burn the herbs and destroy the evidence. But our hero proudly announced that real gold is not afraid of fire, and he wants everyone to keep their eyes open and take a good look. Qin Yulan was furious, for all the herbal medicines had been burned and there were ashes on the table. In an instant, the general manager noticed some grass. Qin Yulan was so stupid that he didn't understand what was going on after all. The highest grade grass they found was second grade grass, and thought that after burning it, it might turn into third grade grass. The older brother understood much more, and so he knew it was more than just a third grade weed. It turned into a fourth grade magical herb. It was a fireflow flower. Our hero was still very calm, and little tongues of flame flickered in his eyes. No one could believe that in front of them was a fourth grade magical ripoff, and it was one of the rarest herbs in the entire region. Reported that the flower of the fire stream looks like dry grass and grows on the slopes of mountains, and to get to it to record requires not only keen eyesight, but also great courage. Many of the men couldn't find him even after outrunning Hua Ju, so the guy demanded to recognize the strongest herb gatherer, pointing at the girl. Everyone was furious because no one wanted to admit defeat. Qing Yulan couldn't believe it, and the general manager was acting very strange in general. Addressing the girl as a sister, the man offered to sell him the herb he had found, for he would pay 500 gold coins. On hearing such a sum, the men around them were astonished, for some of them the sum was equal to 2 years or 10 years' wages. The young lady realized that 500 coins could be enough to buy her grandfather medicine for several years, much to her doubt. But at this moment our hero intervened. The guy tried to shame Qin Guan for trying to fool the girl. With the fire stream flower being sold at an auction where only the most experienced herb collectors could find it, Qin Guangyu became very scared. After that, the guy turned to Hua Zhou and said that he would buy the fireflow flower from her for 10,000 gold coins, which was twice the market price, so that she could buy medicine for Grandpa Hua and live a decent life. Everyone was very surprised to hear this. This sum made people furious, because some people had never received such sums in their entire lives, and they did not understand when our hero managed to get so rich. Qin Yulan muttered through his teeth that Qin Feng had won, and thought to himself that none of this mattered. This was just a fourth-grade magic herb, and as long as Hua Zhou worked for him, he would have a continuous flow of fourth-grade herbs in the future. Approaching the girl, our hero informed her that his team needed an herbalist, and from now on he would take care of Grandpa Hua, so he offered to become his herb gatherer. The girl agreed without the slightest hesitation. The people around them seemed impossible, and they began to offer the girl a job and a room much better than the one they were in, and even better places to gather herbs. But the young lady was adamant that she only wanted to work with Mr. Qin Feng. Those words were to the men like a huge stone crumbling on their heads. Looking at our hero, the girl realized that he was the first person who believed in her talent after her grandfather. He also helped her and her grandfather. And our hero realized that a good herb gatherer was a powerful support for an alchemist, and in the future, when he wasn't in the medicinal garden, Hua Zhou would be able to gather spiritual herbs with his team. And after pointing at the door, Qin Feng proudly announced that from now on, this room would belong to Hua Zhou, so people should leave the room. And so they came down the stairs in a friendly crowd. For the general manager, the loss of a house a trifle compared to the loss of such a rare talent. The man started beating Qin Yulan, for he thought it was all his fault. He shouldn't have turned our hero against them. Looking at the huge furnace, the guy realized that this was indeed the most luxurious alchemy room in the Qin family, and with this furnace, he would be able to refine a high-level pill to auction them off. He uses the fireflow flower to improve his strength because the healing properties of the fireflow flower can help a person to penetrate his body. Although his main use is to defeat his inner demons, but there is a tournament coming up and the guy wants to show a good result on it. So our hero must take a chance. This trial with himself was difficult for the young man. After a while, his own opposite side appeared in front of him. The dark side did its best to destroy the guy in an instant. She was telling our hero that he was a sinner who failed to keep his family alive, so why should he deserve to live? Our hero could not understand why it hurt so much and whether the devil really lives inside him, because they say that if a person is killed by inner demons, his body will die. But none of that matters. Our hero can still use his most powerful powers. But this powerful fist the demon managed to stop without much effort. The guy was really quite surprised by this. The demon begins to taunt our hero with the fact that he knows him too well. By punching him in the face, the dark side was telling our hero that he was nothing but a coward who hurt others. And he has absolutely nothing to defend. The bleeding guy didn't even know what to do. The demon thought our hero didn't deserve to live at all. So with all my might, kicked the guy in the stomach with my legs. And lying on the floor, he remembered that his 100,000-year-old demon was in front of him, and he was also very strong. Closing his eyes before the demon, he couldn't believe this was the end. But images of people close to him surfaced in his subconscious. It helped him wake up and scream for all he was worth. He was helped to live and hope for the best, so he must make the best effort he has. Blood gushed from the demon's mouth after the crushing blow. Striking a deadly blow, the guy was not going to give up. Even if he died, even if he was doomed, he would never give up. And that's not to mention the guy himself. Something began to happen to the demon, or rather our hero, as if he began to free himself from it. And something was happening to his physical body, too. He had finally broken through to the realm of body strengthening, and now he could fight 4th-level body strengthening experts, and now practicing alchemy for the whole family would be much easier. Our hero's closest friend reported that Mr. Chin Izulan and Elder Chin Wen had arrived again, and this time they were there to cause trouble, but our hero thought the elder was a good man, and so he went to see. Upon seeing our hero, Mr. Izulan immediately charged our hero that he had come to sow confusion in the clan and occupy the alchemy room, and should have asked the elders in the family first. This man is the father of Yulan and Guan, as well as one of the elders. He said that an auction is approaching and the family is in dire need of an alchemy room to make pills. But our hero was already an alchemist's apprentice, and he only occupied the alchemy room to prepare pills for the family in time for the family to compete with other families. The elder didn't understand if a few days of studying chemistry was enough to deserve a better room, and Guan thought that the pill created by the newcomer would probably embarrass the family. But Qin Feng was not going to endure this humiliation. The guy demonstrated what he had done in the past few days. It was a body-strengthening pill. Qin Yulan and Qin Guan shouted in one voice that it wouldn't change the fact that the family was furious at him for occupying the room, and these pills weren't enough. But blindfolded, our hero, along with his underlings, showed a 3rd-grade pillory. After that, our hero ran up to the frightened elder and whispered something in his ear that made him even more uncomfortable. At this time, the brothers believed that our hero had slipped a fake and that Qin Feng could not make a 3rd-grade pill. At this moment, an elder ran up and slapped both of them, and then told them to shut up because she didn't belong to the same generation as our hero, but there was an incredibly large gulf between them. Afterward, the young man and the elder shook hands. The man said that the room would be considered as a reward from the main family, and he would go to represent the Qin family with him at the auction. The brothers were incredibly surprised at the blow, but were even more surprised at what they heard. And so after a certain period of time, our hero was already thanking the elder for his kindness, but even more the guy was happy because he got what he wanted. He was going to the auction. And now it's auction time. The auction of the top 5 families has officially begun. Our hero believed that auctions were a demonstration of family strength. Only powerful families have a say. And it seemed that someone very influential was present there, saying that for 50 body-strengthening pills, the Yi family was offering 40,000 gold coins. And the big bone bow bought by the Yi family for 20,000 gold coins, this guy seemed quite cocky. Finally, he added that the Yi family was paying 300,000 gold for 7th-grade pills. People were outraged that the Yi family stole everything again. It happens every year and most can just watch. And looking at our hero guy thought since he dared to come there, he would make the Qin family lose face, all to avenge the disgrace at the banquet. But in the past, the Qini family usually looked embarrassed when they failed. But this time, something was different. This time our hero had the face of a winner. And at that time, the announcer announced several times that the auction was over. But at this moment, our hero got up from his seat and asked to wait, for the Qin family had something to offer. The upstage presenter informed our hero that they could offer some good things by going up on stage. The young man was demonstrating the pill, informing that ordinary body-strengthening pills were not effective for warriors, but his body-strengthening pill, which had a quality of 8 units, could effectively increase strength. The Yi family representative was even a little amused by this after all. The quality is really rare, but it's only 1 pill. It's as good as the 57th grade pills his family just bought. The people laughed very hard to see that our hero brought only 1 pill, that if there is no goods, there is no need to do anything. Otherwise, it will be a disgrace. And some people were just ashamed of our hero and embarrassed because they thought that Qin Feng was humiliating himself. But the guy informed, without waiting for more condemnation, that if he only had one, it would be really funny. But it was one of his pill collection. And at this point, our hero demonstrated countless pills. The young man reported making hundreds of pills. Seeing such a number of people came to a standstill, they were really shocked. The representative of the Ye family was he believed that an ordinary family like the Qin family couldn't produce such a thing, couldn't produce an 8-fold quality pill. But our hero's comrades were very pleasantly surprised because their master made a pill to strengthen the body with an 8-point quality. The rest of the people were like crazy. They all wanted to purchase these pills because they could greatly increase the strength of the family warriors with them. And in this dispute, the representative of the Yi family intervened again. He offered 200,000 gold coins for these pills, and then added that anyone who dared to oppose him would be considered an enemy of the imperial family. People resented again. This guy was once again relying on the obscene power of the royal family to dominate everything. But they realized that 200,000 gold coins was really a lot of money. The guy didn't understand why the Qin family didn't want to keep such good things for themselves and instead just sell it. Our hero reported some time later that the body-strengthening pills were bought by Ye's family. But in reality, it's extra pills they don't need, and the third principal thinks they've won the deal. So now our hero intended to show the main lot. This surprised everyone even more, because everyone thought that 100 high-quality pills was the main lot. The box contained a third-grade elixir. Some people were confused by this because a third-grade elixir isn't exactly a grand finale. Turning to the audience, the young man said that this was an unusual third-grade elixir, and with a smirk he added that everyone would realize what it was when they saw it with their own eyes. After opening the box, a fire dragon-like spirit emerged from it. It overshadowed the entire space and lunged at people. This beast was beautiful and very scary. Seeing this, the gentlemen were astonished and frightened after all. This was an illusion created by the altered elixir. It was an extremely rare altered elixir, and an ordinary third grade was nothing compared to this. The elder who helped our hero thought it was all very grand. After all, when our hero told him that it was a third-grade change elixir, he asked Qin Feng to accompany him. The elder was very happy that he had done the right thing. The Ye family representative was covered in sweat of amazement and horror. The guy didn't understand how this could happen, and even thought that the Qin family had actually hired an alchemy master. At this point, people were really going crazy. They were coming at your hero in an attempt to buy this elixir. But this time again, a representative of the royal family intervened. He intended to buy this elixir on behalf of his father, and anyone trying to take it away would be accused of disobeying the imperial family. People were very annoyed because the guy is using the imperial family to pressure them. Our hero agreed to give the elixir, but only for 500,000 gold coins. Guy that our hero is a fool, for he is basically selling this excellent elixir, but ordered his servants to give the money. It was whispered in the buyer's ear that because he had bought 100 body-strengthening pills and spent recklessly, he had already spent all the money allowed by the emperor. Everyone started laughing because of the prince's lack of money. Our hero feigned upset to see the imperial scion crying, but then he started laughing because he had spent money on really worthless things. This made the third prince of the imperial family incredibly angry. In the end, the Qin family auctioned the pill for 700,000 gold coins, and they became the most honorable family. And the Yi family has become a laughingstock at this auction thanks to the prince. The elder couldn't stop thanking our hero, as their family hadn't had such a good time at an auction in years. This time he brought great glory to their family, and he will celebrate the guy's great achievement. But the man asked not to rejoice still so much, because the guy was in the center of attention, and this has its advantages and disadvantages. Although he shined at the auction and was remembered by many, but when the tournament is held, our hero may become a target. This information did not seem to disturb our hero at all. But for sure, the third prince in the Ye family, Ye Fan, although his development is ordinary, he has a level 5 bodyguard, and this person can defeat many. Or the new member of the Bai family, Bai Leng. His martial arts skills are so strong that he has no rivals below the 6th level in the body-strengthening realm. Nangong Xuanqin is from the Nangun family. It is said that when she fights, no one can beat her. Situxuan. He relies on the fighting style of his ancestors and is good at killing, so he is considered an extremely dangerous enemy. The elder thinks that Nangong Xuanqing and Xu Xuan are the most dangerous, so our hero must always be on guard. It seemed to the young man that the elder thinks that the third is the most ordinary, but it is just the opposite. He is the biggest threat to our hero. Our hero remembers that in a past life, the third prince had a strange ability to hide his power. No one can tell what he was up to. But the countdown has already begun. You know, my hero has a lot of work to do before the big tournament, and he has a lot more work to do before he stabs his body. 3 days later, there was a birthday banquet for the Qin family's grandmother, Lu Fanghua. Representatives of the 4 great families arrived. The Ye family, the Bai family, the Situ family, and the Nangong family all sent great gifts. The Qin family's grandmother was very grateful to everyone. And then a girl appeared and said that all 4 major families had given gifts, but she had yet to see the Qin family giving their own gifts. It was the Ye family's protector, Lun Xuan, who reported that the Qin family wouldn't even be able to afford a decent gift. The brothers from the Qin family were very angry because they know that their family is not as rich as Ye. They deliberately compare themselves to them. The girl sat down and came to the conclusion that, as expected, in terms of wealth, the Qin family couldn't handle the Ye family, and it was a wise choice to abandon the Qin family in the beginning. The girl was distracted from her musings when she heard that our hero had come to present gifts. In the young man's hand was a box that was a high-grade 9-point body strengthening pill. The young man opened the box, and there were indeed pills of incredible beauty. All people opened their mouths because, first of all, it was very expensive, and secondly, it was very difficult to make them. But it seemed an extreme rarity for a girl. After all, compared to the gift of 300,000 gold coins from her family, the pills weren't even worth mentioning. The senior manager was very angry, for all this comes after the battle of the secret rivalry of the 5 families, and he thought it would be better for our hero not to give this small gift. But then the guy informed that he wasn't done yet and wondered why Xuan immediately started bragging. The guy asked for something else to bring, but the girl was already beyond furious and surprised. Puree demonstrated 200 body-strengthening pills, high quality, reaching 9 points, and it is his gift to his grandmother. Everyone was in absolute shock, for 200 pills cost millions of gold coins. The girl couldn't believe it, and she didn't understand how the poor family got so many pills. The young man then leaned over to the girl and hatefully informed her that she had abandoned his family when she won the heart of the prince from the Moonlight Palace. And now that he has become an alchemist, the guy hopes for her, or rather that she will not regret her choice. The girl was even more angry, for they were trying to disrespect her. Leaving, the young man did not notice the admiring looks and conversations. Everyone in the room rejoiced, for the Ye family had been suppressing the Qin family for many years. The grandmother rejoiced, because since the return of our hero, the family became proud of him, and he also gave the best gift she had ever received. Elder Yu thought that our hero had given so much, so he deserved to be rewarded. Grandmother in turn decided that she could grant one request. The aide thought it was a great honor to ask the elder for a reward, so our hero should think carefully before saying what he wanted. And then the guy started, since Elder Yu is doing him so many favors, his request is that when he returns to Cloud Shadow City in the future, Guy would like Elder Yu to go with him and stay there for a few years. This request really shocked everyone. The aides immediately started yelling that our hero has exceeded all his capabilities, especially the elder has requested a reward for him, and the guy wants to have his back. But our hero sternly informed us that he knew the elder had less than 3 years to live. The elder was very angry. He didn't understand if our hero really thought he was dying. The young man tried to carefully inform that this is what his alchemy master's video was, but as well he said that there was a way to increase his lifespan, as long as he didn't go to the city of Cloud Shadows to protect it. In our hero's previous life, Elder Yu died after 3 years, and the loss of the elder as a force to be reckoned with led to great pressure on the Qin family. And so before becoming strong, the family still has to rely on the old man to support them for a while. One of the men was shocked, because if Yu Lao's life expectancy could be increased, it would be tantamount to maintaining the great power of the Qin family. The elder was very funny, after all. It didn't matter if he went to protect the others or not. The old man also wanted to live a few more years. At this point, the grandmother got into the conversation. She said that her grandson got what he wanted, for which the guy thanked her. And the guy himself bowed his head and thought about what with Master Yu and Grandmaster being a great help when they were in the misty forest. And then the guy dared to voice another request. Qin Feng said that Qin Fanjiang was his right hand, so the guy hoped that he would also be included in the tournament. Grandmother believed that it was impossible for an outsider to join, for by doing so, he would face a challenge from other family members. But our hero was confident that he could handle it at all. As he made his way to his room, our hero began a conversation. Our hero was informing his right hand that he should get ready for the next competition with the other students. Qin Fanjiang was incredibly excited to be able to contribute to the Qin family. But at one moment, from the front door, shouts were heard, someone demanding our hero to come out with the stranger. The guy was pretty good at being wary, and the rest of the people present were even a little scared. After leaving the room, our hero tried to find out what was going on, but there was an army standing in front of the door. One of the guys jumped on our hero, saying that he repeatedly broke the rules and asked his family to give him spots in the tournament. The young man thought it was funny. He thought it was a few guys who wanted to challenge, but it was worth waiting for the tournament. But these people did not want to wait. The guys believed that our hero is still flying, and then they left our hero's battered comrade. The young man was surprised to see Sanka. They kept beating him and saying that if our hero wanted to be left alone, they needed to return the places they were in the tournament or the friend would die. Sanka, in pain, still asked his friend not to fight with them, as he needed to save his strength for the tournament. The rascals were amused by this because, according to them, Qin Feng must want to take Qin Fanjiang with him to the tournament to be his bodyguard. Otherwise, Qin Feng would have been beaten to death by them, but for now, it was Sanka who was being beaten. Our hero lost his temper. He was pissed off by the fact that people actually think they would beat him up. No one understood what was happening, and the young man had already attacked and dispersed the vigilance of his rivals. The young man struck with all his might at the man who couldn't keep his mouth shut. After all, the young master had warned, but if he wanted to fight so badly, the boy deserved it. The other people froze in fear, for no one had expected Qin Feng to be so strong. But there were also those who thought that the guy was still weak and they should only be wary of Qin Fangtian. And at that moment, the guy flew right at them. He was pissed off at these guys too. People froze in place, not realizing what was happening. The guy hit with such force that no one could stand still. This guy really is too powerful, and there were again those who underestimated him. In an instant, the guy took the heads of the two enemies and, calling them idiots, directed their gaze in the other direction, saying that they were underestimating someone else. These guys really saw a horrible sight, their comrades flying one by one. It was our hero who scattered them all, and Qin Fangtian chucklingly claimed that they still didn't know who was the great master and who was the junior master there. The people held by our hero's aid already seemed to have their eyes bursting, and the guy didn't realize if they really wanted him to defeat them. Our hero still decided to fulfill the request. He will defeat them, but maybe there is something else. The people were trembling in fear, for they didn't understand how it all happened so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng was able to defeat everyone single-handedly. And all of them are first and second level body-strengthening experts, contrived that our hero is at the Ki and Blood Realm level. At the herders, the young man asked if they would like to see Fangtian's strength, and they began to beg for mercy. After all, up until this point, they thought that Qin Fangtian was the strongest, and they were afraid of him. But apparently Qin Feng is the strongest. Half a month later, the tournament began between the 5 major families, and already the Qin family was preparing to participate in this year's Wasteland Development Tournament. The Qin family has been at the bottom of the rankings for 20 years now, and these 20 years have been a disgrace to the family. And so one of the elders promises all the people that if anyone makes it into the top 4 of the year, his opportunity to master the family's secret techniques. Not only that, but more than that, he would also give the position of leader of the Youthland Development Squad. The prizes they heard were very motivating for the young people. And for our hero, although the grandmother guaranteed leadership, there are different types of leaders, the young man must reach as high a level as possible. However, there are a large number of people with a high level of body strengthening, and the guy has been training hard for half a month, but even failed to reach this level. He doesn't know if he can achieve good results in the tournament. The Five Great Families Wasteland Development Tournament has begun. At the beginning of the tournament, the disciples of the Five Great Families will be sent to the Wasteland Club on a coachless wagon. But the monsters of the wasteland are extremely ferocious and compete with each other to kill humans. There are very few masters that can survive each year. The competition to master the mountain is tougher than anyone can imagine. In a moment, our hero noticed one of the attackers. The guy smiled and turned to the young man with the words that he did not expect them to be in the same wagon, and therefore offered to go through the whole journey together. The other young man was very awkward. He couldn't stand it and shouted and told our hero that the fact that he had defeated them that day was all just chance or luck. But this time, the guy decided to follow the masters of the Ye and Bai families. Our hero will be alone in the wasteland. The Ye family intervened in the conversation. They considered the Chin family as weaklings who can only walk behind them. But our hero laughed and said he didn't think the people sitting across from him were very strong at all, and advised the guy to join him again. But at one point, the wagon began to overturn. A huge beast came out and immediately began devouring people. Our hero didn't expect to see a ferocious monster so soon. A ferocious monster is approaching, or rather a giant ferocious swamp crocodile. The young man tried to lure the boy he had recently called to his side, but he froze in fear. In an instant, the guy heard other families discussing amongst themselves that the ideas that a family might come up with show them to be really weak. And now to be a powerful member of a large family, if there was a clash with a monster, there is no right to retreat. As for our hero, why not go home and cry in the arms of relatives? The boys had orders to watch them. The guy our Nero I wanted to save never stopped admiring the other families. He really thought they were all very strong. After all, even facing a giant crocodile of the 4th level, they are not afraid at all. But the crocodile tossed everyone from side to side. All of them were unable to resist this monster. The admiring fellow was puzzled because all the influential members of the Ye family were dead. Meanwhile, the crocodile turned his attention to this cowardly kid. The boy tried to cover his head. He thought it was over, because as soon as they entered the wasteland, the support disappeared. But that's when our hero stepped in. The guy tried to protect the young man. After a while, the crocodile collapsed with a rumble, gushing blood through its mouth. But at one point, a guy with tears in his eyes started frantically screaming our hero's name. The guy couldn't believe that our hero had killed a giant crocodile all by himself. Chin Feng tried his best to catch his breath at this time. After that, he jumped off the crocodile and headed towards his comrade. Without waiting for an answer, he took him by the collar, and then dragged after him, for the lad didn't understand why he was still standing when he should be running. In the head of the guy did not fit that our hero just killed this ferocious monster, and especially why run. Does not our hero want to take the skin of a giant crocodile as a souvenir? Chin Feng seemed to have already regretted taking this grumpy man a little bit. Here he reported that the swamp crocodile was allergic to blood. And when someone is standing in a swamp with a giant swamp crocodile, if you don't hurry up and run away, as soon as there's blood, you could be a snack for other crocodiles. The guy's pupils reflected horror. Behind them ran a dozen giant swamp crocodiles. While our hero was running and dragging his comrade behind him, the latter thought that he was the best of the best in the family, and much better than our hero, but as a result, he disdained Chin Feng without knowing him at all. The guy decided to talk at least a little. He reiterated that he originally said he wouldn't follow our heroes, but he somehow still saved him. Our hero did not hesitate at all to reply that it was all because they were one family, and no other reason was needed. The young man was very surprised after all. He had never considered Chin Feng as family members, and he recognized him as family. At the same moment, when our hero had already started to hide in the forest, the guy behind him had a strong desire to recognize our hero as an older brother. At this time, somewhere in the wasteland, a member of the royal family reported that in the end, the competition would come down to how many monsters each person killed. Therefore, he should focus on hunting. The guy had set a reward for destroying the Chin family, so he wondered if there were any willing participants among those present. And at that moment, someone pointed a finger at someone the best assassin in the tournament. Situ Xuan is from the Situ family. This guy is a level 6 body-strengthening expert. Killing was his favorite pastime, and he wouldn't leave behind a single Chin family insect. The third prince's eyes incredibly lit up after those words, and he thought that he would make our hero regret speaking out against his family anyway. At this time, our hero, together with his companion, wandered aimlessly through the forest, as at one point they heard someone's screams. Some two guys were sitting on one of the rocks asking for help because there were already monsters waiting for them below. Our hero's ward, looking out from behind a tree, told our hero that he felt sorry for these guys from the Nangong family and offered to leave. But our hero didn't agree, because the Nangong family is the only family that is friends with the Qin family, and he can lend them a helping hand. And after saying that, our hero pushed his comrade right up to the monsters. They turned out to be huge panthers that immediately took notice of the young man. The boy immediately started crying because he didn't want to die. But after a while, he opened his eyes and noticed that nothing was happening, to which he was very surprised. Our hero stroked these kitties and asked gently that they never bite anyone again. The dogs wagged their tails in pleasure. Our hero informed his ward that he had brought with him a monster taming pill and threw it into the jaws of the Black Panthers while his comrade attracted attention. In an instant, our hero's companion saw another huge beast above him, and so asked his companion if he had another pill to tame monsters because he was incredibly scared. Well, the guy said that these pills are only effective for eliminating small monsters. At the moment when the huge panther was approaching our hero's comrade, he was already praying because he thought that everything was already over. He was so frightened that he could not move his legs. Our hero tried to encourage the guy that everything was fine and held out his sword and asked him not to let go. He grabbed the sword as if it was his last hope for life, but he thought that Qin Feng was still saving him at critical moments. While the guy was thinking about it, our hero drew his sword and summoned moonlight, and then it began to spin around itself at an incredible speed, and finally he struck with incredible power on the jaws of this huge panther. The blow was so strong that our hero's comrade was thrown aside, and when he landed, the guy could not recover from his disgust and again shouted the name of our hero because our hero treated him like a tool. Tried to change the subject by saying that none of this matters, because after all they killed this monster. But the guy could not calm down. After all, he is not one of our hero's people, and he cannot use it, so write it down as he wants. At this time, the Nangong family came down and thanked him for his help, to which our hero replied that the Nangong family has always been on good terms with his family, so it was his duty to help. Informed that after the tournament, they will definitely inform his family about what our hero did, and they will never forget it. And our hero's comrade also asked not to forget about his help. This really surprised the two guys. And after that, the guys collapsed dead. Underlings of our hero did not understand what was happening and was very scared, and our hero at this time became very serious, because right in front of him just killed two people. The young man heard a reference to himself from somewhere. In the tree sat the very assassin. It was all ironic for him, for he did not imagine our hero to be an insect that had not yet developed his body. He doesn't need to do anything to kill our hero, he'll just leave him with the Nangong family. And after that, it was as if the guy teleported. One must hero immediately realized that it was Situ Xuan. At that instant, arrows flew at the boy and his comrade. But in time to spot them, they managed to jump back in different directions. Someone thought that the members of the Qin family dared to kill the members of the Nangong family. Our hero's comrade immediately started yelling that it wasn't them who did all this. But when I flew another arrow, some ordered me not to lie because this man's family can cope with tiger bites, and deception is certainly not possible. The arrows flew into the two panthers, who immediately began to make terrifying noises. Our hero realized that no one would believe them no matter what they said, especially since there were no bite marks on their bodies. Our hero's comrade assumed there was someone around, but they can't even see them. They must be using great camouflage. And then realized that it was Xuanqin Nangong. She was rumored to be called a ghost because she didn't leave any footprints even in the snow. It can fly using its fast movement skill. Colliding with it means inevitable death. So the guy began to run away the same advice to our hero, because if you do not do it, it can catch up with a quick death. And he ordered himself not to worry about our hero because he is very smart and will surely hide. Our hero at this time began to call out loudly to the girl. He was incredibly angry. Our hero's comrade did not understand what Qin Feng was doing, even suggested that he had gone crazy. He tried to inform our hero, standing in the center of the clearing, that Xuanqin Nangong was powerful from the new generation, and the guy wouldn't be able to defeat her. In the back of our hero's head flew an arrow, which is about to, and has already pierced his head through. But suddenly the guy's eyes sparkled and he smiled. At this moment he realized that the girl was really very strong. But there was one but. The young man was able to deflect the blow and redirect it into the ground, for it all doesn't work on him. The young man found himself behind the dazed lady, and after a while he was whispering incredibly creepy things in her ear. This was followed by an ice blast of incredible power. Our hero masters the art of turning into a god to enhance his senses until the level of development is far above him and he can figure out exactly where someone is. The girl by the neck and almost depriving her of oxygen, the guy asked again if he could explain what had happened. The young lady was really scared and dumbfounded by what was happening, so she didn't manage to say anything. A relative of our hero was watching from behind a tree. His jaw dropped when he saw that our hero was able to catch Xuanqin Nangong. At this time, the girl was already measured to speak. She didn't understand how Qin Feng was able to find her being at the qi and blood level, and if she was to be killed, she asked to do it quickly. Our hero pulled out his dagger and with an incredibly evil smirk said that he didn't come there to kill people, but the girl was the one who started it all first. After that, he threw the dagger at the girl's forehead with all his might. At this time, somewhere in the wasteland, people were trying to run away from someone. They were members of the Qin family. They didn't understand who was chasing them and why. But at one point, these two guys were asked by someone not to blame him for being cruel and ruthless. And if there was still someone to blame, let those people blame the Qin family. The most dangerous assassin had attacked from behind. But it was at that exact moment that someone interrupted. It was Qin Fangtian who appeared using his axe. He was able to repel the blow. The man was very angry and immediately realized that this was the rogue who was after his Qin family. The man wanted to fight, but his opponent was slipping through his fingers. But still, the man managed to rip the clothes off the guy and throw him some distance away. The guy couldn't understand who he was fighting and how that person was able to, with a level 4 body reinforcement, almost wound him while being at level 6. At this time, the men tried to find out why Qin Fangjiang, but the boy only replied that it was something our hero had taught him. At this time, the assassin was already laughing viciously. He had already realized that he was fighting the strongest youth in the Qin family, and asked afterwards if he had heard that our hero was dead. Licking the blade of the knife reported that he had set him up and he died at the hands of Nangong Xuanqin. By now, he should have been a corpse. When the men heard the girl's name, they were frightened, because she was not only the strongest young fighter in the family, but also from the battle with her, no one survived. Qin Fangtian pounced on his opponent. He couldn't believe what he heard. After all, our hero would not stay so easily. The guy started throwing a lot of punches at his opponent. But at one point he stopped because he didn't notice where the guy had disappeared to. But at this moment, the young man hovered right above Qin Fangtian, all the better to worry about his life. The killer began to wear the guy countless wounds on his back. There were so many blows that it was almost impossible to resist. And so after a while, the assassin began to flee, leaving behind the corpse of the strongest young man of the Qin family. It was funny, because participating in the tournament, no one has to worry about the life and death of others. And lifting the head of the almost dead man informed him that you just have to think of yourself, otherwise you might end up losing your head. But the man was distracted by a phrase he hadn't expected at all. He was ordered to move. If anyone dares to hurt Qin Fangjiang, he will kill that person and throw the body to the ferocious monsters. The other people from the Qin family are incredibly surprised to see our hero. Meanwhile, the murderer laughed again. He was a little surprised that the guy was still alive. The other family members began to shout to our hero that in front of them, Situ Xuan, he is a strong and evil man, and none of them can defeat him. The guy intended to finally kill and dismember Qin Fangjiang, because after killing the strongest young man in the Qin family, he's coming to kill our hero, but he didn't see that he was already rushing towards him. The young man immediately knocked out several teeth of his rival, or rather even his enemy. Our hero had previously said, or rather warned, that no one dared to touch his family members. The guy hit his enemy with incredible force. He flew away for some distance, could not understand how this is possible, because our hero, in his opinion, is in the realm of qi and blood. The people watching couldn't understand if Qin Feng had really tossed the rogue into the air. But he managed to stand up, and then something strange began to happen to him. At the same instant, the guy teleported again.
Our hero. It is not very impressed because he was ready for it. But the assassin decided to do the same thing to Qin Fangjiang again. He hung over our hero. People at the same time began to warn our hero, or rather asked him to be careful, for Qin Fangtian was defeated by this trick. The killer thought it was too late to do anything, and our hero really stood still. The killer thought the family lost out because they cared so much for each other. But in an instant, our hero smilingly appeared next to the face of this rascal. Seemed to still be standing below, but in fact he was already above the killer, and it remained a mystery to him. The young man tried to recognize the killer, why caring for each other is considered a disadvantage to him, and at the same moment, with incredible force, kicked the head of this opponent. That one slammed into the ground with incredible force and power. At this time, our hero's family members were trying to help each other. The two men who tried to warn our hero about the attack couldn't believe what was happening, and our hero's comrade and his right-hand man were trying to encourage their friend. The assassin fell with such force that he crashed into the ground and almost buried himself in it. The guy walked over and asked, did the guy really think he was just a jerk who only knew how to use brute force? The man tried to stand up. His entire body was bleeding, and he couldn't assume that the young man was using his reflection to make him think that the guy was still down. But in his opinion, Qin Feng was on the level, so it was impossible. But deciding that if he fought directly, he would be able to use ranged attacks. After all, dagger-wielding techniques had been passed down from generation to generation in the Situ family. Our hero stood motionless, and the dagger was getting closer. The guy didn't move when the knives next to him started falling. One by one, they crashed into the ground. The killer got even more agitated, and it couldn't have happened. Qin Feng's hidden weapon technique is superior. The people from our hero's family didn't understand what was going on, and did our hero really fend off the powerful daggers of the Situ family, and the rescued comrades seemed to have already gotten used to Qin Feng's surprises. Flying at his opponent, our hero informed that the Situ family's light weapon skills were just child's play compared to his moonlight skills. And even physical skills were superior. The guy took all the stranglehold on his enemy. Thoth tried to see out of the corner of his eye what was going on behind him and thought it was happening too fast, but had to get out of there or he'd be dead. That's when the guy was about to get hit again. The young man flew again from the powerful blow. The impact was so strong that it formed a kind of corridor that burned absolutely everything in its path. Eventually, our hero stopped when he noticed that his opponent had collapsed. After that, the guy decided he'd learned his lesson, so he shouldn't be blamed for anything. The guy tried to get up, and after that punch, he was in the impact crater and couldn't believe what had happened. After that, he launched something that looked like smoke into the sky. Our hero's family members saw it and immediately realized it was wolf smoke. At this time, the young man was already firmly standing as far as possible on his feet that he had underestimated our hero, and did not expect that he would turn out to be the strongest person in the Qin family. At that moment, unknown people began to rush out into the clearing where the battle was taking place, and everyone was naturally frightened. Our hero was also surprised that there were more and more people every second. A representative of the imperial family entered the clearing. He immediately praised his mercenary, but wondered why he had been summoned if the work was not finished. Everyone in the neighborhood was surprised by the appearance of the third prince, and our hero at this moment realized that in front of him was the strongest opponent of the wasteland. The mercenary informed the third prince that our hero is not as weak as they thought, so he needs help. One of the Qin family ordered our hero to flee, taking his right hand with him. After all, the guards of the third prince, the strong men of the 6th level, the realm of body strengthening, which means that they are stronger than Situ Xuan. Everyone really thought that defeating the force is absolutely not, but they will fight them and buy time for our hero to escape. But the guy didn't understand what people were talking about after all. They were all from the Qin family, and there was absolutely no difference between them. The young man asked not to worry because they would get out alive anyway, absolutely everyone. At that moment, the young man launched something unknown into the sky. It was the Qin family's smoke. Seeing this, the third principal thought our hero was crazy. After all, armies are not allowed to enter the wasteland. And after that, the third principal took immense pleasure in ordering our hero to be killed. The guards of the imperial family began to cluster around the members of the Ken family. People really believed that if they didn't escape at this moment, it would be too late later. But the people of the third prince, body-strengthening experts, and it wasn't like them, because the members of the Ken family hadn't advanced beyond the second level. The guy still remained calm. Even with people flying at him, he was going to take care of everything. With a smile and a wave of his hands once, spears were thrust into the guards. The same thing happened to the others. After a couple of seconds, almost all the people of the imperial family were already lying dead on the cold ground. So he stayed in the clearing in the middle of the corpses. The prince didn't understand what had happened to his men, and the assassin was frozen in amazement. Our hero laughed, ridiculed by the fact that everyone thought he was stupid enough to call the Qin family army into the wasteland. At this time, a girl had already rushed over to the guy. And behind the assassin and the third prince, new guards appeared. The strongest girl came to our hero along with her charges. The representative of the imperial family was very surprised by the appearance of Nangong Xuanqin, and even more, they were surprised by the fact that she came to the aid of our hero. It was funny in our character because they wanted the Nangong family, who is the only good friend of the Qin family, to oppose the family. Luckily, he was able to explain everything to the girl instead of killing her. He threw the dagger not at his head, but close to it. Thus, our hero demonstrated the weapon with which her men had been killed, and this stratagem was devised by Situ Xuan. After the girl found out the truth, she decided to help him, so she asked him to let her know if there was any trouble at any time. Thus, when our hero was attacked, the girl came to help, even if there are experts. All of these people were nothing more than a group of turtles in front of this young lady. At this moment, the assassin tried to ask the third prince what they would do in such a case. The third prince, boiling with anger, turned to our hero, saying that since he belongs to the royal family of Ye, he doesn't care about the guy, so he suggested to sort things out and just part ways. But our hero didn't seem like he was going to back down. The Vitrite prince kills others whenever he pleases, but it doesn't seem to be fun anymore when it's their turn to die, especially how can you go unnoticed in such a case? And at that moment, our hero ordered his allies to aim and fire. The third principal tried to act brave. Here, after all, he is a fourth-level body-strengthening expert. But at one point, he was hit by an arrow, to which he was incredibly surprised. Our hero was even a little amused, for the third prince could not believe that he could not avoid the arrows. And he doesn't know that our hero knows about the secret skill from his memories from his past life, but if the third prince uses his secret skill, they can all fail. So our hero must find a way to defeat the third prince in one fell swoop. Releasing smoke and calling out to Xuanqin was just a disguise. His purpose was to make the third prince think that the guy was only releasing smoke. But the smoke was taken from the misty forest. It was cursed wood smoke. In the end, it noticed the movement of the third prince, although its effect appeared immediately, and the representative of the imperial family still did not understand what our hero was going to do. In an instant, the guy's eyes went incredibly crazy, and he slammed his enemy with incredible power as his into the ground. The earth did indeed begin to fall from all directions on the young man's head. At this time, the assassin, beaten and skinned, did not understand what was happening and what he should do next. But at that moment, the girl forced her bow and arrow on him, for it was the next turn. The guy has to pay the price for killing her family members. And after a moment, an arrow pierced the guy's head. In the end, our hero was able to defeat the third prince's guards and himself. The young man thought triumphantly that he had fixed the biggest problem and could now finally get ready to hunt. But at the same second, something pierced the young man's flesh. The third prince plunged his sword into the young man's body. He asked Qin Feng with a sort of chuckle if he really wanted to go hunting. All the people on our hero's side froze at the same second and said his name in unison. The young man tried to resist, but she wondered how the third principal could have survived. The moment he was stabbed through with his sword, he was still trying to fight with his cold weapon. But it didn't take long before that weapon was knocked out of his hands. At the same second, the very assassin who was surprised by the life of our hero appeared. That one came and was even more confused, for things were not going the way they should be. The third principal continued to deliver deadly blows to our hero. But in an instant he stopped and was incredibly interested in something. He was amused that our hero was able to get him to show his main trump card. The warrior girl aimed her bow up to the third prince, thus warning of the coming attack. The one in turn, pointing at his subordinates, proudly announced that everyone present was lucky enough to see him in a secret skill. And in that same second, the dead came to life. The guy who was rescued was barely on his feet, and neither was the girl. Our hero, unable to move, tried to grasp the moment he missed and finally realized the third prince's secret skill, caused by death. This skill could turn someone who just died into a warrior who doesn't fear death. Even though the cost is the user's lifespan, its effect is very powerful. And exactly at that moment, the third principal became extremely mad. He was going to destroy everyone. The guy flew to a very surprised girl. I'm sure that even if the third prince is alive, you're only at the 4th level of the body-strengthening expert, so he won't be able to keep up with her. The third prince didn't say anything. He just slashed the girl with a single stroke. Dying couldn't figure out how all these ways to beat her, and he just stood there and savored his triumph. His face was demonically intimidating. He was amused by the fact that everyone around him thought he was an incompetent prince who relied only on his army to show his strength. In fact, they were just troops he brought in to show weakness before the enemy. Because he is actually at the 8th level of body strengthening and is stronger than everyone here. Our hero and the dying girl were at once speechless with surprise. The third principal continued his triumph, informing our hero that it was time to pay for the shame he had previously caused. He hit our hero so hard that he almost broke in half. It all seemed impossible to the young man. Perm is too strong. It's so strong that he can't even look him in the face, and until our hero reaches the next stage, he won't be able to fight at all. To the third prince, what had been created didn't seem enough. He decided to bully Qin Feng even more. Our hero's captured buddies asked for this bullying to stop. Our hero was unable to move as he watched this scoundrel heading towards his comrades and even offered to do anything to leave his comrade alone. But with one swing of his sword, he killed them all. This prince killed with one stroke all of the young man's men in front of his own eyes. All of them lay there dripping blood. Our hero was so shocked that for a while he could not even believe what had happened. His face reflected absolutely every stage of hatred and despair. Under his petrified fingers, there was almost nothing left of the ground. He summoned all his strength to try to rebel. As he rushed to meet his enemy, the promise he had made to his comrades, namely that everyone would get out of there alive, was spinning in his head. The guy didn't even have time to touch his opponent before he received another powerful blow. The third prince was happy, for everything was going exactly as he had dreamed. Qin Feng couldn't believe that the end had come. But in an instant, one of his comrades, his right hand, stood before him. But that only amused the third prince even more. The guy was clearly unable to stand for long, so he tried to say something very quickly. But gathering all his thoughts together, he turned around and, drenched in sweat, was able to smile and very sincerely confess that he trusts our hero and the future of the family is in his hands. And then he received a new sword strike that pierced him through and through. His last word was pleading. He begged our hero to run away. It all happened so quickly that our hero didn't even have time to say anything. And at that very second, he began to scream in a non-human way, and tears sprang from his eyes. A few hours ago, when they were wandering through the forest, our hero reminded his companion that when they fought the Panthers, he said he didn't want to be his tool. So the guy was wondering who he wanted to fight for. And he said that he would fight for someone he trusted to support and protect his family. And when it came to such a person, he swore that he would dedicate his life to him. Our hero laughed when he heard it, because the guys met the panther was scared to death and from where he would have the courage to sacrifice his life for someone, and he said angrily that in any case, if such a person would be in danger, he would definitely intervene. So they continued on their way, the guy defending his point of view, and our hero only occasionally chuckled. And now this young man trusted our hero and sacrificed his life to protect him. It was another time in our hero's life that someone died in front of him, someone he cared about. At this time, the girl was also in tears. She begged our hero to run away so that this guy's sacrifice would not be in vain. Between our hero and the body of the slain young man already stood the third prince, who only mocked him. The young man was already losing patience, so he intended to kill our hero right away. But our hero was able to gather all his remaining strength and resist the coming death. The third prince did not expect it at all, so realizing that our hero is not going to give up so easily was very surprised. So they froze, our hero kneeling and holding the prince's sword and the prince himself. The guy inhaled oxygen with such hatred that the air around him was very tense. And then something demonic happened to the guy. He crushed a sword into an unpleasant number of small particles and told everyone around him that he wasn't going to run away. The third prince was indeed very frightened, and Qin Feng was already flying with a new batch of fists. The young man hit his opponent so hard that he flew away. That's how they flew for a while. The villain didn't understand how our hero's strength could increase so quickly. But behind him flew the most dangerous assassin, who didn't want to leave his master defenseless. Qin Feng was able to send the third prince away and capture the assassin with one deft move. Thereupon all the anger of our hero fell upon the wretch. The guy, without being able to even touch our hero, was already lying unconscious. The girl watching our heroes couldn't understand what had happened to Qin Feng either. The third principal, trying to stand up, tried to understand how our hero was able to kill Situ Xuan. The young man really believed that some unbridled power had awakened in our hero. The young man attacked his opponent with incredible speed, and after that, an equally powerful punch to the face. So much so that the young man tumbled around, losing his teeth in the process. A little while later, the guy noticed that our hero was going to repeat the blow, and now he could not hide his fear. The third principal really didn't understand how someone like our hero could win such a great power in the blink of an eye. The young man had had enough of the beating, leaving the third prince screaming in pain. There was an incredible amount of horrifying implications going through this guy's mind. But one of them was that if he continued to fight our hero, he would die. Therefore, in horror, he ordered his subordinates to kill Qin Feng immediately. And they pounced on the angry guy in the same second. The girl was still begging our hero to forget about the third prince and run away, for he was only seriously wounded, and if he continued to fight, he would surely die. Tears never stopped from her eyes and face. The subordinate principals imprisoned our hero in their swords as if he were the most dangerous man on earth. To the third principal, it was incomprehensible why our hero did not run away, because in the investigation he was surrounded and could be killed. Well, the young man only grinned, for he had run away many times when facing strong enemies, but later he felt to regret. And then what is the meaning of life? But this time, even if he dies, he'll drag the third prince with him, and at that very second grabbed him by the collar. And after that, he began to fight off the prince from his own army. People crashed into everything in their path, so it was no surprise that the third prince collided with a tree. Our hero was so angry that he demanded to be attacked, but at the same time he will destroy absolutely everyone. Now our hero was not like himself. Now he looks like someone who was racked with grief, hatred, and swift revenge. The young man fought with incredible speed and strength. It was unclear to the third principal what kind of force was driving him and why he wasn't dying even though his wound was fatal. Our hero was like someone whom death bypasses and even gives strength. In a second, the prince remembered his father's home, or rather the emperor's training room. As a 9-year-old boy, Ye Fan thought that if he belonged to the imperial family, he was the king of the world. But the father behind the screen only chuckled. After all, kings are only under the title, but the real kings are those who emit an aura called the Emperor's aura. Even if you meet someone who is clearly weaker, the important thing is to see the aura, and that's when no one can do anything but fear and surrender to it. The boy was surprised that his father was afraid of something too, and looking at our hero, the third prince decided that he was one of those people, so he wrapped both hands around the leg, pressing his chest. Our hero would order his enemy to raise his blade and continue the battle. And then the third prince realized that his entire family was afraid of our hero and assumed that Qin Feng had the emperor's aura. The girl looking at this horrifying picture realized that the guy's body is full of wounds, and if this continues, even if he beats the third prince, he will die of exhaustion. Therefore, with all her might, she called out to the young man, informing him that there was no point in dying this way, and it was worth looking for another solution. But this scoundrel killed his family members, so the young man must take revenge. Our hero still wondered what kind of solution the girl was talking about. The young lady could not utter a word, only watched in horror. When our hero's fist came close to the third prince's face, the guy was surprised that Qin Feng. He exhaled and said that there was another way. And then he said he wouldn't kill the third prince, which I was very surprised to hear. But the guy will have to do whatever our hero says. While near some cave, the third principal swore to do as our hero would say. The young man looked very emaciated, or rather barely alive, but grateful to be kept alive. But it was all for naught, and the guy ordered to run deep into this very cave, for the girl remained a mystery whether our hero forgave this prince. In an instant, something caught her attention and surprised her greatly. She saw the members of the Chin family lying down, and afterward assumed they were all alive. Seeing the guy standing next to her, she almost screamed. She didn't understand what was happening to him, so she decided to ask about the condition of his wounds. Our hero, standing over a small puddle of some liquid, only thanked Nangong Shuang Chin, for it was her words that reminded him that he might be able to use the third prince's secret method. The girl was even more surprised, so she remained silent. Our hero was choking back tears, but kept saying that this secret method could save the lives of his family members, at least for one day, and that's a very good thing. The girl was amazed that Chin Feng was mourning for her family members. After all, she had witnessed the death of many of her family members since childhood, until she gradually became indifferent to the lives and deaths of her family members. But Chin Feng, he really cares about his family. Sometime later, the young man asked to take care of his family for just one day. After all, he intended to go to the vast sea of flowers. The girl was horrified because the boundless sea of flowers, a very dangerous place, and this area is forbidden. Even the imperial family does not dare to go there. But he didn't care. He had a reason to go there either way. His friends are staying in the girl's care for a while. Our hero's eyes were burning with hatred. He realized that there were legendary medicinal materials in the vast sea of flowers. He must find them within one day. Then he could prepare a medicine to cure Qin Fangtian and the rest. So he went to the unknown, the dangerous, and the only way to save everyone. Sometime later, a certain someone discovered the third prince. He was incredibly exhausted and asked people to come closer. One of the men came very close and found himself in the clutches of the rascal. After that, the prince squeezed his face and as if dehydrating the man. Since the guy can't beat our hero head-on, then he has to get rid of him in roundabout ways. Now the guy looked much better, and immediately informed the rest of the guys who found him that our hero was trying to carry out a plan to eliminate them, so they had to get ahead of him. At this time, somewhere under an incredibly bright dome, some guy was trying to fight off creatures that looked like reanimated trees. He couldn't have imagined such a thing since he is the only son in the Bai family. This is Bai Ling, a level 6 body elimination expert, and he can't handle these monsters. And in an instant, someone appeared beside him. It was our hero, who was still incredibly angry. The guy immediately saw our hero and recognized him, saw him at the auction. The guy thought our hero had gone there to try to get the heart of the rosemary monster. But noticing that our hero ignores him, asked him to retreat, otherwise the rosemary monsters will attack him. Even he could not do it, and in the victory of our hero, and even did not believe. In an instant, the guy grabbed right by the throat of the rosemary monster, and after that, he began to tear everything to shreds from all sides because he was in a hurry. They didn't seem to realize what was going on at all, and maybe they were even frightened. Our hero took in 2 monsters by the heads, intended to do something terrible, because anyone who tries to get in his way will be torn apart. More specifically, it will be the end of him. After that, he defiantly released the dead creature from his hands. Bai Ling was very surprised because it wasn't easy to kill 3 rosemary monsters in one move. I even assumed it was the young man's aura that frightened them. And so after a while, our hero stood at the Golden Gate. The guy tried to ask our hero not to touch it because it's a toxic formation and can't be hacked. A level 4 alchemy master and his men once tried to hack it. But they all turned into rosemary monsters that were now watching the young man's actions. Chin Feng didn't understand why no one had managed to break through this formation over 100,000 years ago. The young man shouted with all his might, urging the door to open. And the second a portal opened, the guy was ready to give himself to it. Bai Ling, who was watching, was very surprised that your hero was able to break this seal. After all, this was something that even a level 4 alchemist couldn't do. Legend has it that rare medicinal herbs grow at the end of the vast sea of flowers, and our hero thinks that the end of the sea of flowers must be in that place. Once he gets the herbs he needs, he'll prepare the medicine. But what he saw shocked the young man. He stumbled into some wasteland. The young man was horrified at the realization that there was nothing in front of him. After all, if there are no medicinal herbs, he will not help his friends. But nothing was impossible for Chin Feng. He had to find, and at this moment, something began to wrap around his leg. And right after that, some kind of thorns began to wrap around his entire body. The guy was very angry and slightly frightened, for the plants were moving. In the moment, the plants turned to our hero, mistaking him for a thief who dared to break into the boundless sea of flowers, but the young man could not believe that this voice could be the voice of the sea of flowers. Just then he cried out that he had entered the sea of flowers to find medicinal herbs to save his friends. But the voice only laughed because our hero is a brave man, and if he said that his greed prompted him to go in there, he would believe the voice. But to use such a lame excuse as saving people is ridiculous. The young man did not give up. He tried to convince the unknown rival that he really wants to save his friends, so if the voice will give him the necessary medicinal herbs, he will do whatever they want, and then someone thought. And then he asked if he was ready to sacrifice his life and die for his comrades, and the phrase echoed in his head. The young man believed to the last that none of this was possible. The voice coming from the branches only laughed, because of course our hero would like to save people, but not sacrifice himself, of course. All he can offer is empty talk. Lowering the young man to the ground, the voice continued to say that besides the themes and medicinal herbs in the sea of flowers, he thinks that our hero is very talented. Consider this place. So he won't kill the young man. He should just leave. A new wave of despair and hatred came over him, so he said that he would not go anywhere, because what he said did not mean that he would not sacrifice his life for his friends. Rather, he meant that if he died, no one else would be able to save them. Our hero is the only one in this world who can save them, so his survival is very important. And if the voice our hero does not believe, he can inject his poison into his body, but he will have to wait until he finishes treating his comrades. Then he can kill the guy as he wishes. And then the voice of a certain enemy trembled, but decided that to check whether the guy is really ready to die for his comrades, he leads a combination of cedar and animal poison, and if our hero does not regret it, he will give him healing herbs to save his friends. But wrapping his neck around him, he added that if he found any regret in him, the young man would be dead. And then Qin Feng's body was already almost all enveloped in terrifyingly sharp spikes, but he didn't move at all. The guy was really desperate because he didn't expect this after being reborn in this life. He watched as the plant tried to inject him with poison. The guy really couldn't believe that he would eventually turn into a rosemary monster. But the thought of being able to heal his friends burned his soul, and he couldn't hold back a smile. It's also what makes him happy, and at this point I was already too close to our hero. In an instant, the spikes weakened, and our hero found himself as if in weightlessness. A short while later, the young man found himself in a green and flowery meadow. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to see that the rosemary streaks and the barren ground had disappeared. And in a second, the voice came again and said that our hero has passed the test. In fact, everything that our hero saw before was just illusions, and now he is on a real boundless sea of colors. The voice admired that our hero will really accept death from his friends and did not notice a trace of regret in his heart. And so he really admires the guy. Our hero was spoken to by the spirit of the master of the Sea of Flowers, and in order to prevent evil men from taking control of the Sea of Flowers, he has been conducting this trial for thousands of years. Our hero's face was increasingly stretched out in surprise. The voice further informed that here was the moment when the one who had successfully passed the test and entered the Sea of Colors appeared, so Qin Feng was allowed to take whatever he wanted. At the same moment, on the face of our hero reflected incredible happiness, and wondered if he could fall into an obsession, without realizing it, which caused him to hallucinate. And it seems that the power of the owner of the Sea of Flowers cannot be underestimated. Looking around, our hero came to the conclusion that there are high-quality medicinal herbs everywhere. Now he will awaken the herbs needed to make the antidote. All he needs to do is to build a simple stove to make it. And at that very second, the voice chuckled again and informed me that it could help with such a matter. And after that, a small furnace grew out of nowhere, according to the spirit. Our hero was delighted, for in front of him was a ground-level alchemical furnace. Alchemical furnaces are divided into 4 levels: heavenly, earthly, black, and yellow. The highest level furnace in the Qin family never exceeded the yellow level. By using this furnace, the quality of the antidote will be greatly improved, so our hero will definitely be able to cure everyone. And after that, our hero began to thank the voice for such kindness and generosity. He will never forget it. The voice grinned again and asked her not to take it to heart, for now he would let him finish his work, and they would see each other a little later. At this time, Bai Ling was still sitting in the tree, waiting for something. He was sure he was already dead because he hadn't gotten out yet, and that's because young people don't listen to advice. But in an instant, this young man was very afraid of something. The young man was indeed very frightened, and what scared him was a wave of horrible monsters. At this time on the western border, everyone was wondering who would win the tournament. The heads of the Ye, Seto, Chin families stood on the border. The head of the Ye family thought that it didn't matter who came first. He just hoped that everyone could return safe and sound. And in an instant, people began to rejoice that someone was finally coming out of the wasteland. The head of the Chin family was very surprised and frightened. After all, a young man in tattered clothes was approaching them, shouting that a wave of monsters was being observed and all family members would soon die. The heads of the families were very surprised at the news and equally badly frightened. At this time, in the middle of a boundless sea of colors, our hero, watching the wave of monsters, firmly decided that he was not going to die there, so it was necessary to do something. After a while, the young man came out of the same portal he had recently entered. Bai Ling saw him and tried to stop him because there were so many monsters, and if he didn't stop, he would die. But at no point could our hero stop, frozen among the monsters, and then flew at the creatures with fists. All of them squealed in pain, and some of them died. Bai Ling was very surprised, as this was something he had completely not expected, but realized that perhaps Qin Feng was actually the truest monster, who was able to get through the monsters and remain unharmed. At this time, the guards were trying to hold the Qin family's master, because it was basically impossible for more than one disciple to get out of there alive. But the head of the Qin family became even more enraged and ordered him to let him go. The man who came out saw the Lord's reaction and grinned as he naively thought that someone from the Qin family would actually survive. He was mocked by the third prince, who still asked him to stop dreaming because he was the only one who came out, and then repeated it a few more times. The other elders cheered when they saw him. They were surprised that the young man had survived the wave of monsters. But the head of the Qin family still could not believe that he was the only one who had survived. At this time, the third prince tauntingly asked to see the booty he had brought. The guy brought back a lot of crystals from the ferocious monsters, dozens of them to be exact. The head of the Yi family only laughed. Although the crystals are priceless, the return of His Highness is priceless. The main men of the two families began to praise the third prince and guarantee victory. A man from the Qin family was upset that no one from his family. And in an instant, someone called out to him, to which he was very surprised. The rest of us heard it too and were equally surprised. Someone was riding on a wagon and asking for speedy help, for there were wounded men there. It was our hero who rode along with his companions, who could hardly sit up, but all were happy. The family heads were very surprised that so many people from the Qin family came out, and also couldn't understand how this happened. And only the head of the Qin family was happy to see everyone, but it was incomprehensible to him how everyone managed to survive. At this time, people stopped and slowly began to get out, saying that all survived thanks to our hero. After all, they all almost died after the battle, and only Qin Feng came back to save everyone from the monsters. He didn't hesitate until he had saved them all. Not only that, he relentlessly searched to rescue survivors from other families despite the number and ferocity of the monsters. And then did a girl who confirmed the words of our hero's comrades. The young man came back to save dozens of people from her family from the monsters. A man standing next to him said the same thing. The head of the Ye family was very angry, and the men from the Situ family didn't understand why the young man didn't save the members of that family and the Ye family. At this time, the third prince was burning with hatred because he had intentionally caused a wave of monsters, but as a result, his family suffered the most. In order to hide his dissatisfaction, the Ye family's master began to say that there was little use for living people in the tournament, because in the end, it all came down to who got the most from the trophies, so she asked for the monster crystals they had received. The young man standing next to the girl reported that he had collected the most crystals in the Bai family, totaling 25, while the girl had collected 28. And then our hero incredibly sadly reported that all the surviving members of the Qin family had the same number of crystals, 5 for each. The head of the Qin family tried to comfort the young man by saying that the most important thing was that everyone had returned healthy, and the third prince was jubilant upon hearing such a figure. The monster crystals he had obtained through his power would help him win and defeat everyone, but in an instant, someone asked for a recount, to which the third prince was incredibly surprised. People started thanking our hero and thinking how they could thank him. In an instant, all the people from this family became in front of the family lord and reported that they actually have in their family only 300 monster crystals, and all of them were obtained by only one of our heroes, and they all agree to return the crystals to Qin Feng quite. Nangong Xuanqing said that her family was a witness, and then Bai Ling, the strongest member of the new generation of the family, was also a witness. Everyone was incredibly outraged that one person had gotten as many as 3 whole crystals, and our hero at this time did not understand how to behave at all. Bai Ling informed the girl standing next to him that he was actually picking up most of his crystals after our hero, and she in turn informed him that she had sourced them all herself, thus putting the guy in an incredibly awkward position. The head of the Qin family said that their brothers and sisters of the family, regardless of the outcome of the battle, the most important thing was that they returned unharmed. And after that, he asked Elder Ye to announce the results, but to himself he scolded as he thought that Qinjiang was deliberately addressing him to humiliate him, but announced that according to the number of the last crystals, the results of the grand tournament this time show that the first place is Qin Feng with the number of crystals. The third son of the Ye family, Ye Fan, is ranked second with a quantity of 30 crystals. Nangong Xuanqin of Nangong Samyi is in third place with 20 crystals of crystals. Bai Ling of the Bai family ranked fourth with a number equal to 25 crystals. No one in Situ's family survived, so fifth place. After this grandiose speech, Qin Zhao congratulated our hero, for he had become the best in their family and had won glory. Our hero would have the honor of being appointed the first commander of the family's youth expedition to discover new lands. And the guy would gain power over his own realm of spirit lands. The young man thanked for the honor. All of our hero's comrades were incredibly happy about this outcome. Afterwards, our hero asked to return to the city of Cloud Shadows as the tournament had ended. Such a statement made the head of the family a little puzzled, because he thought that the young man wanted to have his own spiritual lands in the capital, plus the fact that the young man was at the top of the tournament results, and he still had the family secret technique. Our hero asked to postpone the issue of family secret technique for the future, because when it came to the spiritual lands, he would just open a new area in Cloud Shadow City, and he realized that he was going to develop in Cloud Shadow City in the future because it was close to the Misty Forest, and it was the best choice. And after a while, the head of the family was ready to talk. As the tournament was over, we could return triumphantly home. Everyone else in the tournament was already burning with an even greater flame of hatred towards the Qin family. But our hero, together with his comrades, did not pay attention to it at all, because they had a wonderful battle. The next morning on the day Qin Feng left the capital, our hero's comrades wondered why they were leaving so quietly and unnoticed. But our hero informed that they are not such noble people, but thanks to this particular visit to the capital, they have met many people, and yet, it is a bit difficult to let some of them go. A little bit away from the gate, the guys got up to discuss how much fun they had before, and now they are leaving and no one knows. So a little sad. But in an instant, the 3 boys turned around at the same time. Someone shouted goodbye to them. The guys noticed the people standing on the wall who were saying goodbye to Feng's squad to the capital. Their own family was saying goodbye to them. And almost immediately, the Xuanqing family joined in. The Bai family wasn't left out either. Our hero was very surprised at this outcome. Our hero's comrades were also surprised, for no one expected such a thing at all. At that very second, someone began to leave the fortress, and that someone was quite puzzled that our hero wanted to quietly slip away. It was the cheerful Qin Feng, who was sure that our hero, without him, he wouldn't be able to use the human sword. And with the appearance of these guys, the young man let his guard down even more. As they approached the young man, the family's disciples became incredibly serious. The guys bowed their heads to the sitting Qin Feng and asked for permission to join the team of explorers, which is headed by our hero, and the permission from the head has already been received. While our hero could not understand what was going on, one of the comrades and laughed loudly, so he assumed that the guys did not like to say goodbye so much that they were even up to something, and the other did not pick up at all what was going on. A moment later, our hero jumped off his horse and intended to give the first order. Qin Feng, with all the seriousness that he had informed that if the boys joined the team, there would be dangers ahead of them, and then asked if they were ready. Young people who never hesitate to go through fire and water to the very end. And in a few seconds, our hero saddled his horse and was already rushing with his companions to the city of cloud shadows. Our hero was happy, because it is very valuable to achieve success and fame together, and to be recognized by the world. Half a month later, Qin Feng returned to Cloud Shadow City, where he was welcomed with a hug. Since our hero didn't know that a wave of monsters would descend on Cloud Shadow City in the future, he began to build defenses in the city. The old man who followed our hero into the city was using pills created by Qin Feng to prolong his life. However, the information that our hero had previously taken control of the Misty Forest, bringing many benefits, had also reached the others, challenging their attention. Now, the other 4 major families and powerful forces had also begun to venture into Cloud Shadow City, and now a veritable mixture of different interests had begun. At the edge of the Misty Forest, our hero stood surrounded by his comrades and read a letter that said that now all the major families were starting to develop the Misty Forest. Whoever was the first to occupy the spiritual lands within the forest would gain a huge advantage. But fortunately, thanks to memories from his past life, he knows the location of the spiritual lands in the Misty Forest. Now the young man also has the strength to seize them. Turning to the squad members, Qin Feng said that at this moment, the Cloud Day City's great families had gathered in the Cloud Day City, and they needed to show their strength and determination. Looking at the support staff, the guy said that they had yet to conquer all the territory in the Misty Forest and establish their own order. And after that, without a second's hesitation, ordered basically the entire squad to move to search and explore. After walking some distance in front of our hero and his team, stood people who were clearly unhappy with the presence of our hero. A man coming out of the crowd of unknown people reported that the path the young man wanted to take with his men borrowed their family Sita. And twirling the dagger on her finger, she asked for our hero's cards to be handed over quickly. Because otherwise they would be lost in the Misty Forest, the man was the leader of the 5th Situ Family Development Squad, the vice lieutenant of the Situ Yongshi Squad, and has 9 levels of body strengthening. The young man, assuming the reaction of his comrades, raised his hand to stop them, already realizing that he was facing a large family assimilation unit. But the warnings of our hero did not stop his comrades. They did not intend to give up such an important route, and if you have to fight, they do not mind. For the Situ family squad, it was like a red flag. They didn't mind starting a fight, but asked later not to blame them. And that's when our hero intervened, asking both sides to stop. Our hero, with a kind of excitement, said that he wanted to give a map of the route. The guy's comrades obviously did not expect it. But the commander-in-chief of the Situ family squad was very happy with this outcome, that the boys had been prudent in such a case, and this time they choose a different route. Leaving, many of the opposing squad thought our hero was a fool. While people were leaving, the men from our hero's squad tried to understand what was going on and why they had given up so easily, and where they would go now without a map. Qin Feng only smiled. After all, this was not important. A long journey would also be suitable. But he realized that although the Situ family had an influential power, he did not give them the map because of fear, but because he had just discovered something else. After 6 at the edge of the Misty Forest, the boys of our hero were already walking with torches. They were all very tired because they had traveled several times more, and they were all as one afraid that if they came late, the spiritual herbs will be taken by others. But our hero looked still very energetic. Besides supporting one of the girls, the guy said that everything was fine, and in fact he gave the previously met squad a map and revealed the route so as not to create enemies. And after that reported what caused the guys to be horrified. In fact, when our hero was on the original route, he felt some unclear presence of a demonic aura. The Misty Forest is really inhabited by different monsters. Their powers are not the same as normal wild animals. The monster have tremendous power, and if you stumble upon them, the chances of survival are slim. Moreover, if our hero's hunch is correct, Situ's family is now in great danger. More specifically, they are now fighting monsters and failing. This monster truly knows no human fear. He devours people without blinking an eye. He really looks like someone who has just recently escaped from hell. After 3 hours, our hero cheerfully informed us that although the route had gotten a little sideways, something very pleasant and beautiful was probably ahead of them. And indeed, the boys approached the target area of the spiritual lands. Everyone was thrilled with the beauty they saw and insanely happy to be the first to arrive at the place. Our hero took a pebble of earth and was happy to see that the spiritual lands there had not yet been developed by anyone, and there was no problem with poisonous gases. It was the perfect place to grow spiritual herbs. The young man decided that this place should be a permanent base. Now they can stay inside the misty forest all the time, and it saves a lot of time. Therefore, he immediately announced to his companions that it was necessary to quickly scatter the animal repellent powder around the spiritual lands, for it was necessary to build a temporary base. The boys immediately set to work. During the not particularly hard work, the boys shared their guesses as to why the Situ family's squad still hadn't gotten there. At this time, an incredibly horrible monster was approaching them, which had heard the conversation between the two boys and was already releasing some gas from its mouth. And a second later, he was flying toward his comrades to grab them. But our hero's right-hand man was able to react quickly. The other two boys were petrified with horror. The strongest of the three ordered the boys to run away to inform our hero, and in that same second he was enveloped by acrid gas. The young man was unable to move, and the monster exulted that his prey could not move. The kids were panicking, trying to call for help. In the blink of an eye, our hero appeared and saved his comrade from a terrible fate. After throwing the creature away, Qin Feng ordered everyone to be careful, for they were being attacked by a zombie monster. As the boys helped their savior up, none of them realized who they were talking about. The young man ordered everyone to stay away, and he would deal with this monster himself. But the young man also realized that all this was not good. After all, this zombie monster is very large, and its strength is probably the 9th level of body reinforcement, or even higher. Looking at the zombie monster that was already approaching him, the young man could not understand how such a creature could appear at the edge of the misty forest. And at the time of the attack suggested that maybe too many people had recently developed the land and scared the zombie monster away. The young man was so nimble that he managed to recoil at the moment of attack. In flight, the guy decided to use his edged weapon, and then he launched himself at his opponent's back with all his might. But the dagger came in contact with the creature's skin and shattered into small pieces. This action made the monster twice as angry. The young man was angry because the monster was not hurt at all. It seemed that the zombie monster could not be hit with a sword or a spear. And in his moment of reflection, our hero took a blow of incredible power. Our hero realized that he was wrong, and this creature is many times stronger than he expected. And it's even possible that the enemy has the power of a great level 1 monster. And after that, he got another incredibly hard hit. The boys in our hero's squad were very scared for their master. But spitting blood, our hero still ordered him not to come closer. Because it was not good, his strength now does not match the level of a zombie monster. And in an instant, our hero, as if he became a demon himself, he is a man striving to overcome the monsters in his life, could not, or rather had no right to die at the hands of the zombie monster. This feeling of imminent death is just as powerful as it was in the battle with the third prince. But the guy can't go down there. He needs another chance at life. His life shouldn't end this way. After all, that's not how things are supposed to be in this life. And starting to burn with red flames, the young man firmly decided that he had come to fight. And I'm not going to give up that easily. Gathering all his strength in his hand, Qin Feng began to rain down punches on his opponent. The animal in front of him meant nothing at all, so he flew towards it at an incredible speed. It happened so fast that the monster didn't seem to realize he was pinned by the throat to a tree. Young man B continued to strike at this time. The guys who were watching couldn't utter anything at all. They were amazed. And the girls are very frightened because no one expected this. Seconds later, our hero ordered iron chains to be brought to him, which after a while he used to restrain the monster. The young men were ecstatic that their master had defeated such a powerful monster. Qin Feng did not pay attention to the monster who was trying to chew the chain with his teeth and ordered everyone to be vigilant, because the skin of this zombie monster is very strong, and it is impossible to kill it with ordinary methods, and these chains only temporarily hold it. This is similar to what happened in the Barren Lands, and it seems that death causes an unimaginable energy effect. Such speculation was very frightening to the young man, because he did not know what kind of energy, but it can help him overcome the difficulties. So it's not so bad, and after thinking about it, began to walk away from the creature. Our hero was going to deal with the monster later. Now they need to build a base as soon as possible. The subordinates immediately accepted the order. Outside the Mana Forest, people were discussing why none of the Chin and Situ families had returned yet. After all, they had been there for a long time. And at that time, someone was already coming out of the woods. It was the Chin family's research team returning with an incredible amount of healing herbs. And the commander of the Situ family's research team was crawling after. He was all beaten up and begging for people's help. People cheered when they saw our hero, because before they were even afraid of Chin Feng's team, but now they were convinced of the opposite. The commander of the Situ family hated our hero's team because while his team remained unharmed, the most met the monster and believed that our hero deceived him. One of the comrades of our hero did not understand how the man laughed to say such a thing. After all, they themselves faced the monster. And Horido, pointing at our hero, reported that Chin Feng was able to defeat this monster. The man looking after our hero's troop could not understand how this was possible and was sure that the Chin family had deceived him. At this time, the construction of the fortification was in full swing. When some girl came to the wall and saw the fortification, she marveled. She had heard that the strongest group in the city right now was the Chin family. It was Yu Xiao Xiao, the commander of the research team. It was followed by some army, a commander who couldn't understand why our hero's family could build walls there, because the city of Cloud Shadows is a public area. When the girl saw these men, she was frightened and surprised. And at one point already setting up their crossbows to fire arrows, this is the Fire Mercenary Guild. A second later, an incredible amount of arrows were already flying into the city's defensive wall. These arrows were enough to destroy the wall that had just been built, from which people in a moment began to fall. The girl was outraged by these actions. After all, there are still people from the Chin family upstairs. At the same second, the elders flew out of the city, wanting to know who dared to raise a hand against them in Cloud Shadow City. Qin Wanli was incredibly surprised. After all, in front of him stood Leng Xing, the third commander of the Fire Mercenary Guild, who was outraged that someone dared to build walls in Cloud Shadow City. The man wasted no time in informing that he was the protector of Cloud Shadow City, and building stone walls was the only way to protect the city and block the path of the wave of beasts. The man smirked, and such an excuse made him laugh. The guy intended to tear down that wall, and whoever dared to stand in his way would be crippled. The Cloud Shadow City's defender understood that fire mercenaries were all body-strengthening experts of the 6th level and above. At that second, someone incredibly angry growled, wondering who dared to touch his father. The man was already losing color in his face. And afterward, he began to pour sweat. How scared he was, especially since his comrades around him were already being killed. The girl who was watching was surprised that someone could kill a level 6 body reinforcement expert with a throwing knife. Of course it was our hero, who, heading towards the enemy, said that whoever dared to touch his family members would never be forgiven. The young man was incredibly angry, and his comrades seemed to be furious even more. Everyone realized that all the attackers must pay with their lives. The girl who saw our hero was very surprised, because in front of her stood someone who had recently thrown away a throwing knife. And this person seemed to have only a level 1 body enhancement, but she couldn't understand how the guy could kill a level 6 body enhancement expert so easily. At this time, the commander of the attackers was laughing without realizing who was standing in front of him, and I also laughed at the fact that people thought that by killing a few level 6 experts in his squad, they had become strong, while he himself had a level 8 body reinforcement. He had only injured a few people of the Chin family members, so she decided that paying the medical expenses of 1 gold would be enough. But the one our hero killed is worth 10,000 gold. And at that very second, our hero attacked the man with incredible aggression while ordering him to shut up. After all, in his eyes, the lives of the people in front of him are not worth even 1 gold piece. Especially if our hero kills his opponent, he'll get his hands dirty, so the man should pay him 100,000 gold pieces as a reward for his wasted effort. The men of the enemy squad didn't know what to do. And for the girl, what was happening was incredibly powerful, because the commander of the Fire Mercenary Guild was killed in 1 blow, She was very curious about who our hero was. And at that moment there appeared someone who our hero's family because they dared to kill his people. This was the commander of the fire mercenaries, Jia Gang, having a 9th-level body reinforcement. He wondered if the people standing in front of him would withstand his fury. Our hero was even amused by this. It seemed as if he was going to go up in smoke for a third-rate mercenary guild to dare to face the wrath of his family. The commander was furious, for he considered our hero a weakling who only knows how to threaten. He was going to make our hero's head into fodder for wild dogs. The girl, who all this time was not on a joke, frightened, because looking at the guild commander gave the impression that he basically no one can defeat him. The man was already very close to our hero's head, who didn't move at all as someone countered his sword with someone else's. The man was even confused for a second, for there was a very powerful force in front of him. This man was opposed by the elder that our hero had been treating all this time. He was able to shatter another sword into several dozen shards with a single swing of his sword. And the guild commander collapsed with an incredible rumble. The elder tried to smooth things over by saying that he had only stepped away for a moment, and it was already a mess. The guild commander was perplexed, for the person standing in front of him was able to easily inflict serious damage on him. In front of him stood the Grand Master along with our hero, who was equally talented. And a little later he was frightened, for it was the same legendary old man from the Qin family. The man stammered and began to apologize, saying that he had no ill intentions. He had only hurt one of his petty members and asked that he be forgiven. But the old man only grinned, for the guild commander really thought that he had hurt the petty family member. But actually hitting someone they in the family had given up on with great anticipation, and that's Qin Feng. He's someone who is best left untouched in the family right now. The commander was even more frightened when he heard this, because he was the one who had performed excellently in the Land Illumination tournament and won first place. The girl, hearing the name of our hero, was also surprised, because this person won the tournament and became the star of tomorrow for the family. The Fire Mercenary Guild had found a strong opponent. The man at this time planned and begged the Great Lord's pardon for not being careful enough. He allowed his men to be killed as he wished, but asked to be spared. Our hero has agreed to bet the lives of the commander and his men, but then they will have to go to their newly discovered spiritual lands and clear the surrounding area of wild beasts. Men were even more surprised when they realized that our hero's family had found a spiritual place. And then our hero got even angrier. The man, afraid of the anger of our hero, began to refuse, because he realized that the Qin family had already seized the spiritual land, which larger-than and mercenary groups cannot find. Looking after the departing Qin family, the young lady decided that these people were many times stronger than she thought. Even though our hero looked very intimidating, perhaps she could gain experience. So she immediately jumped off the horse and tried to call out to our hero. The girl shyly inquired if she could join a group to explore new lands with her group from Yulin, while she herself feared she would be killed for her ignorance. The young man agreed to take her in as long as she had no evil intentions. The girl was thrilled that the young man had agreed so easily, so she didn't immediately tell him that her group was only at the qi and blood level. The young man cheerfully said that there was nothing wrong with that, because 90% of his team was also at the qi and blood level. To the young lady, it was strange using only qi and blood realm troops. They had actually paid the spiritual ground ahead of the upcoming body-strengthening realm together. But after a short thought, the girl threw herself on our hero's neck with the words that she is formed to give herself for the good of the team in the future and serve until the last breath, and after death, the other members of the team are outraged by this behavior. 3 days later at the city's medical garden, our hero asked with a friendly smile how many days they hadn't seen each other and how things were going with the new squad. Our hero's comrade stood near the wounded girl. One of the lads reported that the new squad had been badly wounded in the battle. Our hero immediately rushed to the girl, wondering from the surrounding people what happened. One of our hero's aides immediately informed us that this was the work of the 5th group of the Situ family. When Yu Xiaoxiao's troops accompanied them with the booty, she was captured by Situ's family. The girl staunchly defended the booty and was seriously injured. Situ's family also told these young men to hand over the spiritual land within 7 days, or else they would take it away by force. Qin Feng couldn't stand it, and slammed his fist into the wall in anger, reporting that the family was taking out their anger because their team was destroyed by a zombie monster. But one of the guys didn't understand this situation because the fifth family group, there are several masters who have reached the third-level body strengthening, and above, there are 3 masters sitting in the city. And then the young man who is our hero's right hand concluded, the Situ family is really coming in to rob their spiritual land, and it will be hard for them to resist. But in the end, they only have Yu Lao as a master, but he is star. So people began to wonder what would happen if they could not resist, because the overall situation is the most important thing. The girl was ready to give up because not only she understood the whole picture after all. The Situ family is a large clan, and everyone in the area understands the doubts of our hero. But the guy immediately responded, or rather, he asked back how long before the Situ family was going to take over the lands, and then realized that the given time was plenty. Our hero's subordinates were confused, for none of them could even guess what Qin Feng was up to. One of the guys actually suggested that his master intended to hand over the spirit land in 7 days. Qin Feng became more serious and said that he meant to prepare for 7 days would be enough, because their squad would not have time to contact the main clan, so they would have to fight the Situ family themselves. And picking up the wounded girl already more calmly said that they cannot be intimidated by something. In the future they will be attacked by other clans, so it is impossible to talk about development in such conditions. But this zeal was seen as impulsiveness by the subordinate and was feared. This made our hero angry because his men doubted the captain's decisions. Upon hearing this, the men immediately fell to their knees, saying they fully supported the decision. After that, they began to say that even if someone dies in battle, they will still go with our hero. After a few minutes of confessions, our hero picked up the girl in his arms and went somewhere, but followed by the closest friend wondering what to do next. Gently laying the injured girl down, Qin Feng quietly said that it was time for the Situ family to know something. More specifically, these rascals were to find out who was now the king of the Misty Forest. After that, for 7 days, the residents of Qin's settlement in the city noticed the strange actions of our hero's group. They continued to take materials from the spiritual land back and forth and didn't seem to take the threat from the Situ family seriously. Everyone thinks that the Qin family is just pretending to hang on and will eventually give up the spiritual lands. However, after 7, Qin did not submit as everyone expected, so the Situ family was furious. Situ's group, who had anticipated the land transfer with a smile, are now furious and preparing to seize it by force. The new deputy commander, Situ Yunxiao, who had a 9th-level body strengthening, did not think he was all that much, because the little Qin family dared not to give up the spiritual land. The man knew that in our hero's family, there was only one great master, and before he could act, they would have to enter and destroy the entire Qin family, along with the spiritual lands. And after that, the Situ family's unit went on the attack. In an instant, a scout appeared in front of the leader of the group with a report, where he said that there was no need to continue the attack, because he saw that the family of our hero abandoned the land and fled. And showing proof of his words suggested that our hero's family must have been counting on them running away when they saw it. In front of these people, 2 towers, or rather a structure, could be seen, but the scout continued talking. The people from our hero's family had built a fortification there. They probably planned to resist Situ's family. This flattered the team leader, for he thought our hero's family was still afraid of them. But in an instant, one of the men turned to his commander with the news that he had discovered something strange. It was the same zombie monster, but the Sith didn't know about it yet. They were interested in finding it. And the leader was amused, because he thought that it could be a treasure, which the family of our hero did not have time to take because they ran away too fast. So he suggested that the whole squad should go in and dismantle this thing. And after these words, the troops set off toward the tree with undisguised joy. The leader really believed that from now on all the land in the district would be credited to his services for the Situ family, and it was bound to be a great feat. But he was torn from his musings by some sort of shouting. Right above the man towered a hungry zombie monster. The man was covered in sweat from fear, for he did not understand what the creature was doing there. Before the man had time to think properly, he was already watching his fellow zombies begin to kill. And the moment the creature's paw touched him and he fell, the man realized he was trapped. So almost immediately he ordered his comrades to run away faster. And in the same instant, everyone yanked from their seats and ran with all their might. The gates slammed shut as they came almost to a close. And that's when that leader realized they were locked in with a zombie monster, and this could be the end. The monster was already truly among them and did not deny himself a treat. Our hero was looking down on everything that was going on and was amused that Situ's family was so easily caught and actually went inside. At this moment, our hero informed his comrades that Situ's family really doesn't respect their family, so what's happening is worth all their efforts. The zombie monster was purposely chained to a tree by our hero. He is capable of destroying many at the body reinforcement level, and the young man understood that. The fellow who is our hero's right hand asked his master what they should do next, and suggested that they let the men exhaust themselves inside. No Tu Chin Feng already had a plan. Two can bite if provoked, one zombie monster cannot handle them, so now comes the moment to let the tiger go to the mountains. And at that instant the gates began to open. The leader immediately noticed this, and to avoid being eaten by a zombie monster like his comrades, he rushed forward hoping to be saved. Once inside, the man immediately ordered everyone to run and hurry up with a smirk. And after that he laughed it all off because behind them remained a chained zombie who could not catch up with them. And then our hero with a grin to his ears came up. Our hero, along with his subordinates, took advantage of the surprise attack. But the Situ family squad leader didn't lose his smile, because the old man from our hero's family didn't come, and our heroes are unable to kill even one of them. The man standing in front of our hero realized that they all had a level of body reinforcement of the 3rd level or higher, so the upcoming battle would be easy. As they attacked, our hero ordered his men to retreat, and then, in an instant, everyone loaded their bows and began releasing arrows. They were all directed at the same person, who themselves soon found themselves where they were directed. And after that, our hero's men ran off to hide. The Situ family's squad leader cursed everyone to himself, because our hero is actually using a strategy where they focus the attack of many people on one person. Our hero and his men were still in hiding, but still preparing for a new attack. The young man immediately released one arrow after another. All the arrows were still only aimed at one person. And just like the first time, the boys started hiding in the woods. The leader was out of his mind with rage, because our hero focuses with his men again on them, especially want to take advantage of the terrain and smash them one by one. But the man was not going to just give up, so he immediately informed the remaining team that our hero, along with his men, cannot be allowed to just kill them, so it is necessary to go and pursue them rather quickly, and then kill them. After these words, the young men rushed deep into the forest. A while later, the Situ family's squad leader noticed our hero's men running away. So without a second's hesitation, he ordered our hero to accept death. He was so excited about his imminent victory that he didn't notice the archers peering out of the bushes, and when he did, it was too late. The leader along with his men stood surrounded by directional bows. Chin Feng laughed out loud when he saw this picture because the people knew about the ambush but dared to chase after them. The man standing next to him was also amused because he had asked his captain not to overestimate the mental abilities of the people in front of him. The leader from the Situ family didn't stop laughing. After all, he believed that in our hero's team, there were only 4 people of body strength. The rest were just chi and blood trash, so those people could come as much as they wanted, but they still wouldn't be able to match his team. But our hero's men still pointed their bows at the enemy. The young man waited until this monologue of his asked them not to look down on them. Let them first taste the treat. After that, the guy raised his hand up and loudly ordered everyone to split into groups of 5 and focus on a single target, and then shoot. The leader was still laughing and even cheered them up. After all, a group of people's ki and blood archery ki were just easy shots for them. The man then ordered his men to destroy our hero's army. But the moment they were running, some people were shot down by arrows on the way. The commander was already furious, and there was no trace of his smile. Eventually, the man noticed he was running alone and was scared out of his wits. After all, he didn't understand what the situation was, and even more, he didn't understand how our hero's men could destroy his team of strongest fighters. Chin Feng, standing in front of his enemy, laughed at him. After all, he couldn't even accept defeat on the brink of death. But in fact, 7 days ago, there were indeed many ki and blood people in his team. But these 7 days, our hero used countless spiritual herbs from the new land, days and nights without a break, producing large batches of spiritual pills to strengthen the body. He sat at the stove to cook no matter what. He and his companions then proceeded to have the team members consume spiritual pills to strengthen their bodies. If one didn't work, they tried 10. If 10 didn't work, they tried 100. Thus, even if the efficiency is low, they can still create a powerful force by using a large amount of period to strengthen the body. So now, our hero's team had the strongest fighters. So now they have many times more chances to win. The Situ family's squad leader really didn't understand what was going on behind them. The man realized that if things continued like this, he would soon die himself. So drenched in sweat, the man decided to resort to extreme measures. He shouted a plea of rescue at the top of his voice. After a while, 3 silhouettes were already visible above our hero's head. In front of the leader stood 3 men, one of whom reported to be a member of the elite of the Situ clan, a team of outstanding warriors. They despised that the man had lost to a group of newcomers from the Chin clan. They truly believed that the man had dishonored the name of the Situ clan. So in one fell swoop, they decided to get rid of our hero's team. But the young man wasn't about to give up. The boy was mentally glad that the Situ clan masters had finally intervened, harming him more than anything else he had counted on. At this time, the commander of the failed squad respected masters that our hero's squad is too cunning. They killed everyone in the squad. And then the men began to say that originally they didn't want to interfere in the fight among the young ones, but since they had interfered, then they should exterminate all those despicable Chin family members. Flying close to our hero, one of the old ones suggested that he was going for the strongest representative of the new generation, but he would die anyway. Qinfeng was astonished by this old man's speed, so he didn't have time to do anything. But in an instant, an elder from our hero's family intervened. The man was as calm as ever, but there was an undisguised rage in his eyes. Our hero was very surprised to see the old man, but he felt it and said that he was fine. The men standing opposite were surprised that the Qin family master from the past years was standing in front of them. Well, even more surprised that they had only thrown an ordinary punch, but he couldn't handle it. After all, in those days, 30 years ago, the man was indeed an outstanding master, but after the incidents in the Yi family, many things had changed. Without waiting for a reply, one of the elders decided to strike, as the Qin family elder's life and strength were most likely already running out. But surprisingly, the man fought back. After a few moments, a fight broke out between the elders.